It's not yours to take or give. The new day begins tonight. Enter the next phase. Enter the program. Technify your mind. We are just dreams in space, stranded in this funky place. No transport out of here. I guess we'll have to put away our fear. Enter. Why don't you? Why don't you?
Generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Paranoia. Enemy security, no. Credit record. National security.
I was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the Technological Society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The Industrial Society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is, of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All three characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is Already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it for me. Come on, computer, work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare it, work it work. Come on, particular.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got some pretty interesting ideas to bring to you today about the various filtering mechanisms that we use to interpret the framework of knowledge that we may inhabit from time to time, right? And these sort of vehicles of explanatory power and interpretive capacity are no more than the symbols that we use to mediate our world, right? Okay, and symbols are they've established a one-to-one relationship with reality. They map onto reality, right? So we're talking about mind and the propagation of symbols and their various export. I mean, yeah. So we got the friend DK here. Blessings. I mean, and yeah, we're having a little early start here today, and I recorded some extra material for you guys. I mean, at some point, we get more people in here, as the show goes on, I'll probably drop the link there, to the extra material we did on the Cyber Caliphate channel. We get more mods in here, they'll start dropping the link to the channel. I know everybody's not exactly awake yet, but we're on a little early course here, right, with the machine lies, and we're talking about, this whole thing about, symbols mediating our reality. Well, we have to figure out whether, the symbols are being projected as a way, that when you look in a computer, are you looking at a symbols being projected on a wall, or are you looking at a mediator that's filtering out certain pieces of information, so you're seeing part of the reality and not part of the other reality? Or is it a window into another world? Now, you could look at a window and look outside through a window, and a window is just a barrier to the outside world. And now what you see through the window is pretty limited, right, based on how big the window might be, how big the view might be, right? So you can only take in certain amount of information. Now, on a screen, right? A screen, is it filter or is it filler? Is it adding something to reality, or is it mediating the symbols that are already there? You see what I'm saying, right? What exactly, what level of communication are we on when we're looking at a screen? I mean, it is a certain form of depersonalization, right? It's a certain form of externalization of the ego. And obviously, you know, they've done experiments on people. You know, you could lock them in a room. If you can be told what to see and hear, you can basically be told what to think and say, right? So the thing is that people can be programmed, right? We're living in a world where people can be programmed, right? So this is the reality of the situation, right? Exactly. You know what I mean, right? In the modern world, all solutions are technological solutions, and everything else is propaganda. Propaganda, according to Ellul, right? What is propaganda, right? Well, there's two types of propaganda, right? You know, there's integrative propaganda and there's agitative propaganda, according to Ellul, right? Agitation propaganda seeks the reaction of the person that it's being used on. Now, integration propaganda, that's to integrate the person and socialize them. So you have two movements within the society. One is socialization and the other is atomization. And you have two words for that.
You're a little bit wrong.
Yeah, sure. Just give me a
First
second.
one you're saying, where
Yeah,
you're saying
sure.
it's
Yeah, sure.
socialization.
Yeah, sure. Just give me a
That's
second.
actually
Just give me a
that's
second. Just
integration.
yeah, just let me finish my
Not
point and then
socialization. It's integration. It is.
yeah, I get it.
This how we. This is.
Oh
how
yeah,
we
yeah, yeah.
want you to be
Yeah, just let me
in
yeah,
this
just let me finish my
society.
point. Yeah, just let me finish my point real quick, and I'll let you chime in here. Blessings, I mean, thank you for being here. Thank you, DK. Blessings. And I'm also going to look at the chat here in a second. But the main thing I wanted to say is that you have this dual push. You know what I mean? Between individualism and collectivism. These two sort of poles of you know, the Western ethos or the liberal ethos. I mean, right? In classical liberalism, and right, you sort of have this push, right? And you have the idea about, you know, the technical complex giving rise in the Western civilization. Now we're gonna take a critical look at this idea, right? But you know, we're living in a modern culture, right? We're living in a culture of Anglosphere, right? And that's constantly going away because white people are being taken out of the equation, as we're seeing, right? And then we're gonna basically become a monoculture. That's the next stage of all this. You know what I mean, right? So the people that are critically hanging on to the traditional scope of things, whether it be Christian ethics or anything of the sort, I mean, they are trying to battle against what they think is liberalism. They say liberalism and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. But what caused the liberal worldview to take root is the technological sphere, the objective source of power in this world right now. Now I'm going to let DK chime in, and we're going to go up to the chat and see who all is here with us. Blessings, DK. Thank you so much for joining. What you got to say to these people, Mike?
Holy crap! Where do
I know you had.
start?
Yeah, I know you had a little bit to.
I've spent pretty much most of the day watching things about noticing, like what the Jews are doing, exposing the Khazarian mafia.
Yeah, for
all
sure.
the stuff. I've actually spent about all up to date, probably about 6, 7, 8 hours of what I've been streaming today has been about that topic.
That's dope.
The problem
Yeah, that's
is
a good topic.
Muslims aren't completely innocent in this either.
Oh no,
Neither
yeah,
are
definitely.
Christians, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Neither
And neither are atheists.
Because
And neither are atheists. Neither are secularists. They're part of the game too.
No, most Christians aren't real Christians and consider themselves Judeo-Christians. When in the New Testament, God has already thrown the Israelites out of the kingdom of heaven when they killed his son. That's in the New Testament. So why are Christians still running around worshiping Jews instead of
Not only,
standing up for themselves?
yeah, they're not only, they're not only,
the other cheek,
yeah, they're not only worshiping
the other cheek and never stand up.
Yeah, they're
What
not
is
only
that?
worshiping them. Yeah, they're not only worshiping them, and please apologize, because there is a delay on his end, so it's just how we communicate. But yeah,
Ah,
the thing
sorry.
is yeah, but the thing is that they're doing more than worshiping them in terms of the ethereal sense, because they could worship some sort of pure aspect of Judaism that the modern Jews don't actually attain to, but it's actually worse than that because they're actually supporting political Zionism. You know what I mean? And all of the state of Israel and all of that type of stuff. So even the secular, even some of the secular people are supporting it, right? So it's not just a
Yeah, I
religious
know.
problem
Like,
anymore,
to be honest, I can.
because in Israel today
I'll put a.
they're a religious they're not really a religious kingdom, you know? They're a secular
Well,
kingdom, you know?
yeah, no, well, it's different. See, I've recently learned, and this documentary cemented it. I can't just keep saying it's the Jews. All right, there is a Khazarian mafia that is above everything. They brainwash everyone they can, blackmail everyone they can, and pay off everyone they can. So they do it to Jews from the time they're like children in their schools, put them through Jewish schools, so all the children get brainwashed a certain way.
Yeah, we
But
did
then they but then they blackmail or pay off
yeah,
everyone
let me
else to get
drop
where
the
they
link
want.
for the show we did. We did a cool show on a Zionism debate. We were reviewing a debate on Zionism. And yeah, we really got to some heavy stuff in this review. So if you guys haven't seen it, I'm seeing only 32 views. I mean, when we actually showed it on this channel, we had like 300 views or so. It's only a 3-hour video. So I'm happy that everybody watched it. But yeah, go ahead and click on that link and check it out. But we really got to get back on the subject here. If you don't mind, DK.
I was, yeah, no, I was. What I was gonna say is like,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah, go ahead.
watching
I'll let
stuff
you
on,
finish your point. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I was watching stuff on Rumble, and I will drop that Rumble link for what I watched into the chat because
Yeah.
it's like a channel with some of the best documentaries that are crazy as that you can't find on YouTube. And
Right.
one of them is Unmask the Khazarian Mafia.
Cool. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
blessings.
is one of the best documentaries I've watched. And it's to do with how the Khazars, because they were just killing people, taking their identities, and then pretending they were those people and going to other places. And yeah, trying to take their place and trying to get rich off pretending to be other people, let alone all the children going missing and stuff. So they got given an ultimatum. I can't remember by which king it is in the video, but they got given an ultimatum to pick between 3 religions.
Yeah. You're talking about the legend of King Bulan of Khazaria. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. We already we covered that.
There we go.
Yeah,
Well,
we covered that entire thing on the channel. Yeah, we did that entire thing on
what
the
I'm
channel.
saying is,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is what I played today. That is just a small portion of it.
Yeah, we played. We talked about the entire conversion story.
Going.
Yeah, what you're looking at is the idea from Hashda Ibn Shabrut. He was a guy living in Spain. He talked about this conversion. It's a legend that he told about a guy named King Bulan of Khazaria. But anyways, I'm gonna move on to the subject here. Blessings. And yeah, you know what I mean. I got a little bit here to talk about. I'm gonna go off on ellul here for a couple hours or so. I don't know if you want to stick around. You might get bored. I mean, but yeah,
I'll probably need to go to sleep, to be honest.
yeah, because it's gonna be.
It's like after 2 a.m. for me.
Yeah, it's gonna get a little more studious here. But yeah, I'm gonna look at the chat here and see who all is here. Because we're going through Jacques Ellul's Technological Society, and we're also over 100 pages into the book, so we're getting really deep into the book. And I got a little a Twitter page. yeah, a little Twitter page I'm going to show you guys about my reflections on ellul. I think that'll be a good introduction if I pull up this Wikipedia page. But first, let me take a look at the chat and look at who's here in the chat. Blessings. I'm thankful to have 16 people here. Thank you for watching The Machine Lies, even though it's 8:15 a.m. on the East Coast. Blessings. I mean, peace to the man. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Peace to you too as well. You know, we're fasting here for Ramadan, so we're a little slow here. I mean, we apologize for that. A little hazy. I mean, on the uptake.
There's only another 6 people watching on my D Live at the moment.
Yeah, blessings. Thank you to the people watching on D Live. Peace be with you guys. You know, we're talking about technology and its effect on society and on human psychology. So that's the main topic I talk about. That's why the show is called The Machine Lies, because we're talking about the media, the medium we use, and how most of the information you're getting from the medium is going to be fake anyways, right? So that
Yeah, I
yeah, the
100%
fact
agree with that.
yeah, the fact is that, you know, the means that we're using to transmit the information are already controlled. So we have to
Yeah,
be wary of
yeah.
the fact that, anything that we're seeing is going to be automatically a hoax. So that's why you have to question everything you hear, especially when you hear it from me or anyone else. I mean, right? You got to
No,
go do your own
here's the
research.
way here's rule number 1 for where you should accept information from. Is the person you're hearing it from rich? Because no one telling the truth ever gets rich.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, Joe
That's
Mills,
what it comes
blessings.
down to, man. It's like,
Yeah.
no, anyone who's rich from telling the truth online is full of shit and being paid and feeding you lies. No one who actually tells the truth ever gets rich. In fact, most of them get taken out.
Yeah.
That
This is
is what you need to remember.
Yeah, this
No
is a
one
cool
who's
comment.
rich is telling you
It
the
says,
truth.
before a big old tree that dies, it changes its life patterns and puts all its energy into feeding its progeny around it. It's obvious a tree is a vast living ecosystem. Do you provide vast living ecosystem for anything? Yeah, blessings. Thank you for being here in a thought experiment. Today is 8/11 day. Blessings. Yeah, we'll definitely put some of those vibes out there for you guys. I mean, Davey Z, I appreciate you being here. Not know, I appreciate you being here. Mama Sue Lee, I appreciate you being here. Obviously DK. I mean, blessings. Yeah, yeah,
They're
you
not
know the
even
link.
annoyed with me being here.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, they're chilling. Yeah, I just gotta get to this presentation because they love the well, I don't know if they love it or not, but I know I'm able to build up a good amount of audience talking about the subject of technology because that's the main thing going on this show. But and I want to and yeah, I want to seriously warn people about technology. I mean, these 2 books, they're some of my favorite books on the subjects. I mean, I've been studying these books for 10 years over. So I think it's about time that people get into some of these ideas here because they've been around for a while. I mean, we're looking at this book, 1964, and here's some of the key ideas.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought you were
okay.
reading a book from 1984.
No, I'm gonna be reading in a minute. This book is way deep than 1984. Actually, we did read George Orwell recently, and he had some very key concepts about mechanical efficiency, and it being a sign of moral decay. You know what I mean? That decadence and moral decay go together. So he was actually bringing some ideas together.
I did just watch something today. Like, it was only quite a short video, but it was from the author of The Terminator and The Matrix. She's
Yeah.
actually a black woman.
Yeah.
who wrote the
Oh,
Terminator and the
that's so
Matrix.
funny. That's because I was
Most
just gonna
people
read.
don't realize this.
Here, hold on. Give me a second. Here, hold on. Give me a second, because I got right here, The Third Eye by Sophia Stewart. You know what I mean? Here, hold on. Yeah, The Third Eye by Sophia Stewart.
Yeah, what she was
Yeah,
going on
so
about.
let me tell you something. Here, hold on a second, because I got the book right here, The Third Eye by Sophia Stewart. I've read the entire thing. The lady who wrote the Matrix and the Terminator movies. You know, this is a line I'm going to read by her before we start the show. She says, "The Frankensteins of the future, 2520 AD, being the 22nd century, were flesh eaters." She said they ate upon the earth's population like cannibals. These soulless things were born without souls. Okay, they were made in human form, but born without human souls. These creatures did not get the spark of life from God. Therefore, they were not created in his image. God gave man dominion over the air and the earth, and this power was good. And so man began to use this power that God gave him. Man began to create bodies, countless of bodies without souls. Over the years, man used many devices, such as test tube babies, the petri dish, artificial insemination, and in 1996, cloning finally became a reality because man was able to use all the technology available to him. Man became vain and did not want to die. He wanted to live forever. And today we have the idea of people who want to give up their body, okay, and they want to live forever. So, you know, this is why I'm coming to this concept, and I'm going to actually read another passage here. This one from Kaczynski. I mean,
can I interject a little bit before you go on to the next one then?
Yeah, sure.
Right. Okay, so the bit I watched today was her talking about why she wrote it and what it actually meant in the first place. Because to be honest, she was actually years ahead of her time,
right,
as far as we're concerned, even though automatons
send
are
me
quite
send me this video if you can, and we'll break it down here. We could watch it together here.
It's on Telegram. I don't know if I can get it from Telegram to Discord. I'll try.
Yeah, if you're able to if you're able to get it, if you're able to get it, shoot it over, and we'll share it over here. We'll watch it.
It's only a short video, but it's just on Telegram, so I don't know. I will do my best, but
yeah, she's all over the place. Anyways, she's all over the place explaining her theories about
what she was saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was basically it is the transformation of humans into transhuman, which is why in Terminator, the savior is John Connor, as in initials JC.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Right. Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
definitely.
in the Matrix, it is Neo.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Who gets called by everyone the One.
Right.
It is the fact that no one actually realizes the savior is there when they are, and they actually turn against the savior.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but this whole idea that she brings forward, you know, about beings that are born covered in skin, born without shame, soulless. You know what I mean, right? Meaning that skin is their cover. It's not their natural state. And since they're born naked and they don't have to grow. See, growth is a property of organic life. You know what I mean, right? And she wrote about the matrix, a word that's used in the Bible to describe the womb of the mother. Right. So she writes interesting, and she's also the oracle in the movie. I mean, but here it says the new Luddite challenge from Bill Joy, and we're going to be reading this at the end of the show. It says, first, let us postulate that computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary, either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjecture as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all the power to the machines. But we are suggesting that neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. We do suggest, what we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical.
My hand up to speak.
No, yeah, definitely. Just give me like a while. You know, you might get bored. It's all right if you leave, because I actually have to give.
It's all right.
No, I actually have to give. Yeah, I actually have to give my. Yeah, I actually have to give an opening presentation.
You don't allow for interjection.
Right.
You think you
right.
need to finish a whole page.
Right. No. Yeah, definitely. I'm giving a little presentation here. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, but it says what we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of dependence on machines, that it would have no practical choice but to accept all the machines' decisions. Any society and the problems that face it. I'm going to be reading a few things here, so if you guys don't mind, I mean, right, because this is the point of the show, right? We can't just keep chatting about what we don't know. We got to actually sit down and read and figure out what the fuck the problems are in the goddamn society that we're living in, right? We don't have time to just keep chatting about how we watch videos about some black lady talking about how she wrote a fucking movie, right? Right. This is not the point. We're talking about the technological society and how we got into the problem of the machine world. Right. But we're happy to have Sophia Stewart, who realizes the problem. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's going on. You know what I mean? So it says what we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines. Okay. Okay. So this is the problem we're facing, is that we're looking at a society where people are programming machines to do the work for humans. They're overproducing the machines and they're underproducing the humans. Okay? Okay, a society and the problems that face it more and more complex, and machines become more and more intelligent. People will let machines make more and more decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Okay? 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 And they're already programming machines to make decisions for humans, right? Right. Nobody's here to hear you speak. Nobody's here to hear you speak. Nobody's here to hear you speak. We're here to read ellul. Thank you so much, man, for joining. I mean, okay. I spend the first 2 hours of my show focusing on ellul, right? And his writings, right? What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position, a society, and the problems that face it more and more complex, and machines become more and more intelligent. People will let machines make more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. Okay? Intelligent. Okay, intelligence. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machines off. That was actually suggested in the debate I did. Now, what happens if the machines, if we lose control of the machines? I said, we made them, we just turn them off. To which somebody who was watching the debate replied, "What if there's no off button? What if they forgot to make an off button?" I mean, yeah, blessings.
Blessings, bro.
And yeah, so yeah, it says because they'll be so dependent on them that turning off the machines would amount to self-harm. Right now, look, we're already in that sort of position, right? That we're so dependent upon the system, right? That we actually don't need, anything else to happen, but our dependence on the system to just go away, right, tomorrow, and we'll be in a bad position in terms of health, right? We'll have no protection, right? Okay, we'll have no way to survive on our own. Many people, right? So many people, their dependence on the system today, right? Okay, means that okay is a basic necessity for their survival. Okay, so for a great portion of humanity, right, living without the dependence on machines is already impossible, right? So I do want you people to consider that this so-called science fiction scenario brought forward through what DK was saying about Sophia Stewart. We do love DK, but we got to get through these presentations. I mean, we'll be here all day. I mean, you keep interjecting. I mean, and I love the guy, and we're going to have an open panel discussion later. I mean, so blessings, DK. But I really do have to read and get through these things. I mean, and I appreciate you being here. Yeah, it says due to the improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Oh wait, hold on, I skipped some of this. Okay, he says, on the other hand, it is impossible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer, but control over large systems of machines will be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, elites will have greater control over the masses. Okay, this is what this is what ellul is demonstrating with the propaganda techniques, right? That this is already happening. I mean, usually I don't open up the panel for the first 2 hours of the show. I mean, I just usually don't. I mean, because I give my presentations. The only reason I'm doing it now is because I don't have time to send everybody the link, right? So, because it's such an early show. I mean, so if one of the people who obviously respectful contributors, I mean, they usually have a lot to say. But yeah, blessings. But yeah, it says if the elite is ruthless, they may simply decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. Okay, this is a scenario that's played out in the Scientific Outlook by Bertrand Russell, right? Because there's superfluous, useless burden on the system because they don't need them to work. They could just make machines do the work. If they are humane, they may use propaganda and other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate. That's already happening, by the way. Right? Obviously, Kaczynski didn't have that much contact with the outside world, right? Or else he would have noticed that it's happening on a mass scale. Okay. They're already promoting multiple sexual partners. Okay. Same-sex relationships, right? Planned Parenthood, all sorts of ideas in order for dysgenic procedures, okay, on the population, okay? Okay, and they say, well, they're reducing the birth rate in the advanced countries. Oh yeah, well, you know, the population is rising worldwide, so it's a world system that they're worried about. So all these moronic people that are saying, oh well, we gotta do the traditional values to raise the birth rate. You don't understand that it's a project by the system itself of techno liberalism. Right? That's what you should be opposing, right? Instead of promoting some inane fix, right? That on the mass scale is not going to work other than in small communities. I mean, so, you know, I mean, how are you going to fight the influence of the global system, right? And the global elites when you support that structure of power, right? So this is the problem, right? These are the scale of problems that we're facing, right? And it says, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that everyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes quote-unquote treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered, okay, either to remove their need for the power process or to or make them quote unquote sublimate their drive of power into some harmless hobby. Already happening. Already happening. Okay. What do you think these so-called shows are? These call-in shows, okay, where people talk about their hobby horse, right, and seek validation, right, with strangers about their hobbies, and they never try to have public discussions, okay, that try to show people some type of means that they could critically think about the situations that are extremely strange situations that we've been brought to, right? Extremely new situations, right, that people don't have the capacity to deal with. Okay, an accelerating pace of technology, right, of technological innovation, a foggy somatic detachment, a depersonalization, okay, an increased sense of atomization, right? People being told essentially that combining with machines is going to be the only solution to advance humanity, right? Okay. And we've seen this again and again. And yet people come here to react to YouTube videos, to gossip about other people, to collect information and spy on others for telecommunications agencies, right? To blackmail people, to gatekeep people, to poison the well, right? And never to discuss anything real, right? So we have to come back to this idea. Are we looking at something that is a window to the outside world, right? Something that's filtering reality, right? And filtering information, right? Or projecting information that's already there. Or you could ask yourself the same thing when you dream, right? You can ask yourself, you know, is what I'm seeing a product of my mind, a combination of places I've already been, or some type of remote viewing where you're actually seeing into another realm, seeing another place. Okay, because what we perceive on the screen is not even images of things that are real. They're images of things that aren't even real. Flickering shadows on a screen that are images of things that are not real, that people confuse as reality itself. Okay? Can you think of anything more bizarre, right, than that, right? I can't. Right? Reality is stranger than fiction, folks. Right? What does that mean? That means that there's no difference between the possible and the actual. Okay? Let me go to this. It says French thinker Jacques Ellul understood sublimation of the human will to the mechanical. All right. He defined techniques as the essence of the technological or the mechanical and the total ensemble of means to a specified end. Technique is what integrates the machine into human society. That's to paraphrase his point, right? Okay. Now, he had some other quotes, right? That all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, right? That technique is antisocial, right? I'm sorry, the machine is antisocial, right? Because technique integrates the machine into human society. So you have three things, right? You have mechanization itself, right? The brute fact of mechanization itself, right? And the total loss of skill, right? Okay. And you have another stage of technical order, right? Now, technique itself has human elements, right? This is why it's able to integrate the machine into human society, right? Now, the machine is pure technique, right? This is what Ellul warns people about, right? And once different types of machines, okay, become integrated into human society, they tend to form a technical monism, right? And they tend to link up all different types of techniques, right? We saw some interesting friends here. Wilderness Front. Okay. He posted an interesting quote by Kaczynski. Widespread psychological suffering, boredom, anxiety, lack of fulfillment, severe environmental degradation, species extinction, pollution, overpopulation. What do all these have in common? They stem from one source, the modern technological system. As the technological system progresses, human suffering and enslavement will inevitably increase. And wild nature will be further destroyed. We hear again and again about the supposed benefits of modern technology, but this ignores the positives are all vastly outweighed by the negatives and ultimately negated by its impending existential doom. Now, what's funny about this is that I posted this, we got the homie Musa. Those are the homies from Maldives. I got some some of the Muslim homies from Maldives that watch my show. Man, could you imagine living in the Maldives? Whew, that's got to be one of the chillest places of all time, man. Being in the Maldives, drinking mushroom milkshakes, looking at the beach with the sparkly fucking jellyfish, you know, and of course, probably beautiful women there. You mean, holy moly. I mean, Maldives, man, tropical. I mean, blessings. But yeah, check this out. It says, Jacques Ellul. I hope he watches. You mean Jacques Ellul? It says, look at this. It says Jacques Ellul liked your post. What the fuck? That's hilarious, yo. So yeah, they actually have a Jacques Ellul page on Twitter. Dope, man. I wonder if these are real quotes. It says university students are the easiest social group to manipulate precisely because they have no experience, no memory, no reference to the past. There's a French quote. We actually have an exclusive French interview that we've refurbished by Jacques Ellul. We'll be bringing that to you guys. Okay, next month. Oh, these are all in French. I guess we could have them translated. His theological views. Paul's vision is a decisive moment in Western civilization. It is the moment when God decided to intervene on the political and intellectual plane. Yeah, totally. I mean, this decision by Paul changes history much more than the political party of that period, more than all the conflicts and classware, more than any great man or means of production. Yeah, I mean, Paul's idea, you know what I mean, of create of essentially, getting the Greeks, into the project of salvation. Yeah, that's one of the key things. But yeah, we're gonna go to Ellul here. But yeah, the main thing I was trying to get across was this whole idea about, symbols and how they're tools of mediation, and how all tools seem to mediate, right? But obviously a machine is much more complex than a tool, right? So we could talk about the difference between tools and machines on the level of use, right? And also of techniques, right? So techniques, tools, and machines as three distinct ideas, right? In Ellul's whole scheme, right? And simple tools, right? And agriculture and social techniques can create a sort of closed circuit of human interaction, right? That could form, a situation where sort of society is ruled by techniques, right? A situation that Mumford calls the mega machine, right? But yeah, the whole idea that, a technological civilization is not a new thing, right? But it existed in the time of Egypt, right? It existed in the time of Rome, right? That any society that sort of has a division of labor, right? And social techniques, right? Is a society that can integrate different cultural aspects, right? And create a sort of fusion, right? In terms of the cultural, political, economic, and social systems, right? And all of that is necessary, okay, to look at advanced society. Now, the autocratic state is the precursor of the technological state, right? And the city, sort of dislodged from the political edifice, right, becomes the hub of the international technological system, right? Because once you create the autocratic state, right, its function is to create commerce, right? And commerce is made by, building up the cities, okay, and the towns. And the cities and the towns, they bring in, multiculturalism, they bring in international trade, right? These ports, right? And it's sort of, the whole idea is to build commerce. So once the city develops, right, as the necessary conclusion, right, of the autocratic state and of classical liberalism, right, whose project is basically capitalism, right? There you get both multiculturalism, technological innovation, and international trade, essentially, combining forces in the tertiary elements within the city, right? So it's communication, okay, that synthesizes various technical elements, right? So this is sort of what Ellul is talking about, how the machine, how technique integrates the machine, into human society, right? I mean, so yeah. So I appreciate you guys being here. I mean, we're gonna go over a few things here. I mean, but yeah, here's some music for you guys, and we'll be back with some more Ellul here. And we will drop the link 2 hours in. We'll be reading some of the Tao Te Ching. I mean, and I know it's very early, so I'm sorry to the people who are, not able to view these, you know, um, because of the early bird, you know what I mean? Sort of synthesis here. I mean, and I appreciate Look Within for joining. Blessings, brother. And I also appreciate my friend DK for joining. I greatly appreciate you, DK. But I really, really had to finish reading that passage. That's really all it was, right? So, so we could have a little, let's not have a meltdown over there. I know it's 2 a.m. And I'm sorry for that. But yeah, that's not my fault. I have to start this show early, and we have to get going talking about Ellul. I mean, at least for the first 2 hours, and then we got to move on to the Tao Te Ching. Now, I know last time I did I did a few hours on Ellul, and today it might shape up like that too, because it's already been an hour in, and we've not even looked at the text. So, I mean, it just happens. But yeah, let me show you guys some music that I recorded. All right. See if you guys like this shit. Blessings. We got a lot of music for you guys. We're gonna be doing some highly meditative shit today. You mean? But yeah, we got music. And we're also gonna look at Bill Joy. Okay, and we also have the Made by Machine Bob show at Cyber Caliphate channel. So please go and check that out. We recorded some extra material for you guys. Okay, debate on Zionism. We reviewed it. Okay. Oh my God, I can't find this video, man. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I'll just go with this one. Yeah, blessings. You mean, this is a song I recorded remix with Raz Khans and Techno Animal. Techno Animal is a sick name. We should use that for the show. Techno Animal or biotechne. Both are they oxymoronic? You decide. I mean, it's interesting. Interesting query, is it not?
I ain't never seen an angel, virgin bitches with halos, but my secular metaphysical theology is fatal. Cause me with the mic cable is a religious experience in itself. I got a message from God. He said don't even try to fuck with me. Suckers reluctantly carry the cross and uppercuts at Nazareth. I'm hazardous. I speak to the heads and raise the dead like Lazarus. Led the fucking lambs to the slaughter and walked on water with exposure. In the ground of thorns, I'm on point like the unicorn and cuneiform. The brain rains a desert storm for 40 days and 39 nights. So my cerebral flows flood the earth with a megahertz. And the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Reciting the biblical verse before I make your melon burst. Like they think of Jews on Pulp Fiction. My salvation is salivation, and diction crucifixion. It's a blessing just to live another day, they say, cause the Lord give it, and the Lord take it away. So my niggas pray 5 times a day and still carry a tray 5 seconds. On the planet Earth, it was my place of birth. Wanna be the sole controller of the universe.
With the Lord and shoot dice with Christ.
Getting set on earth as it is in heaven.
Feeling like a prop, cause I be talking to a burning bush. But I'm not knowing till I fornicated with the hoe and caught the clap. So my first communion consists of bread and wine and doxycycline 100 milligram capsules. Let the commandments begin again. Cause just like Moses on Mount Sinai, I broke all 10. Call it even if Eve's in the Eden. Well, I covered my neighbor's wife. I do dirt and good works to breathe life into mics. And give us this day to make our daily bread. Cause if I'm broke, I'm serving caviar and Bethlehem. Or selling my soul to Satan. 6-figure record deal temptations. My religious denominations BC. I'll be recovering like when Mary's water broke. So let there be light, so niggas can see I rock mics religious. Those who believe ye shall receive, but not believers, you niggas doubt my existence like agnostics. The hostile gospel, I apostle each epistle from speaking in tongues. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son to set it on me. Blowing backwards fast as the kingdom come. Ain't knowing the Judas in my crew. So do unto others before they do unto you. Like Rasta's heads be dreading, phonetic Armageddon.
On earth
As it is in heaven. Oh, it was my place of birth. Wanna be the sole controller of the universe.
Get through with the Lord and shoot dice with Christ.
hitting 7 on earth as it is in heaven.
Killing everybody is shite.
Hitting 7 on earth as it is in heaven.
I hit the planet like a plague. The book of Revelation's red dragon with 10 horns and 7 heads and 7 crowns. Skills concealed until the 7 seals revealed to fulfill prophecy. From BC to ACDC radio receivers, the Messiah comes back in 19 in the fever and the rap world ends.
The hereafter
is after. You hear the hemisphere Trinity raps rap to your Babylon vine. And thou shalt not worship false idols. Just like David Guillotine Philistines, even God is homicide. Fucking these kids like Captain Priest after mass. Keeping care of lamb's wool and feed a bird brass that I can put up in your platinum ass, son. It's better ride before the track. Every knee so bad when the divine style is speaking in terrible. Like old Baptist churches, I'm getting no riches hysterical. Hallelujah! Praise be to my medulla oblongata, not another nigga hotter. Believe that me, Shaq, the hip-hop martyr who sacrificed and gave my life. But got 4 pops, so I'm living a thug life in the afterlife. And I'll be walking through the pearly gates with the infrared scope 10mm heat. Cause if my name ain't in the book of life, I'm snuffing St. Pete. Drinking the blood of Jesus Christ and pissing holy water, no question who can come clean. MPC plus MIC equals holy B-I-B-L-E to me. Matrimony is getting head, but I refuse to break bread with Jezebel. My management already gets 20%, so fuck tithing. Go to hell, I'd rather continue backsliding. You're not from the tribe of Judah, so why you lying? From watch the Zion, I'm sick to finding the next shit to wreck shit and see the exodus. Amen. It was my place of birth, wanna be the sole controller of the universe.
Get through with the Lord and shoot dice with Christ.
Hitting 7 on earth as it is in heaven.
violence themselves, since the person giving the threats needs to show that this point of view can prevail to violence.
So listen up, I'm here to lay down the rules of breaking up with your girlfriend. A shit, how to end a relationship. There's lots of things that you can do and many ways you can do it. I'll only give you ideas, you'll have to walk yourself through it. This is not for players, I repeat, do not try this at home. If the chick that you with is only so your dick can get boned, this is serious business. Only follow through if you've been in a horrifying partnership for at least a year or two. Moving on. And if your girl is carrying your seed, don't even waste your time listening to me. And oh yeah, if you wanna ditch her cause she's not a freak when she's in the sheets, go to the nudie bars and learn how to teach. I'm talking to niggas whose chicks are gold diggers and food, cheated on you, conceited and getting greedy. Wanna know what you doing just every 5 minutes. Give you limits on your chilling, smoking weed or intake of Guinness. This is for y'all, them girls that take your dough and keys to the car and be in the mall. The only thing she'll buy you is a phone that only she can call. Psycho chicks who like to scream in the street, chicks who get off on being beat, bitchy as hell in front of your mom, mad sweet. And if you live with her and she won't get a job and likes to eat, or you've been with her mad long but outside she's still discreet, never mind, forget that last one, you don't count. Be concerned if she won't hold your hand in public, that's not your girl. This is for men with psychos, fat girls with tight clothes, dating strippers or hoes and day paraded night clothes, and condoms they break holes and all their friends are straight pigeons. Listen, you getting fucked is their favorite position. I'ma help you out, tell you how to get rid of bitches who only want you for your dick or your riches, telling you to spouse before your shit itches. They ain't your sisters, they trite, whether your girl, fiance or wife, get them out of your life. Man, they gotta go, I'm just trying to let you know how to break up with your girlfriend. Oh no, if she trying to do you wrong, listen to the song. It's how to break up with your girlfriend. She's trite, so you better listen up. Word, you could get stuck and learn how to break up with your girlfriend. There's many ways, man, just pick one. It gotta be done. I know how to break up with your girlfriend. Number 1, run. Number 2, threaten her with a gun. Number 3, just a synonym for one, flee. Number 4, when she goes out, just lock the door. Hang up a sign that says close and keep it up there like you run in the store. 5, never arrive on time. Show up for dates 2 days late. Never ever apologize to your mate. Number 6, constantly call her a bitch but in German. 7, start off every Sunday with a sermon. 8, masturbate, but only with her and only in public. In romantic restaurants, baby, rub it. Number 9, tell her shove it. 10, take it back, cry, say it again. Number 11, make her write an essay on 7. If she won't, for number 12, just tell the bitch that she's going straight to hell. There's no number 13, cause I believe in superstition. 1-4, make the back door your only position. 1-5, tell her that you need a daily 16 times. 17, tell her that you had a really bad dream. You was in the office, beat her to death with a fax machine. 18, buy fax. Next, keep it by the bed. Every morning when she wakes up, hold it over her head. Number 19, tell her you're becoming a priest. 20, tell her that you want to live together. Show her release. Tell her that it's a surprise. Tell her cover her eyes. Lead her down a dark alley to a cardboard box. Remove the blindfold. Watch her just faint from shock. 2-1, tell her that you had a son when you was 12. 22, tell her that you're Melly Mel. 23, every time she lets go of your hand, proclaim to the world I'm free. 24, hit yourself repeatedly. And finally, when you get down to number 25, just look her straight in the eye and say, are you a guy? Now look, if none of this works, remember, I ain't tell you shit. Just tell her she's a bad job and you quit. Damn, man, they gotta go. I'm just trying to let you know how to break up with your girlfriend. Oh no, if she's trying to do you wrong, listen to the song. It's how to break up with your girlfriend. She's trite, so you better listen up. Word, you can get stuck and learn how to break up with your girlfriend. There's many ways, man, just pick one. We gotta be done. I know how to break up with your girlfriend.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot more music here, but yeah, we're gonna move on with the ideas here. I mean, now I do have some reflections on ellul by some of our homies here that I've been checking out. You know, one of my homies here that's like a wizard, I mean, of some sort. But yeah, he's got some very interesting reflections on ellul that where he's sort of, you know, introducing some of his key concepts. And it seems in a lot of his video, he's actually reading sentences from ellul's work, Technological Society. So he opens up with a lot of that, right? So let's take a look at his work here, and we'll reflect on some of what he's saying, and then we'll move to the text. You mean? But yeah, this is a great. It says from Cenobitic to Cenobite. Blessings. You mean? Dark to darker. Let's do it.
Technique does not equate to technology or machines. Rather, it is the totality of rational methods of absolute efficiency. Technique is a sociological phenomenon related to any factor of modern life. The most dangerous form of determinism is the technological phenomenon. The machine is dependent upon
that is direct, you know, for example, a quote by ellul, right? That the most dangerous form of determinism is the technical phenomenon itself, right? That man is faced with different types of determinisms, right? But you know, his ability to transcend those various forms of determinism is, you know, constitutes his freedom, right, from control, right? But here he says in the technical phenomenon, right, because the technical system seems to work as a replacement, you know, for human skill and knowledge, right, and even for rational, you know, thought. I mean, it seems to create, you know, a conformity in man that is hitherto unprecedented, psychologically transforms mankind. All right. So, yeah. So this is one of the key elements we're going to get to, you know, and it's part of the very character of technique. This is why in this chapter that we're reading, right, he seems to focus on the various ways that technique actually transforms human society and human psychology, right? And then he moves on to technique and the state, technique and economics, and various ideas, right, where it does have predominance. But, you know, these hitherto ideas, right, political, economic, cultural, you know, even religious ideals, right, they're all now come under the guise of man's technical abilities, right? So now it's, you know, technicity that drives scientific progress, economic, you know, progress. I guess we could call it progress as well, right? Okay.
technique, and technique has taken over all of man's activities. Technique makes everything into a machine, and thus creates an inhuman atmosphere. Capitalism did not create our world. It was made by the machine, turned on by technique, in dehumanizing all into a state of determinancy. Technique integrates not just the machine, but everything into human society, where all functions on being efficient. Technique even precedes science, for when the technical means do not exist, science cannot advance. The scientist of today is not the creative and imaginative Einstein, but is a mere technician. To disown technique is to abandon science itself.
Okay, remember in the betrayal of technology, ellul said that the technician is totally determined, first by his training, and secondly by the machines he uses. Right, the technician himself is part of a larger complex, and technical advances in other areas of study may affect his area of study. Right, so there's lots of ideas. I mean, that go in. And yeah, so there's a lot of ideas that culminate in the technical complex, in the human psychological realm as well, right, which we talked about more at the beginning of the show, right, is an obvious depersonalization of technique, right? But more than that, it seems to eradicate various cultural forms, as we've seen too. Okay. And yeah, modern art is an example of that, right? Modern art is attempting to be abstract by using technical methods, right? Whereas the previous age attempted to fortify technical methods in the form of skill, right? Okay, but the means were abstractions, right? So they used abstract philosophical, theological, and mathematical conceptions. Right now, they're using machines to create art, but they want to be abstract when they create the art. Right? It's like what's left, right? After all the human skill is taken away, is a need to articulate abstraction. Right? Whereas in the past, right, you had this idea where, they used abstract concepts and ideas, right? But they wanted to refine them through technical means, through skill, right? And the person who was like, the machine-like person who could apply their skill to whatever idea, abstract conception they had in their mind, right? That person was prized. Right now, it's the opposite. Right now, it's the person who could use the machines to create the most abstract concept, right? Very, very weird. Very weird sublimation of human will just in terms of art, right? In the procedures of art, let alone to speak of other areas, right? Anyways, he's summarizing well some of these ideas.
The same is true when it comes to our economy. All activity has been superseded by technical activity. Scientists and all humanity are thus forced to accept any conditions offered by those in power and in possession of these technical tools. We are all thus instruments of technique itself. Organization, too, is a technique where we are all assimilated into the inhuman mechanisms of the machine. Older traditions cannot be incorporated, as technique's evolution rests on previous technical procedures which evolve at accelerating rates. The techniques which have shown the most development are not techniques of production. Similarly, what is true of economic productivity is not true of technical progress in general. Everyone practices a particular technique, and it's impossible to know them all. Technical operation carries out towards attaining a particular end. When consciousness and judgment are used, technical phenomenon is produced. In other words, man becomes aware of ways of finding new and different means, which technique creates. From this and through reason, man selects the most efficient means, implementing that technique over all others, reducing diversity and perhaps even new methods of approaching problems. Still, it is efficiency that outweighs everything else. The one best means.
Okay, the one best means to an end, right? And technique creates means, right? It is a complexification of means. It is pure mediation itself, right? And it's concerned with use, right? Okay, it creates the uses, right? And obviously, the whole idea of the automation, okay, of choice, right, comes about with the idea that, as he's saying, the cultural forms are reduced, right? The scientific methodology is reduced or guided by technical advance, right? So technique seems to transform both science and culture, right? And it transforms the idea of production as well, right? It's productivity, right? So these three forms, right? The cultural, right, which exhibits a diversity of forms, right? And also a sort of diversity of techniques, right? Okay. All of these things, the scientific, the cultural, right, the economic, they become sublimated under the technical, right? Until a coherent technical will is produced, right? Which is independent of any of these various means, right? So, yeah. See what else he's got. But yeah, this is a very excellent video summarizing some of his introductory points, right?
Is thus the technical one, leading to the technical civilization, where the calculating specialist chooses the best means and thus the best techniques. No human activity escapes this technical imperative. Even magic is a technique. It is but man's will to obtain results in a spiritual order, particularly seen in rites, formulas, and practices. The magical practitioner adheres to techniques they find most efficient. Of course, as any wise sage knows, there is no real progress in magic. And magic techniques are not as often passed on, unlike material techniques, which are less abstract and easier to select in terms of efficiency. Technique goes back to the Greeks and Romans, but with the rise of Christianity, which was characterized by the absence of technical will, there came anarchy to the organized system that was driven on efficiency. Cenobinic monasticism and a renunciation of city life became the dominant ideal. Why advance a world about to end? The return of Christ and eschatology outweighed all other interests. Preparing for the afterlife became more important. Generally, only certain.
Now, obviously, when we are looking at the historical roles of, technique in history, right? Obviously, Ellul's a Christian, right? And he's looking specifically at, it seems like he's looking more at the Western civilization, and there's a reason, there's a good reason for that, right? It's because a coherent technical will can be seen as advanced in the Western society, European society specifically, right? But the whole idea, right, is that this thing's always been there, right? It's just that it didn't fully develop until the modern age. So in Ellul's whole historical analysis, there's the interesting idea that technique had a sudden rise in the modern age, right? It didn't have this sort of steady growth, right, throughout history, right? Where people came out of caves and they went into cities and and then they went to the sea and they went exploring and and there's great empires and they build like airplanes and so that there's this coherent progress, but Ellul is quick to highlight the myth of progress, instituted in modern civilization, right? And also the sudden rise of technique in the modern age, right? So his historical analysis is pretty interesting, but obviously, as I said earlier when I started this whole thing, it's important to note that he's a Christian, right? So he has a unique view on that situation depending on his Christian beliefs, right? Obviously, Christians do not believe that we were cavemen, right?
certain monks were allowed to make.
Which, by the way, I don't think that that's true either, right? I think there's no reason to think that, you know, mankind in the past was primitive, right? There could have been many advanced societies in the past, right? And indeed, it's probably true, as we've maintained on the show, that progress ebbs and flows, right? We've talked many times about the myth of progress on the show, right? Way before we started covering ellul, right? Anyways.
Make certain inventions and techniques if they were righteous enough. The human or humanism itself thus took precedent during this time period. It reminds me of the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction by Walter Benjamin, where mechanical reproduction replaces artisanal craftsmanship and thus destroys the spiritual aspect or aura of the object itself. We are not human artists that imaginatively create, but consuming machines that produce, controlled by techniques of efficiency. Our world is not natural now, but an artificial one. Technique leaves nothing untouched in civilizations. It influences and impacts all. Even our leisure time is planned with the utmost efficiency. Man is an efficient machine controlled by more techniques to make him more efficient than before. Where there is technique, freedom is not found. Only madness, it seems, is inaccessible to the machine. All forms of efficiency and thus control come from technique. Thus humanism gets sidestepped in way of efficiency, where the technique that offers the best ends through the easiest and efficient means wins out. Fast food joints replace mom-and-pop restaurants. Frozen TV dinners call to those who no longer have the time to cook. The examples are endless. Efficient man is thus made into a machine, controlled by techniques which will only evolve towards more efficiency. And as it does, regulation becomes more necessary. Thus, we see the rise of industry with the state, and where they both rise together, new techniques and new technics arise too. All three grow together. If you want a universal basic income, it will not come from private companies, but it will need to come from the state. We are all speeding our way through life, accelerating to our own end, moving faster and faster until the belt buckle of the machine breaks. We are DOS attacking ourselves into overload, causing a systemic crash. The real question is, does something come after the crash, or is it just an end for us all? If it is just an end, then perhaps we were all better off with Christian eschatology.
Very interesting video. And, you know, here is another video where he explains, and I haven't seen any of these. I'm just playing them for the first time on the show. Right. And after we watch this next video, I will be opening up ellul and reading it, and also dropping the link here in the chat. You know, come up and talk to us about, you know, your views on technology, right? Your views on religion, your views on eschatology, your views on progress. Okay, and all these types of ideas, right? Obviously, this is the premier type of show where we talk about the architectonic and about the, you know, dystopian, you know, elements in the society today, right? Nightmare dystopia, as our friend Benton, you know, said. Definitely. I mean, but yeah, let's go to this. Marx takes the masses on a technical turn. Obviously, Marx saw his theory as an idea where technological progress would bring an end to capitalism, right? So if you've ever read Marx, that's part and parcel of his analysis, right? So let's see. Marx takes the masses on a technical turn. Let's see what it, you know, let's see what it do, right? Essentially.
Comparing Eastern and Western cultures by their traits linked to religion, we see a dichotomy develop. Christianity ruined the industry of the Roman Empire for all its anti-technique attributes, particularly in terms of having a universalist perspective, which focused more on personal experiences with people. Due to this lack of technical means, most things sat at a standstill, where humanity and man reigned over means. It was not until the French and
Well, what's funny is that Ellul also talks about in the Renaissance, right? How for 200 or 300 years during the Renaissance, right? There was a lot of techniques that were there not applied on a mass scale, right? Although there was a rise in understanding of science and reason and all these things, right? It wasn't really the the main age of technical advancement, right? That came about 200 years later in the Industrial Revolution, right? So it's funny that during that time, the Marxist theories began to become developed, right? So, yeah. So it's all just very interesting, right?
Industrial Revolution, that technique would rise up to facilitate the need of efficiency on all fronts. But it was not until the 19th century that the close link between scientific research and technical invention truly transpired, resulting in science being enslaved to technique. The philosophical utilitarian nature of the 18th century in favoring technical applications produced a pleasureful pragmatism.
By the way, what developed at the same time as communism, right? Developed, right? Oh yeah, utilitarianism and the evolutionary theory, the theory of evolution from Charles Darwin. All right, so think about what that created, right? This idea of the social Darwinism. Okay, the idea of economics being linked to that, right? The idea of the hierarchy of being, right? And the idea of ends to means, right? I mean, if there's anything that is a philosophy that is geared towards efficiency, it's utilitarianism, the philosophy of utility, right? Of use, right? Also developing in the mechanical age, right? Pretty obvious, right?
Confining man's mind to more material means. Science became fixed to this utilitarian and pragmatic philosophy, persuading people optimistically with notable improvements in life. A general sense of prosperity was achieved through progress in the applied sciences, using natural resources around to aid in the betterment of mankind. With the disappearance of religious and social taboos, philosophical and scientific materialism began to flourish, backed on ideals of individuality, which further aided in atomizing society towards isolation, which, as systems of control and power show, makes men that much more easy to mold and shape through the techniques of the state.
Yeah, now we talked about this earlier on the show that the equality driven ethos and the whole idea of a species being, right? That this idea of utilitarianism and the evolutionary synthesis, right? That man is just a species being. This gives a collective utility to the notion of mankind itself, right? That man is just on average reducible to certain biological elements, right? You see this in every medical book where they show you this, every man, right? That they've dissected, right? Okay, he's a version of all of us, right? Okay, supposedly. Okay, so this is the whole notion, right? Of the equality driven ethos, right? Okay, the of utilitarianism, right? And of the species being from Charles Darwin, right? That man was reducible, right, to his biological elements, right? And he could be turned into a unit, right? Where everybody could be assessed among the same means, right? Okay. And obviously, the notions of Darwinism and you know Marxism, they represent progress to an extreme degree, right? Marx predicted that machines would become integrated into society on every level. Okay, Darwin has a built-in notion of progress in his ideas, right? Where he says there'll be a wider gulf between the species that spawned humans, right, and the intermediate humans, which are the brown races of the world. Brown and black people would be eliminated. So there'd just be monkeys and white people left on Earth, right? Because white people are the furthest advanced from the monkeys, right? So yeah, interesting. So that represents a notion of progress in itself, right?
After which, it was the bourgeoisie who noticed the profits that could be pulled from people that were trapped to techniques. Though people felt more free and independent than ever before, freedom and independence was but a smokescreen to isolate and atomize them, allowing them to be perfectly exploited by those in power. Much like today, profit comes before people, and money before man. People must be sacrificed so that technique make progress for profit. Because of this, it is no surprise to see why the bourgeoisie became supporters and patrons of the sciences. Technical progress itself comes from bourgeois capital, and thus the split between the exploited proletariat and the profiting bourgeoisie, where the masses went against the machines. It is here that we meet Karl Marx, who showed that while the worker could not free themselves against technique, they could be freed by technical progress, ending both capitalism and the bourgeoisie through massive forms of reform that benefited the proletariat people. In other words, Marx was successful in swaying the masses to the side of technique itself, using technique much like the bourgeoisie before them had, but instead, this time, for their own profiting purposes. The efficiency of technique became empirical, and there thus established a society of conflicting interests, both of whom, however, were now swayed towards technique.
That's right. Like,
With the Planet Fitness
whoa,
Black Card, you'll
what
get your
the
first
fuck is
month free when
this?
you join today.
Yeah, let's get rid of this Asian dude working out. Not a pretty sight. They could have had some thick Slavic babes in there. I mean, so low rating for that commercial. I mean, but yeah, the whole idea here is, I mean, this whole concept here is totally wild. How technique creates socialism in the society. I mean, okay, so the socialist theory takes root through technical efficiency, right? And yeah, Marx theory finally comes true when technique becomes dominant in human society, right? It has a socializing, centralizing effect. Large scale technologies have a socializing effect, right? So it's like capitalism has a sweet spot, right? In terms of technical advancement, right? And lots of people are starting to see this, right? That's why certain people are thinking of sort of steampunk, going to that level of things, right? Instead of, the world of mechanical efficiency. They want a world where you can create your own machines, right? Where people tinker around with machines, right? So this is a different level of technical advancement, right? Okay. Now, yeah, we're going to be looking at Ellul here, but I want to drop the link. Okay, we've been talking 2 hours about Ellul's theories. Okay. which is how I wanted to start the show. And thank you, DK, for being here. Thank you to Look Within for being here. Blessings. Let me go to the text. And in a little bit, we'll take a little musical break, and then we'll continue reading. We'll do a little meditation with our friend Lilith. Right. Twilight, son of Lilith. I recorded The Flight of the Eagle. Right. So I'll use that to meditate. I do a little meditation every day. Okay. About 20 minutes long, but I'll save the rest of it for tonight. We'll do about a 10-minute meditation session, right, in between reading this ellul here. You know, blessings, man. So yeah, according to ellul, he says, man is not a mere package to be moved about, an object to be molded and applied wherever there is need. These two forms of readaptation, the only ones possible, are both inhumane. The new work code promulgated in the East German Democratic Republic in November 1960 shows this inhumanity in operation in the socialist camp, right? And none of these adaptations can be separated from the machine, which replaces human labor, he says, right? They are its necessary and inevitable consequence. Of course, idealists will speak of the reduction of work, of the reduction of the work week, but this reduction can only be effected when equivalent technical improvements are produced in all fields of work. According to Colin Clark, it seems that this reduction too must ceiling out before long. But this consideration passes over into area of economics. Okay, and it's already becoming true, right? Right? Okay, once new machines put people out of jobs, they're begging for new work. Okay. And of course, what are the new jobs? Right? They create a whole new economy. Right? So the machine always produces more work. Right? Not only that, it also synthesizes work, right? So it has a socializing effect, as he says, right? He says, I could cite numerous examples, but the ones I've given suffice to show how that technique itself and not the use made of it or its necessary consequences leads to a certain amount of suffering and to social scourges, which cannot be completely separated from it. This is its very mechanism, says Lowell, right? Okay, and he goes on to say, of course, a technique can be abandoned when it proves to have evil effects, which were not provided for, right? From then on, there will be an improvement in the technique. A characteristic example is furnished by J. De Castro, The Geography of Hunger. De Castro shows in detail, with regard to Brazil, what is already known superficially about other countries, that certain techniques of exploitation have proved disastrous. According to De Castro, certain regions were deforested in order to grow sugarcane. Okay. By the way, you guys should go see how much of the sugar actually, sugar cane and all these things, they still have child labor in other countries, right? Where a lot of the products that we use on a daily basis, okay, are actually furnished through child labor. Okay, kids who have to get money to pay to go to school, right? Which is some wild shit. I mean, if you think about it, right? Okay. So slavery is all too common, right? In the modern world, right? In a further work, De Castro seeks to show that hunger problem was created by application of the capitalist and colonialist system to agriculture. His reasoning, however, is correct only to a very limited extent. It is true that when agriculture of diversified crops is replaced by a single crop economy for commercial ends, tobacco and sugar cane, capitalism is to blame, but most often crop diversification is not disturbed. What happens is that new areas are brought under cultivation, producing a population increase and also a unilateral utilization of labor forces, of the labor forces. And this is less a capitalist than a technical fact. Okay? If the possibility of industrializing agriculture exists, why not use it? Any engineer, agronomist, right? I guess that's a agrarian economist, right? Okay, years ago would have agreed to bringing uncultivated lands under cultivation constituted a greater advance. Okay, we have a friend here. Blessings. Greetings.
How's it going?
Hey.
Well, I've been, in and out listening. I'll be busy a lot today, so I'll probably be popping in and out some. I had some interesting things that I want to share, but I'll wait till you're at a good stopping point with where you are.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, go ahead and share. Yeah, blessings.
So you know how? Well, I just thought it was really interesting because you know how the narrative that's being thrown our way is that we're like some fringe crazies, right? That like, oh no, like you anti-technology people are fringe crazies and you're being left out in the dust and like nobody takes you seriously, right? That's the dumb gaslighting.
Right.
Well, there's actually a Pew Research study that I came across recently that basically said that like most people in the country agree with us.
Oh yeah, that's obvious to me when I talk to most common people. They're this, we are the silent majority. I mean, on a mass scale, most religious people agree with us. I mean, so this is the kind of things that I'm trying to highlight, that there's been a destruction of many different forms. I mean, so yeah, when it comes down to this, and I think on this level, finally the capitalists are going to start agreeing, because they're going to start seeing on a mass scale the socializing effects of technique, and yeah, they're going to say, well, there's no where to go. Like even Elon Musk just said recently, he said people will have infinite wealth because robots will just create whatever you want. They'll just make whatever you want. So anybody can have infinite wealth, he said. Right. So they're already just trying to think of any level where they could bring in a new form of communism, to supplant the need for the advancement of technology, right? So that human beings could finally just be plugged into the system, as he's saying. I mean, so yeah, I mean, yeah, so I think over time, but see, this is sort of the game that's being played, right? Is that time is running out, and once it's too late, many people will realize the true dangers. So this is the sick game that's playing itself out, right?
Well, that's the thing, right? Because I think that what we're seeing from like, say, well, I mean, and I think you've had experiences as well, right, with these so-called Christian nationalists and stuff that will try to like basically go after you if you attack transhumanism and their tech utopia idea. But really, like that, I think is a protection racket because they're realizing that they're losing control of the narrative, right? I think like a lot of this like current Christian nationalist, orthobro, whatever psyop that we're seeing is basically just that, is that they're realizing that they're losing control of the narrative. So now they have to invent this fake traditionalism and basically try to attack and go after the people that are pushing for real traditionalism. But as this whole that I saw recently is pointing out it's not working, right? Like it's absolutely not working. You get less than half of Americans currently say that they think that modern allopathic medicine works. That's a pretty big defeat right there, and I think people are getting really desperate.
Well, that's the thing, is that, you know, the whole idea of, you know, traditional values, you know, that could help ameliorate the effects of modern society, you know, and what's obvious is that to most of these people, they've been so psychologically transformed by modernism that they're not able to conceive of traditional values, right? So all they have is a sort of attack against modernism and liberalism, right? Which sort of haphazardly uses their misinterpretation of traditional values, right, to supplant, you know, and ameliorate the effects of modernism. They don't want to get rid of modernism because they agree that the advances of modernism are too good to give up, right? They can't live without the goodies, right? So what they're saying is, essentially, you know, we have to cope with the changes, and the best way to cope with the changes is to apply these traditions, even though the system that has eradicated the traditions, you know, is the one that we have to become adjusted to using those very same traditions. You know, so their whole system is an oxymoronic cope. I mean, with the technical advancement, you know, the socializing effects of technique, you know, the loss of traditions in the face of, you know, modernism, so on and so forth. I mean,
And I think that it might be possibly be even more nefarious than that, right? I think it might be on some level, you know, obviously I'm not going to throw out accusations. I'm not going to, you know, do something that could get me in trouble with anybody, but like I wouldn't be surprised if there are people that are in those spaces that are paid actors that are basically trying to shift the Overton window to make sure it doesn't go out of line with what their masters want.
Yeah, basically.
yeah, I mean, this is the brutal truth. I mean, so I think that, and I've been caught on record actually calling them actors. And so I won't actually you know, take back my statement. You know what I mean? Yeah, me and Brown's boy think that's how it works. We've already claimed that multiple times. Right. But yeah, it does seem like they are being paid. You know how they're being paid. Now they don't have to be paid directly. I mean, they could obviously be paid through you know, the donos and all that kind of stuff, right? So this is the reality, is that it's some form of money laundering. I mean, and yeah, there is a lot of acting going on. I mean, so I mean, you know, this is obvious because we're living in a technocratic age. We're living in an age of corporate espionage, and as I said earlier, you know, many of these communities are here to get people who have radical views and corral them into a community so that they can spy on them using these various social media extensions, right? Which are all run by Cambridge Analytica and you know, and the Mossad and all that stuff. And oh yeah, by the way, we were reviewing the Zionism debate the other day, right? We're gonna have to do part 2 of that because this guy absolutely tells several lies at the end of that debate. He says Mormonism is an extension of Protestantism. He says that the Quran says everything in the Torah is correct when the Quran actually says that the Jews wrote in the Torah with their own hands.
Well,
right.
was this the Andrew Wilson one? I know that you're covering the Andrew Wilson
and then
one.
and then Grid One Motorsports goes on after the debate and he says, "Oh yeah, by the way, the Mossad, they're great. You want them on your side." What?
Lols?
What?
Like what? How does that make any sense? So then they just start talking about how great the Mossad is after the debate's over. So very interesting display. So how are these people not getting caught with this stuff? Right? Openly promoting Zionism on their platforms, right? Which are
Well,
supposed to
because
be independent debate platforms. I mean, right? So this
It's
is a
crazy.
fascinating detail. Fascinating
Because that's
detail.
cool, you know. It's just you can't talk
Right.
about it in a negative way.
Well-
You could support it.
the thing is, the reason why they're not getting caught is because people are noticing, but that they have these basically these armies of foot soldiers that go out and will try to destroy and review bomb and downvote and suppress any video that's criticizing them, right? Like, I mean, I've experienced the wrath of these so-called online orthobros for the last, you know, whatever, year and a half, 2 years, because I mean, they will, as soon as they will lurk, they will look for anybody that goes after their daddies, and they will try and do everything possible to silence and suppress them. They're basically like social justice warriors for their cause.
Right.
Oh yeah, they're the worst,
another
dude.
thing
They're
about
bad, man. With it.
groups.
I highly recommend a book called High Treason. So what happened in the early 2000s is that the Moscow Patriarchate started wiping the web with anything that had anything to do with them, right? And you know, it's KGB funded operation, dude. It's wild.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right?
the
Because
other
these
thing
people,
about
they make jokes about being Russian spies, and then they like say, "Oh, but we're not really. We're just joking, bro." But then they like, I mean, I don't know if you ever seen Jay
I've seen it.
Dyer. If you
Yeah.
say anything like remotely critical of Russia or the Russian government, he'll like immediately be like, "Oh, well, you're CIA, you're a stooge, you're a Western plant or whatever." Very, again, I'm not throwing out
Instantly
any
block
accusations,
you.
but
You know, they'll
it's
limit your
interesting.
reach. Yeah. It's nuts, dude.
Yeah, what were you gonna say? Reddington, blessings.
Yeah, before I forget or we get off to another topic, the whole the whole point of herding people into groups is basically another form of indirect mind control. If they get you distracted by this group or that group, and you're in that group for like years on end, which really ends up amounting to nothing, they wasted your time like for a good bit. So it is what it is.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a divide and conquer game. There was I think the British went over to Africa at one point, and at that time there was no like separation between the groups over there. Well, they named one group one thing and another group another thing, and then they just pit them against each other, you know. And they've done that. I mean, people have done that for a very long time. The whole divide and conquer and like putting people in little groups. Echo chambers.
Well, I mean, that's it's been a successful strategy, right? Like, and what I'm especially finding is troubling is that a lot of people get attracted to these like theological, Christian nationalists, traditional, so-called traditionalist communities for legit reasons, right? They're confused and they're looking for truth and they're looking for meaning. And it's like those really fundamentally good, positive human drives that we all feel just get weaponized in order to ruin us.
Well, that was the whole point of creating the Moscow Patriarchate. Like Stalin had seen that, he couldn't delete the church altogether because he would have soldiers and their wives would want to go to church or something like that. So he's like, okay, so we'll give you a church, but it's going to be our church and controlled by the Communist Party. So that's continued to this day. So there is a lot of people on like a lower level that don't know what's going on, and they are sincere people, you know. But yeah, it's being weaponized. Like confessions are being weaponized, for instance, and used to gather intelligence on people.
Well, that's unfortunately the vulnerability of that we all live in a modern, basically globalized world, right? That this world that really is, dystopian and horrible. It's dystopian and horrible because basically all this technology, all these means of the state to interconnect us, and I guess now the super state, right? Because now we don't really live in states, we live in like a just a global soup. That's all about control. It's all about control. There is no anti-authoritarian use of technology. It will always end up becoming weaponized against people by those who hold the technology.
Well, if you listen to what they say, like, Wilson was talking about this, and Machine, you pointed it out too, with like that DPH thing, is like they're talking about creating like a kingdom of heaven on earth or something. You know what I mean? Like a utopian Orthodox, supposedly Orthodox society or something, man. And that's never been taught by the church ever. You know what I mean? That was never even thought. But then they'll say, well, that was the whole purpose of monarchy, and it's like, no, it wasn't. That's what the communists did, but and I don't know, but all of them
What's fascinating. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. If you had more that you wanted to say.
Yeah, but it's called theistic evolution, and as far as nationalism goes, that's a condemned heresy as far as Orthodoxy is concerned. It's called ethnophilitism. I think that was condemned in maybe the 1700s or something. But now today, you see these guys, they'll push that, white nationalism, any form of nationalism. That's not supposed to be taught. But they conflate these teachings and they push it to the public as if this is something the church has always taught. So people are kind of lulled to sleep and by these wolves in sheep's clothing. That's the way I see it.
Yes, the whole post-millennialism idea, right? This idea of creating heaven on earth, that's a
Chiliism, right? Yeah, Chiliism. Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely it.
Well, it's a heresy that comes out of liberalized Protestantism from the 19th century. Nobody proposed it before the 19th century, and it comes directly out of basically the Reformed Calvinists in the 19th century. A bunch of them went like way liberal, and they started saying, "Oh, maybe really the goal is to transform the world so that we can have like this perfect Christian kingdom where everybody is just so morally good by virtue of how we've helped them progress basically through theology, technology, everything, that really this is the kingdom of heaven, right? And that is called post-millennialism because it's like the reign of Christ is at the end of this 1,000-year reign, or this basically a 1,000-year reign of us, and then Christ gets tacked on at the end.
Yeah, it's craziness. Well, see, as far as like the ancient church and the early church was concerned, the chief goal for the church was the salvation of human souls, right? Now that's been put on the back burner and it's all about efficiency. And the church has turned more into like a corporation or an institution for worldly goals, right?
For sure.
And that's never supposed to be what it's for, right? And you'll see like those that push the Talmud, they'll preach sort of the same type of thing, this utopian society. The communists preach that, like, it's a recurring theme, and it's just been putting an Orthodox sticker over this old, this chiliastic idea. It's crazy.
Well, it's especially pernicious because it would seem that Eastern Orthodoxy ought to be the branch of Christianity that's like the farthest from this, right? Like, from what I understand of Eastern Orthodox theology and its understanding of, say, like the end times, there's absolutely nothing remotely utopian or world focused, right, about it. It just seems like it's just, as far as I know, nobody started promoting this stuff in Orthodoxy until all these Protestant converts showed up.
Well, yeah. Well, this too, it started really in the 1920s, right after the Tsar was taken out, right? So 1917, the Tsar's taken out. At that point, we had a monarch, and the purpose of the monarch was he could go and take out a heretic from a hierarchy if he wanted to, right? He could like get rid of these people. Well, once he's taken out, they can't. So you got like this Freemason Molotius Motekis in the 20s. He rises to the top of the Greek church, and then he pushes for a change of a new calendar. and then all these reforms, right? And these reforms were to get closer relations with the Angelicans and the Roman Catholics, and then you have the World Council of Churches. You know what I mean? So these are really where this type of reformed theology comes from, because it's Orthodoxy is simulating to Protestantism and Western, idealism. Really, yeah.
如果没有遇见你，那将会是在哪里？日子过得怎么样？人生是否要珍惜？
Yo, is Joel streaming?
He was last night.
Oh, nice.
That was the whole stream. It was
That was
it's an hour of that.
You know how
Joel's
you can
best.
send emojis while the video's playing? Like, the whole time I was like trying to match up the emojis, like the heart emojis, with the way the song was going.
Yeah, that's some devout praise right there.
Venerating Stalin.
Yeah,
Don't they have, like,
now we'll venerate the Mossad with with our friend Grid One Motorsports.
Don't they have a like Stalin icon in a cathedral somewhere in Russia?
Yeah, they have.
Right.
They've put out multiple iconography. See, and they also support the patriarchy setup. So Sergius was where the term Sergianism comes from, where the church bows to the state and becomes an instrument of the state, right? And he was complicit in the deaths of millions of Orthodox Christians. It's where the catacomb church comes involved with all that. And but yeah, they have icons of Stalin and Lenin, and
you support Zionism. Is that it? I'm kind of lukewarm on the issue, to be honest. I'm good
Sad
if we
trombone.
do. I'm good if we don't.
I'm good if we do.
Not
I'm good if
really.
we don't.
Not really.
Lukewarm on all kinds of evil.
Right.
Really,
Is this guy? I'm not
I'm
familiar
good
with.
if we do. Lukewarm on the issue, to be honest. I'm good if we do. I'm good if we don't. Not really a deal breaker for me.
Is this guy? I'm not really.
I think the
familiar with him.
Mossad are some.
Is he in the Christian nationalist sphere? I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Is this a post-it debate or?
I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side. The Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side. I think the Mossad are some
clip that.
pretty cool people to have on your side.
Unbelievable.
I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your
That's
side.
real
I think the
sus.
Mossad are some
AF.
pretty cool people to have on your side. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side.
What? Okay. I guess the Mossad are some pretty cool people, folks. Hope they're on our side,
Tripping, dude.
Yeah, we got to link up the Mossad unit and the jihad unit.
Ruh-roh. Be careful of what you wish for, sir.
Yeah, we got to get Benjamin in here. You mean?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, blessings. but yeah, what a weird statement to make on a show. But yeah. With the Mossad, questionable.
Well, you'd think that they would say the quiet part out loud a little less if they were a little smarter.
Yeah.
That's that's definitely a clippable moment. We got to look into it. Whatever is going on, and obviously both of them were on Fox News. Wilson and the other lady who's the presenter, Raging Tomato. So that's also interesting because it's a very Zionist friendly platform over there on Fox News. I don't know if you guys ever
1,000%.
I don't know if you guys ever noticed that. They
You know what's
really
interesting?
love
All the time.
Israel.
All the
They
time.
really love Israel. Yep.
Didn't
You know what's interesting about all this is that you know how they sort of be they'll say like, oh, you're a NATO bot, or you know, CIA, you're CIA or something if you go against anything they're talking about. Well, I know somebody that lived in Russia, and you know, they went and got one of their newspapers, and it looks just like the New York Times. And guess all the names on these newspapers are a specific race of people. You know what I mean? And those same people are in control of our newspapers in the United States. Like, you know what I'm saying? So what's really going on? I don't think there's so much of a battle going on there. I think there's a dividing up of things, you know.
Didn't Andrew Wilson a couple years ago have like a fake feud with the Groypers, and he was threatening to expose them for all their ickiness or whatever?
Oh, I mean, you know, it's funny. You should.
Kind of shortly after that, just like one after another, an entire SWAT team surround my house with machine guns multiple times. You know what I mean? And it was like it was just this kind of ongoing cycle of punishment, you know. And I never responded with the same tactics. I never did. I never doxed a single person. I never swatted a single person. Now, I don't know that America First is responsible for any of that, or if it was a private actor, you know, or any. I don't actually know, but I know that it was the conflict with him that led to.
Clips for days, son.
Got clipping. I'm well rounded in the clip game.
Well, how's he calling the lodge and getting their take on it and still getting swatted or something? You'd think they would tip off the department.
Oh shit! Should we play the lodge clip? That's too much.
It's a pretty good point.
Should we play the lodge clip? Uh-oh.
Spaghetti-o.
Freemasons. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit going on. But yeah, who are these groups a part of? What's their rise to fame? They're so-called. I mean, and you know, obviously internet fame, which is a lot more private, right? People don't look into your funds as much, that sort of thing, right? You don't have contracts sort of under the radar, right? Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Browns was talking to me about that, like, you know, this whole washing money type thing. You know, it made sense.
Oh yeah, dude. Like all this dono shit is they're getting paid through alternative means. I mean, that's what I think it is. I mean, if certain people pay them, it's like they're. I mean, it's they get paid in ways that they don't have to report the money, right? And shit. Yeah, 47.
47 in chat. You got 47 people on here.
Yeah, we actually do. Yeah.
We got a flow
It's
state.
because of flow state. Yeah, it's not normal.
Oh, okay.
It's not. Yeah. Yeah. You're thinking you're like, what? Yeah, because Unseen Warfare is here all the time.
Because
like,
you know
like,
who's here on a Saturday.
What are
morning,
you doing,
right?
dog? Like, yeah.
They gotta watch their Saturday morning cartoons.
Yeah, that's right. I've been on their ass, dude. True game. You know, I've been on that shit since day one. I've been on their ass. Real talk. I mean, I called that shit out day one. I said, this is fake shit. I said, starting with the fact that these are not Christians. These are fake Christians, right? And I'm not an expert on what a Christian is, but I could tell you one thing is that I looked into it and it doesn't pan out. I mean, because there's a lot of things missing.
I mean,
So
we've been saying this for a long time too, you know. But I mean, the strange thing is those that are actually Christians, they're calling, you know, schismatics and heretics, man.
well, yeah, that was
You
one of
know,
the
the
things
thing
that did
that
it for
got
me too.
me, that put me off is the fact that like so many of these people that are in this space, right, will literally brag about being so hungover that they can't make it to liturgy after a night of drinking. I was like, is that, I don't understand where the theosis is in that, right? Like, and they're not saying it like, oh, confessionally, right? They're saying it like, oh, look at how cool I am.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That is crazy.
Yeah, Christianity and alcohol.
Well, you know, we're sort of in this like age of apostasy, and like a lot of these guys are really lukewarm, because you could tell them like, okay, so in the history of the church, how many, you know, the saints? I'll give you like an example. Like Saint Maximus the Confessor broke with 3 patriarchates that were pushing a heresy. Well, they say today you can't do that. Well, if you break with a heretic, then you're leaving the church. It's like how can you be orthodox and in communion with heresy? That doesn't make any sense. You know, it's like by this logic, they should have stayed with the Roman Catholics. You know what I mean, or something like. They're crypto uniates, really. That's what it is. That's what ecumenists are.
Yeah, let me
And they'll
see if this.
disseminate and make every excuse in the book to keep this apostasy and lukewarmness going. You know.
So
I don't
see
know.
this right here, flow state show for the audience that is here. You know what I mean? I was on flow state show the other day, and man, shit popped off, homie. Let me just say this much. Essentially got into you know what I mean? So as you can see, you know what I mean? Here, hold on, let me full screen this for the audience here because a lot of them are from the flow state. I mean, so this whole shebanger right here, 9 minutes. I mean 9 hours. Sorry, in to an atheist reads the Bible, verse 1 by Powder Dusty channel. You know what I mean? Which is probably the channel y'all are coming from. But yeah, this show, I'm on this show. I mean, so yeah, go ahead and check that out if you guys want. I mean, we had a throwdown with some Calvinist dude.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, talking about, you know, you can't beat your wife in the Bible, or you're not allowed to. And I said, where's that forbidden in the Bible? And that's total horseshit. I mean, and by the way, you know what I should have asked him? I should have asked him, man, when the women are in your church, you know what I mean, and they don't cover their hair, do you cut their fucking hair off? Like you should. I mean, like real talk. I mean, pull them aside and cut their fucking hair off. I mean, real talk. I mean, follow your book. I mean, whatever, dude.
Well, you know, and I've mentioned this to you before. Like a lot of the times, it's not a man having to go up to a woman and tell her to put her head covering on. The women sort of police that in the church. You know what I mean? It's like, but I mean, it's not even policing. From what I've seen, it's like people want to do that. You know, it's not like like this is going against our will or in some way. You know what I mean? I don't
Well,
know.
it's like, you know, we've been so trained in the West to have this like bizarre maladaptive cult of rebellion and nonconformity, right? But
Right. Yeah.
really, you know, if you don't grow up with it, it's like, yeah, like of course you want to do what's normal, right?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are getting sort of see through that, and you know, at least from because I'm true Orthodox, we're a little different than the world Orthodox. It's like our people want to hold everything to the old ancient way of doing it. You know, I mean, we don't want to change anything the way that it's was preached by the apostles and the saints throughout the ages. And people take it pretty serious. So I don't know, that you're rarely ever going to have a problem where somebody's like, a woman's coming in and like I don't want to wear a head covering or something. You know what I mean? I've never seen that.
Yeah, I guess. Well, that's the thing, right? And you probably wouldn't have seen it 1,000 years ago either.
No, it wouldn't even been thought of, right? It's just like second nature, really. It's a piety and respect thing, and it's not for. I don't even think it's for anybody else either. It's I think the people doing that, are doing that because of their faith.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're gonna take a little musical break unless anybody has another comment here. Little 10-minute break here so I can meditate here real quick and do some things. And then we'll return with some ellul text. I mean, but yeah,
Just
you guys.
real quick, apparently
for
the
sure.
whole head covering thing was more of like, I mean, even the Bible says about it being customs, but apparently it wasn't just Christians. It was like a lot of the people at the time that were really into head coverings. Apparently, I'm not doing it any justice. Maybe Trad has a better idea, but
I mean, you see
Yeah,
head
I'm sure.
covering.
I'm sure that was just a cultural tradition too, right?
It's
Of the
pretty
region.
pretty common, and like you'd be surprised how many societies actually have some sort of head covering. Like even people that are not, quote unquote conservative or patriarchal, right? Like you get Southeast Asian hill tribes and stuff that'll wear, fairly ornate head coverings for women.
right. So you have to
Yeah,
kind of go outside the Bible to really get an idea of what that's about. In
check
my
out
opinion.
this. Yeah, that's a hell of a babushka.
Yeah, speaking of head coverings.
Yeah,
But
blessings.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So here's some panel jazz I recorded with Twilight, Son of Lilith, where he's talking. And I don't mean to be blasphemous with this to our friend Unseen Warfare. It was just what he was. It was just what he was playing, and I thought it was interesting because he's talking about simulation theory. I mean, so he's reading some type of apocryphal work, but yeah, I mean,
I'm sure it's not the worst thing he's ever said I've heard.
Facts.
Well, it's somebody else. He's playing something, but it's interesting what he's playing. But yeah, it just went. I just happened to be watching an eagle flying, right? Because I like to not, because if you turn on YouTube, there's a lot of like, I don't know. It'll show me like a lot of like, how do I say this politely? White ladies with fat asses, right? So I'll just turn on eagles or something like that, because I'm fasting. I mean, but yeah, blessings. But yeah, I was listening to Lilith and watching this eagle shit, and yeah, it kind of put me in a meditative mood. I'm gonna listen to this and maybe chill out with you guys for a minute. Blessings. And we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Profound. Reality is a simulation, and Jesus knew it, and he tried to warn us, but the church erased it. Sound crazy? Well, then ask yourself this. Have you ever wondered if everything that you see, everything you touch, could be an illusion, a hologram, a simulation, a cosmic deep state? Jesus already figured this out 2,000 years ago. And what's even wilder is that modern physics is proving right. See, today, scientists are
So a good way to meditate is to sit in a position, with your back upright, You know what I mean? And to focus your eyes and the tip of your tongue on the roof of your mouth and your eyes at the top of your you know what I mean? At the top point of your skull. I mean, so that your eyes and your tongue are fixed. They're not moving around. You know what I mean? And you know, you want to focus on your breath. You know what I mean? So yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, you guys could do that with me. You know what I mean? Let's meditate together. Blessings, right?
Discovering that matter doesn't even exist, that everything is just structured information, a projection from a higher reality. Here's the crazy part. An ancient book called The Sophia of Jesus Christ revealed the secret almost 2,000 years ago, and the church was so terrified of what it said, they began. So if this world is an illusion, then who built it? And more importantly, how do you escape? And by the end of this video, you'll know. The Sophia of Jesus Christ is a book that was likely written in the 1st or 2nd century CE, and the church was not happy. They tried to control all who leaked this info by banning it and persecuting anyone who had it. But luckily, it was discovered in 1945 near the tombs of Egypt. And in this book, Jesus appears not in the flesh, but is pure blood and light. But who is the Sophia in the Sophia of Jesus Christ? Well, Sophia is the Greek word for wisdom. So this book is called The Wisdom of Jesus Christ. But Sophia is also a goddess of pure light, more powerful than the God of the Bible. So we'll get to that soon. But first, what exactly does this book the church feared so much actually reveal? According to this book, after the crucifixion, Jesus' followers were basically having...
I have to give him credit. Even though I disagree with the whole simulation, his idea of the simulation is a simulation based in consciousness, and that is really just terminology at that point. And his understanding of this text is pretty damn good.
The man that they thought was going to bring about in reality was just dead, game over. Or so they thought, because something insane happened. According to the Sophia of Jesus Christ, Jesus returned, but not in the way that anyone was expecting. He was about to reveal that this world is nothing like what it seems. The text says, the Savior appeared, not in his previous form, but in the invisible spirit, and his likeness resembles a great angel of light. But his resemblance I must not describe. No mortal flesh could endure it, but only pure, perfect flesh. So this was Jesus 2.0, not as a body, but as light. A light that's so pure, the average person couldn't even look at it. So why is this important? Well, he wasn't just trying to make a dramatic entrance. Jesus was showing that he basically hacked his way out of the simulation, because reality is not even matter. He was like Neo, free from the Matrix, and his message to the disciples, reality is God. Now, his disciples, which were 12 men and 7 women, according to this book, gathered around the mountain filled with divination and joy. And they were confused. They had seen Jesus die, but here he was, like an angel of light. And they weren't asking him about love thy neighbor, fish and loaves, or turning the other cheek. They wanted the answers. So they straight up asked him, what is the underlying reality of the universe? Now, hold on for a minute. Pause. Do you notice something different here? This isn't the Bible story they tell you in church. They weren't asking about simple moral lessons or parables. They wanted to know what reality itself actually is. And Jesus, he didn't sugarcoat it. He didn't tell them to just have faith or pray on it. Instead, he hit them with this. I want you to know that all men, from the foundation of the world until now, while they have inquired about God, who he is, and what he is like, they have not found him. The wisest among them have speculated from the ordering of the world and its movements, but their speculation has not reached the truth. So Jesus was saying that no one is profound. Greatest philosopher, not the holiest priest, not
one of my favorite texts.
One of the universe after one ayahuasca trip, because they've all been looking at the right place. But Jesus wasn't trapped like them because he wasn't from here. He tells them, I, who came from infinite light, am here, for I know him, light, that I might speak to you about the precise nature of the truth. So Jesus is straight up saying that he came from beyond this world, beyond this simulation, this illusion, this prison of a false reality. And then he casually drops this bombshell. I want you to know that everything that exists was brought forth from a single source of infinite light, but the world itself is polluted. So did you catch that? He just said that everything that exists, everything was born from a singularity of infinite life. Do you know how crazy this is? This is a book that's almost 2,000 years old, and Jesus was literally talking about the Big Bang thousands of years before modern science even existed. But Jesus didn't stop there. The world we live in, he's saying it's not real and that everything comes from light, but the material world is a polluted version of that something greater, purer, that's hidden from us. Alright, so maybe you're thinking, okay, but this is all just a bunch of mystical mumbo-jumbo speculation, right? Well, no, it turns out that modern physics has been inching towards the exact same conclusion, except instead of calling it divine revelation, they called it quantum mechanics. Enter David Bohm, who was one of the most influential physicists of the 20th century. He took one look at reality and basically said, yeah, this is all an elaborate light show. Bohm proposed that everything we perceive as solid matter is actually born from light. Sound familiar? Bohm said, light can carry information about the entire universe. Light, by interactions of different rays, produces particles in all the diverse structures of matter. There are ripples on this vast ocean of light. This ocean of energy could be thought of as an ocean of light. Okay, think about that. The universe itself, everything you see, touch, or experience in general, it's not actually solid. It's patterns of condensed and structured light. So if it's all light, then why does it still hurt when you stub your toe? Well, Bohm described matter as frozen.
Where do I get into the new science of heaven and plasma cosmology? Oh, man.
He said, all matter is a condensation of light into patterns moving back and forth at average speeds, which are less than the speed of light. In other words, everything we call physical is just light pretending to be solid, light that's been slowed down, and this aligns perfectly.
Science and spirituality are about to be one.
With what the Gnostic gospel of Jesus was saying thousands of years ago. When Jesus...
There won't be need for belief anymore.
But as pure light, he wasn't just trying out a new look because he thought it looked cool. He was showing them that this world, the material world, is an illusion of light. It's part of a structured, interconnected, light-based simulation. And to make this make even more sense, I want to try a quick thought experiment. Imagine a pool of water. Well, the water represents pure light. Now imagine parts of that water freezing into ice. That ice, well, that's like matter. It's still water. It hasn't become something else. It's just a different state of the same fundamental substance. So just like ice is transformed water, matter is transformed light. Exactly. Reality isn't what it seems. And to begin to see through the illusion is to realize that we were never separate from the light.
Exactly.
We've just been slowed down, frozen into form, trapped in a dense illusion. The truth, we've always been part of the infinite source. Now, before we reveal more mind-blowing things that Jesus said in this banned gospel, I want you to understand how reality could be a structured simulation of life. And to do that, let's think about holograms. Now, a hologram is an image that looks real, that looks like it's three-dimensional, but it's actually just structured light. How? Well, it works by manipulating how light waves interact with each other, and it creates an illusion of depth and form. So at its core, a hologram is possible because light behaves like a wave. So when you look at a hologram, your eyes aren't seeing a physical object. Instead, they're seeing a structure of light, and your brain interprets these patterns as three-dimensional form, even though no actual object exists. Now, here's where it gets weird, because the universe is like a giant hologram. What we see as physical is just a reflection of deeper information. In other words, what if physical reality is like a hologram that you can touch and feel? In this Gnostic gospel, Jesus is saying something very similar almost 2,000 years ago. Now, this was not the message the early church wanted people to hear. Jesus was Neo and Morpheus rolled into one. He was standing there basically holding out red pills, trying to break people out of the matrix. Now, the disciples were still trying to understand what Jesus was feeling. If the world is an illusion, and if everything they've ever known was false, then where was the real truth, and who was God, really? And how could they possibly find it if the wisest people in history weren't able to? Well, Jesus said, since no one rules over him, he has no name. For whoever has a name is the creation of another. So Phillip, probably rethinking his entire existence, is trying to understand and asks, Lord, how then did he, the source, appear to the perfect ones? In other words, if no one has ever seen God, if he has no physical form, if he can't even be named, then how can anyone know him? By the way, that's why calling this source of reality he is already wrong. But since the text uses it, we'll roll with it for now. But in reality, the true God, the source of divine light, is beyond gender, beyond form, beyond anything we can imagine. So Philip had a good question, and Jesus has a great answer. Before anything is visible, the majesty and the authority are in him, since he embraces the whole of the totalities while nothing embraces him. Everything. The entire universe, every star, every soul, every hidden reality, everything exists within this infinite source, and he exists within us. In other words, the source is in everything. So to begin to understand the invisible realm, the hidden realm, it's about beginning to realize that it's in everything visible, everything out there and inside of you. And then Jesus drops a revelation that science is just now catching up to. For he is all mind, and he is thought, and considering, and reflecting, and rationality, and power. They are equal powers. They are the sources of the totalities. Okay, let's break that down. The universe, it's not made of matter, it's not physical, it's thought, it's pure mind. Now wait, hold up. Didn't we just say reality is light? Now we're saying it's mind? So which is it? Both. Here's the crazy.
They're the same.
Anything else in the universe. It moves at the absolute speed limit of reality. Nothing can go faster. And here's where it gets weirder. Photons, particles of light, have no mass. And if we imagine a reality from the perspective of a photon, it wouldn't experience space. It wouldn't experience time. In other words, light isn't physical. Light isn't matter. Light is mind. And the true God, he's not a king who rules over others. It's pure mind. Pure light. Everything we experience is thought made manifest. Light slowed down. Thought and light are the same thing. This is a reality of thought, a reality of light, not of matter. Sound crazy? Well, guess what? This aligns perfectly with what some of the greatest minds in physics have discovered. So check this out. This isn't just some mystical woo-woo bullshit. This idea that reality is not made of matter but mind has been sitting right under science's nose for over years. And some of the greatest pioneers of quantum mechanics were basically one step away from quoting the Sophia of Jesus Christ themselves. Meet Max Planck, the physicist who literally founded quantum mechanics.
Yeah, blessings, guys. Yeah, I mean, it's just informational, really.
Yeah, what I found interesting is he mentioned, you know, this text sort of talked about like the Big Bang Theory, you know, and he's saying this came from like the 1st or 2nd century. Well, a Jesuit is actually who came up with, you know, the theory of the Big Bang, right? And not only that, the Jesuits also discovered the electromagnetic light spectrum, supposedly studying Kabbalistic texts. So,
yeah, if you go read Avicenna,
yeah,
and you see that whole thing about causality, and he basically invented science. He's like a Persian. And then Aquinas seemed to have taken the cosmological argument. So in the 1200s, it seemed like Aquinas knew. I think it's in the 1200s. Aquinas, you know, he already knew about, you know, the cosmological argument that this dude had created in Persia in 900 AD. I mean, that's basically, yeah, that's basically that since, you know, and it's still used by theologians today. It's that, you know, that God is a necessary existent being, the causeless cause, right? Essentially, that if you were to have causality go back to infinity, it would be an infinite regress. So they said there must be a necessary existent, right? Because infinity cannot be traversed. So you'd never get to where we are now, right? That's one thing, right? But another thing is that, you know, yeah, so you can't have an infinite regress in the past, right? So, yeah, so he argued that there had to be a necessary existent being who was uncaused that basically caused everything to exist. I mean, through, but, you know, essentially this being would not have to be all powerful. And he also argued that it could just be the universe itself. Right.
So like
So
an
he's,
impersonal God. Yeah, that's a reoccurring theme. I see that like, you know, in a few different areas. And
yeah, he's a deist, you know, so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so they're taking this idea of the universal mind. He was a Neoplatonist, essentially. You know, Avicenna or Ibn Sina, that's his name in Persian. I mean, so Avicenna was not his actual name. Ibn Sina means essentially the son of somebody named Sina.
So it's like an early form of what kind of the Kabbalah teaches today, Neoplatonic, Gnostic, creation theory, or I don't know. They wouldn't even say it's a creation in the same sense that we would. It's a
Yeah, if you
cause.
go, if you go to Avicenna and Maimonides, right, and of course Aquinas is sandwiched in between these two thinkers. They incorporated the cosmology of Aristotle into their ideas, so they were basically rejected in the Islamic world. Maimonides. A lot of rabbis had a problem with Maimonides when he came out, right? Because Maimonides sort of said that God is immaterial and that he can only work through like these, universals and not particulars and all this strange stuff he incorporated from Neoplatonism.
Barlam had a very similar idea. The guy that
Yeah.
debated with St. Gregory
Yeah.
Palamas.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
basically,
Before.
you could only know God through knowledge,
Yeah.
like reading about him or something. Like,
yeah. Before somebody like Isaac Luria, Maimonides was huge. He thought Maimonides was like the big guy, right? So for the Messianics, so for some groups, they say from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
There's a story, I think, about not Luria, but the Simon guy who tried to revolt or something.
Kokba?
Maybe what? Maybe it's
Simon Bar
somebody
Kokba.
else. Go ahead.
What was it, Simon Bar Kokba you talking about?
Yeah, I think it's him. Right. Well, didn't they say he came up with some of that Kabbalistic stuff too? And I think that they have like a tradition in the Talmud where, like, Moses is watching him from heaven, and he's like, not understanding these diagrams he's making or something. I don't know. There's some weird story like that. I'd have to find it. I'll try to find it, send it to you. But yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what I mean? It's interesting that that channel. I want to talk more with that fella because he seems like he's into some type of Lovecraftian Cthulhu type of stuff. I mean, I want to figure out what he's reading in the Accelerationist and in ellul. You know what I mean? Because they are talking about some sort of Cthulhu spirit. I mean, that's being summoned through the technology. You know what I mean? Ellul's trying to give people an exorcism from this whole thing, and it seemed like, I mean, in terms of the accelerationists, they have heavy occult ties and leanings. Right? They
Yeah,
overly,
absolutely.
they overly stretch. Like people like Nick Land, they understand the link between dispensationalism and futurism. I mean, and all of these types of ideas, right? And the link between evolution and transhumanism and all these types of things. I mean, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
And all that's connected to the ecumenical movement as well, because it's like the combining of all these religions into like one thing. This new age Superman super religion, like it's pretty gnarly.
Yeah. And I don't know if you saw earlier, but I posted something about ellul on Twitter,
mm-hmm.
and a profile named Jacques Ellul liked it. So I went to the profile, and it's like a whole bunch of his quotes and stuff. So it's interesting.
Oh, so you got
So
the attention of the ellul community now.
the ellul community, that's right.
The
They're into,
elluls.
they're into this. Yeah, so so it's pretty soon. We may have an expert here in you know that's going to look at the ideas about Christian anarchism, and then maybe we could look at this ellul interview that I have. I have an exclusive interview that we've translated into English. And yeah, we're going to be showing you guys this interview soon. Yeah, but check this out. It says the application of European agricultural techniques represented an incomparable forward step when compared, for example, to Indian methods, but it involved certain unforeseen consequences. Okay, Ellul's talking about, agricultural methods, right? And the replacing of the diversity of crops, right, with a single crop, right, to increase production, right? And so you can apply methods of industrial farming. Right now, they've had a collective loss in, in diversity of crops because of that, right? So this is a problem because we can't just eat, one mass-produced fucking grain. Now, obviously, corn and soy and all this shit is like in every fucking thing.
Yeah.
Right? And, they're feeding it to the pigs and the chickens and the cows, and it's totally genetically modified. You can't grow this stuff without spraying massive amounts of pesticides on this shit. And obviously, when they feed it to the pigs and the chickens and cows, they become mutated in the process, right? And so does the land, right? The bugs and the fishes and the fucking soil gets fucked up in the process too.
And then that goes to man as well,
Yeah.
Crazy.
So, I mean, yeah, so this unfortunate effect, like we read earlier in Silent Spring, the shit was found in fucking polar ice caps. And
that's
fucking,
what happens when greed and efficiency become the main, focus and not quality over, quantity and just getting things out there, man. That's wild.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And Rachel Carlson, Silent Spring, we were reading, she said the fucking pesticides were in everything. In the birds, the fishes, in the polar regions, everywhere. In the fucking trees.
They're turning the frogs gay, dude.
Exactly. So that's the thing, is like you can't get this shit out. I mean, PCBs, you can't get them out. I mean, they're gonna stay in there for like 100 years. So this is the problem. Is that we got a bunch of idea. Okay, where we're poisoning ourselves because of technical efficiency, degrading one of the main facets of survival, and people don't think that technical efficiency is totally deranging, human life, or totally transforming human life. Good Lord. These people are some very blind slaves. Definitely. But yeah, the application of these techniques, right? Okay,
it's
they call
super autistic. That's what the way I look at it. I hate to use that term, but you know what I mean? Like, it's like overly logical. It's like, we're doing good. It's like, are you really though?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the application of these techniques. He said all of the most rudimentary techniques of agriculture, the resulting deforestation modified hydrographic features, the rivers became torrents, the drainage waters provoked catastrophic erosion, the topsoil was completely carried away by the agriculture. Agriculture became impossible. The fauna, depending on the exercise of the forest, disappeared. In this way, the food-producing possibilities of the vast regions vanished. Okay, this is a result of industrial agriculture, right? Then he says, the same situation is developed as a result of the cultivation of peanuts in Senegal, of cotton in the south of the United States, and so on. None of this represents, as is commonly said, a poor application of technique. one guided by selfish interest. It is simply technique. And I said it's not a type of technique. It's not that people want to produce mass quantities of food, at cheap value, and have to spray the shit out of everything, and you have to practice these industrial. No, it's a consequence of having supermarkets and all these types of things. Right? You can't have those things without these methods of production. Right? So yeah, it's not because people are trying to starve. There's no evil guy behind the reins that's trying to starve everyone.
No, there's not. It's just
Yeah, this
greed.
is the problem.
It's a greed thing, and it's just make as much money as you possibly can and cut as many corners to do it, and not think of the consequences of your actions. Just throwing the stone the farthest and cracking heads along the way. It's nuts, man. It is. And people are so nihilistic, they don't care because it's just me, here and now. So
yeah, blessings to the homie. Here, hold on. I gotta actually scooch up here. Yeah, blessings to Carpenter's Journey, OTW News, Divine Spark. I saw you in here. Blessings Zephyr. You tell me. Orthodox guy. Don't know who that
room
is.
enough for the both of us. No, I don't know.
Yeah, that's funny because that's how he sounds too. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he might have thought we were mocking him now. Yeah. No. He doesn't.
Dude, sorry.
Ricardo Sunshine. OTW News. I don't know. Maybe I said all these people. Bill Hicks. I mean, oh yeah, Hanko Flamio's here. Blessings. I mean.
Okay. First thing.
5-speed. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Yeah. So the claim is that all those other people are nihilistic.
Yeah. No. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I need people accept responsibility for themselves at least. You got to explain everyone else is nihilistic. Pretty much, people who don't watch out for themselves or screwed over, left for dead. So I implore everyone to watch out for themselves because you can't trust over half the other people.
Well, why is that?
Because they're untrustworthy.
Okay, so what led up to that?
And the second thing is, you're misusing the term autistic.
Shut up, Hank. Anyways.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, blessings to the people from Urban Adventures. I mean, yeah, thank you for being here. Okay, we now have 68 people watching. So be careful what you say. I guess.
I got you. Look, Hank, what I meant by that is overly logical. That's the way I was using the term. And I even said I probably shouldn't use this term in that way. So I didn't mean any offense to anybody. Second of all, I think that if we're in a nihilistic society that's breeding this idea that you can't trust anybody, I think that's propaganda for the most part. Sure, there are people out there that you can't trust, but the majority of people are pretty good, and you can trust them. And we should be, probably helping out our communities more than feeding this corporate monster. That's my idea about it.
These corporate monsters is our community. That's the interface for them.
No, I don't believe so. I think that that maybe in large cities that's the case where it's like those lines have been blurred, but I mean there's still places out there, where there's communities that aren't dictated by some corporation out there, and there's mom and pop stores and things that you can support without having to be integrated into some corporate monster like we're talking about. But for most people, maybe that is the case. But what do? And I would say it's kind of like the Tao, like a return to primal simplicity, or in an Orthodox context, there has to be some theosis there. Like it's like if we're going to keep running towards this illusion of progress, we're gonna reap what we sort of sow, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
but these mom and pop stores are also corporations, and usually they just function as arbitrage with someone bigger.
Well, there's a conflation there. There's two different types of capitalism in that situation. There's a globalist type of capitalism, and then there's the good kind where it's like the common man can support his family. So again, that's you're comparing apples to oranges, but whatever.
It's the same thing.
Apples aren't oranges.
They're both fruits.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, brother. Yeah. I'll add you on Discord. We'll figure it out. We'll set up a date. I mean, I know I'm up in your Discord right now, because I came through to your show. I call into the Discord. So, yeah, definitely we'll come through, have a talk about Islam anytime. For the people out there, I mean, if you guys want to call in, talk about Islam, that's all free to talk about for you guys. I mean, definitely. And, yeah. And we'll be reading a section of the Quran too. I mean, so yeah, we'll be in there, reading part of Surah Baqarah soon. So I don't know when we'll do that. We're gonna bring Made by Machine Bob 2. So if you guys go to the Machine Lies channel, right, we got a special program there called Made by Machine Bob. Okay, let me put that in the chat, where we reviewed a Zionism debate. Right. So let me drop this out here for you guys. Right. Yeah, you'll charge to talk about Islam. You ain't charging nowhere, buddy boy. You're going to sit there and chat in the fucking peanut gallery and run your yappy boy. Right? That's all you got. I mean, this is Are We Not Men? This is a little girl. I mean, we all know this. I mean, come on, dude.
What's the beef there, bro? What's up?
Well, we'll leave them in the chat. Don't ban them from the chat. We're not going to give them the same treatment. I mean, because this
Oh, I'm
guy's
not gonna ban them. Heck no. I'm gonna see how much they charge. I mean, put up or shut up. How much you billing? You better do good presentations for us.
He said I'm buttered. Oh man.
No, what's your bill? What's your bill? How do I pay you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but the main thing is this: is that the railroad right now, it's Otto von Bismarck or somebody like that, right? In Germany, who created this Trans-Siberian Railroad, right? And in America, it was the Transcontinental Railroad. Now, this is both advancements during the 1800s. They built these railroad systems, right, that could transport supplies, right? Over long distances, right? And it became
Atlas
a sort of
Shrugged, bro.
Yeah, it was during the time of the Industrial Revolution. So this is the thing that the Industrial Revolution coincided with these technical advancements, right? That required huge amounts of workers in order to construct the railroads, and obviously it created a sort of socialism, right? Because now you can get the same products in California that you can in New York, right? Because of this transportation system, right? So so the whole idea is that it totally changed a lot of ideas, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why would we want your Cash App for chatting? I mean, you're practically useless. I mean, you've contributed nothing. I mean, so yeah,
Is this
yeah,
who I
like
think it
what?
is? Is that who
I
I
have
think
no
it is?
idea.
Oh, no, I don't know.
I have no idea, but this guy's contributed nothing. You mean but chat. You mean so yeah, the thing is that yeah, you got to get up on the panel and actually defend your views. because we can't just chat at people because we also have to read. I mean, but yeah. Oh yeah, Hank. Yeah, Hank's a big donor. I mean, yeah, the same situation is developing as a result of cultivation of peanuts in Senegal, of cotton in south of the United States, so on. None of this represents, as is commonly said, a poor application of technique, one guided by selfish interest, she says. It's simply just technique itself, technique in its own expression. And if the situation is rectified, quote, too late, unquote, by the abandonment of the old technique, it will only be as a consequence of some new technical advance. In any case, the first step was inevitable. Man can never foresee the totality of consequences of given technical action. History shows that every technical application from its beginning presents certain unforeseeable secondary effects. Okay, so these are 2 points that go together, right? That every technical advancement, once it's invented, right? Invention seeks application, right? And it needs to be assimilated into the system somehow, right? So as soon as techniques are developed, they're put to use, right? And obviously all of those techniques have unforeseen consequences. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it says the effects exist alongside those effects which were foreseen and expected, which represents something valuable and positive. Technique demands the most rapid possible application. Okay, I just said that. Right, I knew he would also add that in, right? Right, because it seems like those 2 points just naturally go together, right? Okay, the problems of our day are evolving rapidly and require immediate solutions, he says. Right, modern man is held by the throat of certain demands that will not be resolved by simply by the passage of time. The quickest possible counterthrust, often a matter of life and death, is necessary. When the parry specific to the attack is found, it is used. It would be foolish not to use the available means. But there is never time to estimate all the repercussions. In any case, they are most often unforeseeable. The more we understand the interrelation of all disciplines, the interaction of instruments, the less time there is to measure these effects accurately. Okay. Okay, obviously, the more complex a procedure is, the more the necessary result of the procedure is demanded, by the completion of its action. So complexity imbues assimilation, as I said earlier previously, right? It's obvious that, all forms of complexity seem to develop and, give forth predetermined results, right? So, that's clear. Okay, moreover, technique demands the most immediate application because it is so expensive. It must pay off. Yeah, that's true. Right? Okay, because, and now you see that in many different ideas, right? Technique is too big to fail. Right? Okay. Too many things are dependent on technique, right? For it not to have a sustainable development goals, right? Okay, it'll have to, right? Because the system has to cope, okay, with human pressure, right? So this is the same thing, right? Yeah. Depending on whether the regime is capitalist, communist, or fascist, respectively, there is no time for precautions. No time for precautions. You say words. Say words. Oh, it's too dumb to understand ellul. Oh, I knew that would be the case. I knew you couldn't speak intelligently about what I'm reading here. Oh, ellul's dumb. It's not you. It's not you that's dumb. It's ellul that's stupid.
Words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists. Words to tell me how are you even using words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists. Where do the words exist? Right? Like
So
they don't understand the basic philosophical underpinnings of what they're talking.
Yeah, I can't believe that. You know, are we not men can't understand the basic philosophical underpinnings.
Bro was cooked, dude. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what's that for? You can make a good argument for it being stupid, but he can't.
What a dumb fuck. A literal retard. Are we not little girls? I mean, ban that cocksucker from the chat. I mean, fuck that loser. I mean, have a good day, faggot. Right? Yeah, it says we are not brought back then to serious facts of this order. Yeah, when the distribution of dividends or salvation of the proletariat is at stake. Nor can we permit ourselves to say that these motives are no affair of the technique, and by faggot I mean cigarette, or a bundle of sticks. If none of them existed, there would be no money for technical research. There would be no technique. Technique cannot be considered in itself apart from its actual modes of existence. Okay. Now check this out. Now he gives a prime example of technique functioning in the domain of agriculture with unforeseen consequences, right, that have to be applied everywhere, right, that are too big to fail, right, that once they're developed have to be applied, right? And yeah, you know, we're talking about it now. Right? It says, we are brought back then to the serious facts of this order in certain agricultural research in England. Anti-parasitic agents called systemics were applied. An injection was made into a fruit tree, which as a consequence was infected with the agent from its roots to its leaves. Every parasite died, but nothing is known of the effects of the fruit or of the effects on man. In the long run, the effects on the tree. All that is known is that the agent is not an immediate deadly poison for the consumer. Such products are already commercially available. And it is probable that they will shortly be on a large scale. That's right. It is available on a large scale now. What we have said about systemics holds for the specific insecticide, DDT. It was announced originally that this insecticide was completely harmless for warm-blooded animals. Subsequently, DDT was widely used, but it was noted in 1951 that DDT in fatty solution, oily or otherwise, is actually a poison for warm-blooded animals and causes a whole complex of disturbances and diseases, in particular rickets. This fatty solution may be produced entirely by accident, as when cows treated with the chemical produce milk containing DDT. Rickets has been detected in cows nourished with such milk, and several international medical congresses since 1956 have drawn attention to the grave danger to children. Yeah, blessings, Hank. Thank you. But the real question is not the question of error. Errors are always possible. Two facts alone concern us. It is impossible to foresee all the consequences of a technical action, and technique demands that it produces that everything it produces be brought into a domain that affects the entire public. Okay. So we're now at the 3-hour mark in this recording, and yeah, definitely welcome to all the people for being here. Yeah. Yeah, I did think I could ban you. I mean, let me get this guy let me give this guy a hand here. Let's check this guy out. Yeah, blessings. I mean, yeah, let me see what's going on here. Oh, okay, somebody yeah, just yeah, we'll just hide all your accounts there. It's fine. Blessings. No problem. Yeah, of course you could be banned. I mean, of course you could be banned. You know, it's just just look at the flick of the wrist. Look at the flick of the wrist, man. You know, incredibly pressed to come and chat. I mean, incredibly pressed to come and chat. Yeah, you got any opinions on DDT about them turning human beings into machines, or or you're just gonna spurg in the chat about your lack of intelligence? What a bunch of, I mean, what a literal cuck for about 20 different shills, I mean, that exist online, and here to just make a bunch of noise. Shows how intelligent you are. As intelligent as the platforms you engage in. I mean, literally. Sad to see. And but yeah, the weight of technique is such that no obstacle can stop it. Seems like we got their attention though. And every technical advance is matched by a negative reverse side. Oh, what's wrong? You don't got any more accounts? Oh. An excellent study of the effect of petroleum explorations in the Sahara, 1958, concludes with the observation that most serious problem is increased in wretchedness of the local population. The causes for this growing misery, among others, are the supplanting of caravan traffic by motor vehicles, the disappearance of the date palms, disease through widespread chemical waste, and the disappearance of cereal grains because of non-maintenance of the irrigation works. This complex seems to represent a typical example. Oh, what's wrong, Bill Hicks? Oh, but when Jay Dyer does it, it's okay, and when Jim Bob does it, it's fine. It's based. It's based when the orthos do it. Oh, what a queer, dude. Calm
Yeah,
down.
that guy sucks. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, just try to relax, buddy. You're allowed here to chat, right? So chat respectfully, right? And notice you have nothing to say about ellul or anything else, right? No intelligent contribution. Isn't that incredible? Right? And they go in the other retard shows and they just loop for hours on the same subject. And the clowns type the same thing, follow each other around, chat to chat and type the same thing, parroting the same information from platform to platform. What a sucks, man. Literally, grow a fucking brain. Grow a fucking brain. The human being is delivered helpless in respect to life's most important and most trivial affairs, to a power which is in no sense under his control. For there can be no question today of man's controlling the milk he drinks or the bread he eats any more than his controlling his government. The same holds for the developments of the great industrial plants, transport systems, motion pictures, and so on. It is only after a period of dubious experimentation with the technique is refined to secondary consequences are modified through a series of technical improvements. Okay, now this is obvious, right? As I said earlier, specialized means create artificial needs. Artificial needs create unintended consequences which require compensatory mechanisms. Yeah, that's right. It's actually pretty funny. No worries, JS, man. Blessings. I mean,
so what you're
the
saying
people who
is
like it. I mean, here's the thing. The show's not for everybody. You know, the people who like it are gonna like it. The people who don't like it, I mean, it's fine. I mean, we're going over Jacques Ellul's Technological Society for people who are listening, and we are on page 107. But yeah, go ahead, please, my friend.
Yeah, so what he's talking about is sort of like, they're creating these imaginary problems that they're going to solve with these really efficient techniques, like churning out a product or whatever it is, right?
Here, hold on. Here, hold on a second. Let me just address this real quick. Are you stupid, Bill Hicks? Bill Hicks, Are We Not Men banned me from like 2 or 3 different chat rooms, so I banned him from my fucking chat room. Is that a fucking problem for me? I banned the guy who bans me everywhere? Okay, please go ahead, Unseen. Blessings, man.
Yeah, I was just saying, that they create these problems and intend to solve them with this, just like churning out some, product or whatever it may be to but then okay, so what is he saying that, and then that ends up causing a problem along the way, right? So for instance, with the crops, now you have all these crops that have pesticides, and they're having an effect on the the land around it and the people that's consuming the thing, right? And this wouldn't have happened unless there was some corporate greed involved or something. I don't know. So it's like a circular. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of stupid right now.
No, it's no worries. I'm pretty much fasting too. So it's just whatever's coming out is just it's in God's hands at this point. I mean,
I get what he's saying though. That's basically it though. Yeah. It's like they'll have an imaginary problem that they're supposedly solving that'll cause a real problem.
yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, this whole ensemble he's talking about, the ensemble of means. I mean, and and he's talking about how transport systems, industrial plants, motion pictures, they sort of synthesize means as well. I mean, that maybe. So he says, henceforth, someone will say it will be possible to tame the monster and separate the good results of technical operation from the bad. That may be, but in the same framework, the new technical advance will, in its turn, produce further secondary unpredictable effects. which are no less disastrous than the preceding ones, although they will be of another kind. De Castro declares the new techniques of the soil cultivation presuppose more and more powerful state control with its police power, its ideology, its propaganda machinery. This is the price we pay. If you don't want to engage with what we're talking about here, then I have no problem banning you from the chat. If you want to talk about how you're engaging in the chat and who's allowed to engage in the chat and your free speech rights in the chat, you have no rights in the chat. I control the chat. You have a right to start your own YouTube channel and control and moderate your chat however you like. So I don't care what you think about that. But if you have no opinions on what I'm talking about here, then I have no value in you being in the chat. Okay? Just to clarify. All right. But yeah. But yeah, he talks about De Castro, who talks about new techniques of cultivation presuppose more and more powerful state control. Okay. With its police power, its ideology, its propaganda machinery, this is the price we must pay. I mean, obviously, right? I mean, grocery stores, they're a huge convenience. You need industrial farms to have the grocery stores where almost everything is made out of corn. It's like 90% corn.
Yeah.
I mean, if you read I think it's like Botany of Desire by Michael Pollan or something like that. But yeah, the grocery store is 90% corn products. I mean, literally, you can't have it. I mean, without having obedient worker slaves and having industrial farming, right?
True.
So,
and the majority of the time, like with those like farms too, if you ever been around those, especially because I grew up in the South, it'll be like workers that don't aren't actually Americans. You know what I mean? Because they can pay them less. That's the thought behind it. And at the same time, people complain about that. But I mean, if you look around, that's what these particular especially with farming, they'll do that a lot. It's crazy.
Yeah. And we did an entire special on this, on deep ecology, okay, the industrial food system, and we even had Tariak here, to present some information. So yeah, we had some pretty interesting presentations. We had Ezra here from Mindful Exposures, to talk about alternative farming practices. It was just a fascinating special we did on deep ecology and the industrial food system. Lots of very key information that you guys need to know about what you're putting into your own body. Right. But yeah, William Vogt, VOGT, Vogt. I don't know how to say that, right? Surveying the same problem is still more precise. In order to avoid famine resulting from the systematic destruction of the topsoil, okay, we must apply the latest technical methods, but the conservation will not be put into practice spontaneously by individuals. Yet these methods must be applied globally or they will not amount to anything. Who can do this? Okay, Vogt or Vogt, I don't know how to say that. VOGT. I don't know how the fuck to pronounce that name.
Yeah, it makes
Voigt.
man less self-sufficient too. You're like dependent on
Voigt. Okay.
this thing. This thing that's outside of yourself. And I'm this talk right here is kind of inspiring me. I already talked about doing this, but I'm going to start a little garden where I'm at. Start planning on doing it, but yeah. Grow some, cucumbers and potatoes.
Yeah. Look up Alan Savory. Permaculture. That's the type of stuff that you need zero pesticides in order to grow food.
Right.
He shows you how to make swales and contours and to use compost right? And you could use anything for compost. He creates compost out of pigeon shit, right? And yeah, fascinating stuff. You know, you know, you could create compost and create mushrooms in the soil, and
Yeah.
insects will populate the soil, and that's how you know the soil is fertile,
Right.
right? And you could grow stuff in that soil. And now when you do plant different stuff together, it actually grows stronger by combining the root systems. I mean,
Oh, that's
so
interesting.
yeah, so he shows all these different ideas how you can actually improve farming, right, without using pesticides, you know, right, and by working with the land.
So
You know,
what is
right?
it? They just look at it sort of like a time management type thing with the corporations doing it. Like they could do these techniques. They could, possibly develop a system that didn't need all these pesticides, but it's money, 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 money.
Well, I'll
But
tell you
yeah,
how.
it's on us too. Like, but and everybody
Yeah.
has the ability for the most part to start a little garden. I think people should definitely. Better food, anyways. It's always better out of your own garden.
Yeah, I'll tell you how much goes into it, right? Because yeah, you know, and I've given this explanation dozens of times, right? But to tell the average person, because they have no idea, right, that you need synthetic nitrogen, that was actually invented by Fritz Haber, right? Who was, truly a Nazi scientist, right? That literally created synthetic fertilizer, right? By creating synthetic nitrogen from applying petroleum to ammonium nitrate. So essentially, the ammonium nitrate was being used to create explosives, right? And by applying petroleum, so they use petroleum to create the synthetic fertilizer, right? So
Yeah.
this is the huge boom in petroleum that happened, right? Because they needed petroleum to grow the food, right? So this is the whole way that the food system was produced, and then because
Some dark roots,
yeah,
from a dark mind,
yeah, yeah, because
that
if you
did.
want to get the most out of your soil, you have to plant only one kind of crop,
Yeah.
right? So then they relied on monoculture. But the problem is that once you rely on monoculture, you become susceptible to fungus and weeds and because nothing in nature grows that way, right? So essentially, a fungus will just wipe out an entire field unless you spray pesticides on it,
Yeah,
right? So
Monsanto or whatever,
yeah.
and it destroys the entire environment around that. Birds and all types of things die when you do that.
Right, and then and then actually what it does is it mutates the weeds and the plant life, and it brings in all sorts of invasive species. So now you have to create new pesticides, right? So every 10 years or so, you have to re-engineer pesticides. You're right, because all of the bugs and the fungus and all the things have mutated now. All right, so
Oh, that's crazy, man.
yeah,
That's crazy. Yeah, it goes back to just sort of manipulating the land. In a biblical term, it was like, why is Adam? I mean, why is Abel's, sacrifice acceptable and Cain's isn't? Right? It's like when we allow things to be as they are and you do something naturally, good will come out of that. When you're trying to force nature to do your will, you know what I mean? You're playing God a little bit, then these types of things go down.
they kill everything. That they kill ladybugs, spiders, and other things that eat pests. And right, so all of these little aphids and stuff. I mean, that actually invade, crops. You know what I mean? Are actually eaten by natural bugs like ladybugs and stuff. But the pesticides wiped all of these things out. I mean, So
And who
yeah,
doesn't like a ladybug? I mean, come on, man.
yeah,
That's crazy. I don't know. Every time I see one, I think of my grandmother. Straight up.
yeah, definitely. But yeah, Voight. I guess Voight is how you pronounce it. Thank you, Zephyr. This is Voight, like all good Americans, asserts that he detests the authoritarian police state. And sorry if I didn't call anybody out in the chat there. You know, blessings. I mean, thank you guys for being here. However, he agrees that only state controls can possibly produce the desired results. He extols the efforts made by liberal administration of the United States in this respect, he says. But he agrees that the United States continues to lose ground literally and figuratively simply because the methods of American agriculture administration are not authoritarian enough. What measures are to be recommended? The various soils must be classified as to possible ways to cultivate them without destroying them. Authoritarian methods must be applied in order to A, evacuate the population and to prevent it from working the imperiled soil, and B, to grow only certain products. On certain types of soil. The peasant can no longer be allowed freedom in these respects. This evolution is to be facilitated by centralization of the great landholdings in Latin America. There are today from 20 to 40 million ecologically displaced persons occupying lands which ought not to be under cultivation. They are living on hillsides from which it is absolutely necessary to drive them if the means of existence of their countries are to be saved from destruction. It will be difficult and costly to relocate these people, but Latin America has no choice. If she does not solve this problem, she will be reduced to the most miserable standard of living, he says. Okay, and I'm going to read a little bit more of this, maybe just this last page. And then we'll take a musical break and we'll move on to the Tao Te Ching. Right? We're already 4 hours into the show. And good Lord.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, it's been quite a journey so far. But yeah, we're gonna have to move on to some other topics because we've been talking about ellul for like 4 hours. Among other topics. But we've kept it rather centered around ellul's presentations here, and especially in the beginning portion of
It's a
the
super
show.
important reading. I mean, you can't. I mean, every time you get into this, it gets my attention. So it is important stuff that everybody should know about. You know, it's kind of a shame that it's not well known. Like I never heard of ellul until I kind of started watching your show, man. So
Yeah, last time, when he was talking about the police state and how technology creates the police state. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, he was essentially, we had, because his main point was that the the technical procedures that are developed by the police, are applied on the innocent and the guilty alike, right? So he's saying that that these technical methods are applied across the board by the police, right? So he's saying that so this is his main point, and we had the a pretty famous guy on YouTube, right, named Joe Cool, who does police audits. He came up to agree on the point. I mean, so it was pretty interesting. Yeah, because he was like, yeah, I experience this all the time when I'm auditing the police. They apply the same methods to the innocent and the guilty. I mean, all day. I mean, so
he has some interesting points on propaganda too. Like
oh yeah, we're gonna
when
get
I
into
was
his
looking
work.
into
Yeah.
that, I was like, wow, this guy really. I mean, the guy knew what he was talking about, man.
Well, when we get into that work on propaganda, we'll have lots of things to tie it to. See, the idea about the technological society is rather abstract. You could tie it to like the Matrix and Terminator and stuff, but you can't really tie it to like a lot of situations. Now it's becoming more popular because of AI and stuff like that. But
Right.
but the idea of propaganda, oh man, that's fertile ground. What isn't propaganda? I mean, I
All
mean, we're just
marketing is,
we're just
peddler
surrounded by
grenades.
we're just in a surrounded on all sides by methods of socialization. I mean, and I mean the modern um individual that's living in technological society is over socialized. I mean,
I
right?
would
These people,
argue that
yeah,
the thought behind maybe, that we do live in a simulation is born out of this over socialization and the technological revolution. Like I don't believe that that thought really came into people's minds until whatever it is we're experiencing with this overload of information, this age of information.
yeah, definitely. But he says here that De Castro, although hostile to the ideas of Voigt and Dumont, critical of Castro, on certain points come to the conclusion that only strict planning on a world scale can solve the problems of agriculture. That's going on today.
Hmm.
Okay, look at the Club of Rome report. I mean, limits to growth and all these ideas. They are definitely talking about that. World Economic Forum, all of these different places where they're talking about what I talked about are sustainable development goals.
Not to go off topic, but I mean it's still a little bit on topic. But you said that technique turns man into machines. And right.
Right.
Okay, so I was thinking about that, and it's like that's got to be why people are so obsessed with the simulation theory, right? It's like because we're constantly bombarded with technology and numbers and these it's just become almost second nature. So it's like, man, stop seeing reality as being reality and starts thinking we are in a simulation because we've created a simulation. It's like we're becoming what we created.
Yeah, blessings to Richard Madsen, a great friend of the show. Peace be with you, sir. And it's wild. And exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, machines make humans the tool. Definitely.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
if man is convinced that nothing's really real, it's all an illusion, then you're more likely to give it more into the illusion and into the machines taking over. Because if the basis is in your thought that it already has happened anyways, and it, might as well, right?
Yeah. And another great prediction of him. Last time we saw him predict the mass surveillance state, pre-crime. He predicted pre-crime and mass surveillance. And here he's predicting global solutions, sustainable development goals. Okay, like look at Ellul is like on fire in this first chapter. I mean, it's just wild that he's predicting this stuff in 1964. It's out of control. How many accurate predictions he's making just looking at how autonomous technological system can guide and sublimate human will, right? Yeah, he says, there's going to be strict planning on a world scale to solve the problems of agriculture. Yeah, Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he
That's
says in
big
that,
business.
yeah.
You know, you got guys like Gates trying to get into it, right? That's dangerous. Or you got a guy that thinks like that, you know, wanting to get into control of the population's food resources and things like this. And then, you know, I don't know, man. We're living in some crazy times, brother. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, he says,
Yeah, see?
yeah. It's curtains. Strict planning on a world scale can solve the problems of agriculture. And the only human relocation and collective distribution of wealth can solve the problem of famine. They're going to start saying, world experts are going to start saying this. This can only mean that man, if he is to improve the traditional agricultural techniques and be rid of their drawbacks, will be obliged to apply extremely rigorous administrative and police techniques. Here again, we have a good example of interconnection of different elements of the unpredictability of the secondary effects. Yeah. Mills believed that for a long time that TVA was a praiseworthy response. I don't know what TVA is. To
I'll
certain
look it up.
problems. Huh?
I'll look it up for you.
Yeah, TVA. The TVA was a praiseworthy response. Maybe that's like some French agency, right? To certain problems raised by technique. Today, however, certain major flaws have become apparent. For example, the correct application of methods of deforestation and animal reproduction were not understood. Flood control was not carried out by retention of water and soil by submerging permanently a good part of the lands, which have been saved to protect others. Man, we repeat, is never able to foresee the totality of effects of this technique. No one could have foreseen regulating the Colorado River for irrigation purposes.
It's value added tax.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but it says that that no one could foresee that regulating the Colorado River for irrigation purposes would lead the Pacific Ocean to encroach upon the coast of California, or that it would endanger the valleys, which have been regulated by removal of up to 500 tons a day of sand and rock. It is likewise impossible to foresee the effect of techniques intended to control the weather and dispel clouds,
Wow.
precipitate rain or snow, and so on. In another area, Professor Lemaire, in a study of narcotic drugs, shows that technique permits the manufacture of synthetic narcotics with greater and greater ease and in increasing quantities. That's a really interesting point because in you know look at the drug epidemic. He's basically predicting that there's going to be a drug epidemic. I mean, and also now, something that William Gibson predicted in the future, that they're going to have designer drugs. They're going to have drugs that, I don't know if you guys have seen Social Experiments Lane, but yeah, in there they have a drug called Excella, that like speeds up your thoughts. I mean,
Sort of like a limitless type thing, you know?
yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, and these people are like, everything's moving really fast around them, and they're just feel like they're moving super slow. I mean, so it's like they're
Well, you know,
seeing
all those
trails
tech
everywhere.
guys, you know, they're real big into psilocybin, you know, this like microdosing and all that. And to get like better, you know, more creative thinking and all this stuff, you know.
Yeah, Adderall, modafinil. I mean, all types of stuff. Yeah, yeah. So Lemaire says we cannot predict whether they will or not be dangerous. The only proof is their habitual use by addicts. But to obtain this proof requires years of experience. I mean, we know now they're deadly and harmful. And not only that, the pain clinics that are able to distribute these drugs and the doctors that are doing insurance scams to distribute some of these pain medications. They're basically drug dealers. So
Without a doubt.
yeah,
Without
they
a
got
doubt.
illegal clinics. You know, where I live in Detroit, there's illegal clinics. I mean, set up where people can get pills, and they could go to a doctor that'll that say, oh, you know, I got this fake pain, and they'll give them drugs if they pay them money under the table. It's fucking crazy shit.
Well, I know a guy that you know was directly connected with a pharmaceutical guy, right? And this guy can make like endless orders, and they wouldn't check the books. You know what I'm saying? You could just order as much as he wanted, and the guy was, you know, employing people on the street to put out the product. You get what I'm saying? So this is happening too.
Yeah, they're making a killing by selling these under the radar. And obviously, you know, how did they get access to them? You know, these companies are involved. I mean, use your brain, kids. I mean,
Yeah, they are involved, and they don't care, man, because they're getting money. You know what I'm saying? That's every single way to get money. There's going to be corruption there, you know, and not a care about human life or how it affects people. Like that friend, by the way, ended up, you know, passing away a couple years ago from an overdose. So yeah, crazy.
yeah, rest in peace, blessings.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. On that note, let's play some music, and yeah, we'll be back in about 10 minutes with the Tao Te Ching. And yeah, here's some soft melodies for you guys. You know, blessings. And I hope you guys are feeling all right. I mean, I have a video that I want to put in the chat here. You know, there's a lot of people watching at this moment. I want you guys to watch my attack on the Raging Tomato show. Andrew Wilson versus random Protestant guy on Zionism. Right? Oh yeah. So we definitely had a few things to say about that. And yeah, let me play this music for you guys, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, let me see. How do we get to this? Yeah, let me see what's going on here. Oh, okay. Sorry. Couldn't find the file here. Blessings. I have so many files on my computer. Sorry, folks. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
denying. But the world will teach you hate. Give your mind a brand new state. In the garden of your life, here is your fate. Golden age of life, children of the light, in the garden of your heart and mind. Golden age of life, children of the right time, of the right time. Feeling like there is no tomorrow. Leaving me thinking of only sorrow. The world has left me the state. My mind, what is my fate? It's a place that leaves you filled with so much hate. Garden of my mind, angel light. Garden of my mind, garden of my mind, garden of my mind. In the garden, garden of my mind, angel light. Garden of my mind, garden of my mind, garden of my
so beautiful. Shit. I can take a picture of this beat right here. Yeah. Here we go. I died, my blood turned to wine, my flesh turned to bread. Y'all souls into a plate, now let the children be fed. So eat, drink and swallow, God's cooking up meat. Think of tomorrow, many that follow were took by the beat. The earthly presidents are evidence our world fell asleep. So we're deceased to the son of Mary turn like a thief. I blow heat at police before turning the other tree. Pardon, it's just human nature beneath the lunar equators. Comets move like lasers, gave the moon its craters. My mind into its saviors, in the tomb I'm greater. Says whom the creator. But while on earth, I'ma search, write a verse to make the stars burst. World been in trouble since the first day that God birthed. The rappers been in trouble first day my bars work. Inside a heavy mental, my laboratory never been the same. I'm steady with the pencil. The Star Lady dreamt you. So beautiful, new redemption. A new beginning, orange. A new beginning, orange. A new beginning, orange. Pain is new beginning, I prophesize, analyze to the world, realize I'm wise and civilized, here to open up the mind's eye. Deeper than Einstein's, the organized crime tide. FEMA officers, planet swarmers from the blind side. Jacob Dream be seen all of the Zion tribes of giant size. William County claimed the 9 arrived around 1455. The gods barely Fort Greene and Bed-Stuy. Lost dreams when the lead fly. Clarence 13 said he'd make the dead rise. Said the schools were created to spread lies. So let's ride. The dude with the black necktie, black suit, black shades and black shoes, black limo with tinted windows. Inside was sitting with endo. Here's a memo, a small hour in the upper right corner of the dollar bill. An obelisk in the front of Capitol Hill. Court builders reveal a Masonic seal. Back of ambulance truck, a satanic shield. UFO sightings, a toxic field. Global heating, secret meetings. That's when the Lord creeps in. Hurricane follow the path of the slave ships. Reveal God's wrath for it's sacred. Now we all gone mad. America's matrix. Face it, I'm on it. It's a new beginning, orange. It's a new beginning, orange. What's on this bill? Orange. Did I kick down? Kick down. You running out here. Kick down. Orange is honor, and carnage is now martyrs. The margin to an author is irrelevant. My skeleton cleave to my skin to the melanin. My melanin to this hell I'm in. I weld this pen so benevolent. My bones cringe from my poem's pen. My breath is corrupt, my days are extinct. Fully self-destruct. They weighing my luck for the day I erupt. The grave won't be stuck, the markers watch me. For the days that get darker, them and the whole posse, they want me vexed. The women throw hex, sinning with sex. I'm living with threats, child support. I wish I had your child abort. Knowing that hurts, they laugh at my curse. Like Job, but show compassion in church. My flows make demons tremble, make devils cripple, make this floors ripple. In this wicked house, I don't just talk about it, I live it out. Homeless, hopeless, when I wrote this, oppressed. Now the upright men shall be astounded at this, and the innocence will stir itself up against the hypocrites, and the righteous all shall hold on his way, prolong his days. I spit the song from the grave, and I shall be stronger and stronger, stronger. Yo, y'all be astonished that I spit orange.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're at a chapter here, very significant in designing the cosmological sequence, or the beginning of creation itself. I mean, in terms of the Taoist cosmology, right? And of course, there's levels to creation, and the way is the top level of creation, right? Heaven is a sort of secondary level of creation that completely follows the way, right? Nature also follows the way, and so does the myriad creatures, right? But in the Taoist text, heaven and earth have a beginning, and so do the 10,000 things. And it seems like nature produces the 10,000 things, just as heaven and nature have a relationship with each other. I mean, so it's interesting that all these things are guided by the way, and they're also one, right? They're essentially one, right? Yeah, blessings. Yeah. So I think you got my text. Definitely. If you can hear me, oftentimes not a possibility. But yeah, cyber caliphate. Go and check out this channel. Yeah, exactly. The schools were created to hypnotize. That's right. That's why the Tao recommends unlearning. I mean, as we'll soon see. I mean, calling at 2. Okay, so that means I have like 2 hours. Then I have to go be on the phone. Blessings. Yeah, but we did a 3-hour show recently. So I trust you guys will go and watch that as a addition to this program, right? And to promote the Cyber Caliphate channel, right? On this Cyber Caliphate channel, we have a review that we did, right? And we have 4 other unique programs, right? That you guys should probably look into. Not too many people have watched those, right? Or not as many people have watched those as watched The Machine Lies, right? But yeah, Cyber Caliphate. It's a new channel where I'm trying to host discussions, public discussions on many of the themes that we're developing here on this channel, right? So a lot of this channel is explanations. And that's how I started it 3 years ago. I started posting some of my reflections about technology and spirituality, right? And the intersection between science and spirituality and technology and all those key elements, right? Which has been sort of the central, thrust of this channel. I mean, to combine those different architectonic themes, right? So, usually the topic is about technology or religion, right? But branching off from there, we do look at many other ideas, right? We look at the occult, right? We may look at politics, right? We may look at the political scene, right? We may look at any number of theological debates, right? And any number of texts. We have studied many texts here. We've looked at Carl Schmitt, Thomas Carlyle, Friedrich Nietzsche, Nick Land, Theodore Kaczynski, Dr. David Skrbina, and many others, right? We've analyzed many different texts and scholastic materials, right? We're now doing a series over 38 parts, okay, on Asian philosophy. We've presented over 50 hours on the Tao Te Ching, right, in public discussions. Okay, so we really appreciate you guys being here. What I'm trying to get across here is about Taoist cosmology and about its relation to, the nature of being, right? And where did humanity come from, right? Where did nature arise, right? Did heaven and earth have a beginning, right? Are all things one? Or are there different levels of creation? Is there a separation between, the way and all things, right? The Tao sort of answers all of these questions in a very succinct way, right? In chapter 42, right? Okay, it talks about heaven, nature, and the myriad creatures, right, coming into existence, and it talks about various levels of mediation. Right now, the way actually produces one cohesive whole, right? Which, so the way itself is unique, right? It's alone, right?
It's like an
And
empty vessel.
yeah, and essentially it's just there's many ways to explain one, but I think wholeness is one way to explain it. Uniqueness is another way to explain it. Being first is another way to explain it. Being original, right? Another way to explain it is to be exalted, right? So the one is very much something that is, you know, it's complete, it's whole unto itself. I mean, and the way produces the one, right? So the way is majestic, right? And it says that the one produces two, right? Which, if
Two
you can
produces
see,
three. Yeah.
yeah, what you could see is essentially the reflection, the mediation, the sort of intelligence, right? That sort of creates, three. And three is a very special being, right? Because three is basically the mother of all the myriad creatures, right? Produces all of the myriad creatures, right? So you have to ask yourself, what's two doing? Two is the mediator for three, which creates all things, right? So there's a lot of interesting, ideas going on there. But what's obvious is that, the way, which has, oneness sort of in its bosom, I mean, is essentially going to produce a space, within which the creative principle can function and produce an intelligent being, which is responsible for the creation of all things. Right. So this is the sort of formula for the Taoist cosmology, if I were to summarize it in a sentence, right? Those three lines, right? Which I've done a few times, right? But it's no problem. It's a deep concept, right? But there you have a lot of ideas. You have separation, you have time, you have rebirth, okay, and you have the notion of abundance, right? And harmony between all things, right? So you have many different concepts there just in the first three lines, right?
Yeah. It's like a path, a heavenly model, and like I was looking into like the Chinese characters about it, and the Chinese characters are set up in like each character has metaphor. It's like a metaphor, right? Uh, so it'd be like this particular symbol means to look forward, and this other symbol connected with that is like when you look forward, to the straight path. That's the way. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's very interesting stuff, man. I wish I could explain what I'm trying to get at better, but directly seeing is another interpretation of the way, like directly seeing the best path.
Yeah, and sort of like the path of least resistance or the least action. I mean, you know, and also a path that requires, actions that don't need to tend to the results of those actions. I mean, so yeah, and he's gonna get into that soon. But yeah, this vessel that produces the 10,000 things, it sure doesn't, sort of laud it over them. I mean, but yeah, it says the myriad creatures shoulder yin and embrace yang. Which, the 10,000 things see those as contradictions, right? But they combine both of them, right? By blending these key vital energies, they attain harmony, he says, right? Okay, he says people most despise being orphaned, desolate, or forlorn, yet barons and kings take these as their personal appellations, right? He's talking about the one, right? That having uniqueness, being having loneliness among the crowd, right? Is being in harmony with the way. right? The way dwells in those places where people reject, right? Okay, it is the synthesizer between the various disparate elements in the universe, right? So, yeah. He says, so sometimes diminishing a thing adds to it. Sometimes adding to a thing diminishes it. What others teach, I too teach. The violent and overbearing will not die a natural death. Okay. Okay. He says, I shall take this as the father of my teachings. All right. Now he says in chapter 43, the most supple thing in the world would ride roughshod over the most rigid. What example does he give? Right? Obviously, water, plants, women.
Yeah.
They're able to mold the hard and the strong and the powerful by becoming soft.
Here's an example of that. I was just thinking of. So when someone they don't really believe in what they're trying to convince you of, they get irate, right? But the person that knows what they're telling you is the truth, they don't necessarily have to defend it because they know what it is, right? So they're more relaxed about what they're telling you. They're not rigid. They're supple with what they're saying because they know it to be true. But this other person might try to cut off your head because they want to believe what they're saying themselves, you know. And if you expose it for being not true, then they feel like they're losing grasp on reality or something. Like that's an idea of sort of like the trees that can't bend always break. Like I always say that because it's true in life.
Yeah, this whole idea of using nothingness. He comes back to that. He says that which is not there can enter even where there is no space.
The
So
midpoint of convergence,
yeah,
access, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean look at all types of centripetal force. You could look at obviously a wheel. You could look at many different ideas, but yeah, using nothing, right? It's like, you know, um, you know, they know now that space is dense with energy, right? Wouldn't it be possible that matter could be held in just a pure vacuum, right? It would have to exist in material that's more dense than the matter itself, right? Physicists are now learning this, right? So they understand that, nothing is what you use. Space is infinitely full. And it's always whatever exists, whatever is plentiful, that seems like it's dormant.
He said, emptiness appears barren, yet is infinite fullness.
Yeah.
And I have something here that connects with what you're talking about. It says, think of your breath. What is the important part? The emptiness of the exhale or the fullness of the inhale? Or when are you full of emptiness? Or when you empty, are you empty of nothing? It may seem a word game, but it's really an issue of perception. The whole in a will is important, but so are the spokes, non being and being working as a whole, but both are real. So is the whole being or non being?
Yeah. Yeah. And he says, this is how I know the advantages of non-action. So yeah, definitely. The teaching that is without words, the advantages of non-action, few in the world can attain these. Okay, obviously, those who stay where they are endure. I mean, timing needs opportunity. I mean, and yeah, I mean, you have to abide in non-action. I mean, and yeah, look at a lake. It looks dormant and still, and obviously the water is plentiful, but the water is full of living things. Right? It gives life to 10,000 things, yet it remains still. Proves his point. I mean, and it, that like the fish move within the sea as if they're moving in something that's not there. I mean, but yeah, it's obvious, right, that what they exist in, is extremely potent. Enough to give all of those things life, right, and not strive.
I got something here for you. It says, now empty, now full. They do not adhere to one form. Years past cannot be repeated, and time cannot be stopped. Decay and growth, fullness and emptiness. Each ends and begins anew. It is from this that we discuss the method of great meaning, and debate the principle of the myriad things. As for the life of things, it is similar to a hurried, galloping horse. With each movement there is change. With each moment of time things alter. What should you do? What should you not do? One should simply allow their self-transformation.
Yeah. And obviously a lot of what changes is an illusion. But here he says in 44, he talks about self-destruction. Okay, and he says, your name or your body, which do you hold more dear? Okay, your body or your property, which is of greater value, gain or loss, which is the greater calamity? And so deep affections give rise to great expenditures. Excessive hoarding results in great loss. Know contentment and avoid disgrace. Know when to stop and avoid danger, and you will long endure, he says. Okay. And here he tells us why simplicity, right, not valuing great things, right, not desiring valuable things, right, why this is advantageous. And right, he says great perfection seems wanting, but use it and it will not wear out. Right, you use nothing, as we were saying earlier, right? Okay, great fullness seems empty, but use will not drain it. Okay, great straightness seems crooked. Okay, look at a tall building. You ever stand in front of a tall building? Looks like it's crooked. Okay. Okay, looks like it's gonna fall on you. Right. Okay, great skillfulness seems clumsy. Okay. Great speech seems to stammer. Okay, agitation overcomes cold, he says. Stillness overcomes heat. Purity and stillness rectify heaven and earth. Okay. Chapter 46. He says, when the world has the way, fleet-footed horses are used to haul dung. When the world is without the way, war horses are raised in the suburbs.
Mm. What do you think he meant by that?
That nature refines things better than cultural refinement. That,
Absolutely.
you know, and that, you know, cultural refinement breeds nothing but desire, which breeds war.
Yeah. Rancor and resentment, you know. It puffs people up. It gets people in a state where you create more problems than whatever it is that you were supposedly trying to solve. It's like just what we were going through with ellul. So yeah, this is pretty interesting. It's crazy that he was seeing that in his own time. You know, it kind of shows you that throughout history. You remember that conversation you had, and you were kind of talking about ancients, and these people were like basically saying all the ancients were stupid and they didn't know anything, and we're so smart because we're in our modern times. You know, and this kind of just defeats that point. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's saying less is more. Why? Because you go to a town and you see horses and they're hauling dung. And you go to a city and you see horses and they're police horses. You know, he's saying, and they're not free. You know, that the city has to enslave nature and cause it to become a mockery of itself in order to preserve its function, right? Where, you know, the small town, it preserves its natural function by letting the horse be a fucking horse. You know, that's why he says in the next line, the greatest misfortune is to not know contentment. You don't have simplicity.
Yeah, you're always striving for this, you know, idealistic utopia, right? Like,
yeah.
Everything's got to get better and better and progress, and yeah, just
Yeah, and if they, and I mean, if you don't know how much you want, then how do you know how much will be enough? How do you know when to stop?
well, they don't. And you see what happens. I mean, it's just like people become numbers, you know. Um, that's where it's headed. We're just heading to this really over literal, over logical, soulless society.
The worst calamity is the desire to acquire, says Lao Tzu. And so those who know the contentment of contentment are always content. Chapter 47, without going out the door, one can know the world. That's right. You know, your world indoors is just a microcosm of the macrocosm.
He reminds me of Saint Anthony of Egypt and Saint Isaac the Syrian, like these two really like ascetic monks. Like he says very similar things to them, you know.
Right.
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 That's
They
a
figured
trip.
out, like, by letting go of their desires, they could actually have real joy.
Right.
I mean,
Dying
yeah.
to the world. You know, Saint Isaac the Syrian talks about that constantly. That, you know, the passions, that's what he calls it. And it's like you're dying to these passions and these things that are a source of rancor and resentment. Like you get these things and people hate you for the things that you acquire. And then the things that you acquire start owning you, you know? And yeah, it's a hang up for sure. And it rots you. It rots the soul, you know, on a soul level, really. And physically.
Yeah. Yeah, take it from a man who's been separated from his wife for a year, and you know, and is fasting for 12 hours, and another man who is a monk. and doing Lent. Essentially, yeah, giving up your desires is good for you. It's good for you. I mean, it's the best thing you could ever do. Otherwise, you'll never know when to stop. And trying to acquire all those things, it'll constantly harm you, and you'll always keep coming up short every time you get what you are looking for. And yeah, so yeah, there's no high greater than the 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 desire high. I mean,
Well, it's an illusion there, and what I've learned, at least in my experience of definitely like on the journey that I'm going on, is like if there's a void there, if there's an infinite void, there has to be something that's equally infinite to fill that, right? And I think that Lao Tzu came to that same conclusion, really, because the way he talks about possessions and things like that, it just feels like he was renouncing the world, or what the world thinks it is, and he's critiquing that, and saying this isn't what the world really is, or what the world is about.
yeah. And he says, obviously, the further you go, the less you know. You could learn everything about the universe by studying a pack of gum. You don't need to go outside to figure out a damn thing. I mean, this is the thing. Without looking out the window, you could see the way of heaven. Obviously, look at what we saw. What we said earlier. A window. What is a window? It's a separation between you and the outside world, and it only shows you a limit of the world, depending on how big the window is and what the view is.
And where's the usefulness in it? And it's in the space that, this empty space.
Right. Right. That's a key thing too.
That's the function of it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's what's not there that shows us. It's unveiling. Just as technology can be an inframing, it can hide things while completing a function.
Smoke screen. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks like it's simplifying things, but it's complexity. It's complexifying them. Yeah. So this is the thing. Yeah. So yeah. Obviously, don't look. Right? Why look at things that you desire? Right? What are you going to get from it? Those who are bound by desire see only the outward container. Right? He's against voyeurism. He's against this notion of
chasing the phantom.
Yeah, guard your eyes. From things that try to steal your soul, to try to muddy your soul with unwanted desires that will literally get you nowhere. You'll always be chasing the dragon. Don't look at things that you desire. Soften the glare. Just some advice. You don't have to take it.
And you know what happens when you do that? It seems like then those things that you thought you wanted will always come into your life in some way. And then you'll realize that how much you didn't want that anyways. At least that's what I've experienced. I'm talking about a number of things. Food, whatever it is. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. I know that's a trigger too.
So is the desire for other people to give up their desires a desire in itself?
Oh yeah, definitely. We definitely don't desire that one. You're on your own.
I thought so.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on your own. And that's why we put a pretty girl on the cover. You're on your own. It's a cartoon. Blessings. But yeah, this is the thing is like, I say don't look You know, and it's obviously there's a lot of people trying to catch your eyes with different objects of desire, right? And technical objects. I mean, cars, and cell phones. I mean, so it's interesting. There's a lot of things trying to box you in to desire certain things, right? And yeah, I mean, it's like the informant. You know, it's like plant an idea in your mind that you didn't know you wanted to do in the first place, right? It's like, yeah, it's like Agent Smiths all around. You got to really look at it. I mean, from that way, why is the Mossad trying to objectify this person or this object and trying to show me this type of thing? I mean, and we're told by Grid One that they're just great people. I don't know. You got to question these things. Maybe they are, but maybe they're trying to control you, right? And not just them. Many secret entities, right? This is just an example of one that was mentioned earlier. We don't mean to disparage anybody.
Well, yeah, and then you talk to the guys that are supposedly on the good guy side, right? And they got the same plan as those guys that they're supposedly against, you know? Infiltrate the institutions, push the social justice gospel. It's like, what are we doing? You know, at a certain point, whatever you're fighting, you end up becoming.
Oh yeah, yeah. Look at this type of medium where you have to compete, and there's people here where you know they'll contend with every little thing you've said. They'll follow you around to the chat rooms, essentially.
Yeah.
So there's ops. So essentially you have to engage on the level of the medium, that you inhabit. And this is the sad reality of it, is that it changes you. It brings you to its level of engagement too often. And that the point of it is to change how you dialogue. Right? And that's the thing, is that, how much better would you be if you just never got involved? This is the thing, is that you increase in risk, but you're also changed if you participate. This is the reality of the fucking situation. Right? So so the
You know,
yeah, and you could see people who never engage with it, and yeah, they seem happier. But yeah, go ahead, Otzi.
This is one of my favorite quotes. It's from it's Bob Dylan's autobiography that he wrote. It's called Chronicles, and he says in it, he says, it's a quote from his dad. He said, I guess his dad told him this. He said, even if you don't have all the things you want, be grateful for the things you don't have that you don't want. And this is sort of almost like a Taoist concept, like being appreciative for the things that you don't want, that you don't have. It's not always about, I don't have something and it's a bad thing. Think of all the good things that you don't have, that you don't want. I don't know.
That's cool.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's always funny when one of your friends wants those things. It's like you start laughing at them. You're like, oh, you're doing all this for that. And yeah, you start thinking, man, this guy's deranged. And if you look at everybody's got a few of those things. You really pay attention to them, they seem deranged.
Well, yeah, it's twisted, isn't it?
Yeah, I think everybody's just dying hard for what they want, and no two people want the same things. And nobody thinks, nobody else thinks that the things you're chasing after are really that fucking great. It's really an odd situation, right? Like, nobody cares if you get them or not.
Well, yeah, but and the funny thing is like there's a whole lot of people out there that will like, sort of almost like kill themselves to acquire it. Then once they get it, they're the majority of people are just hating on you anyways because you got it. They didn't want to see you really get it. They'll say something nice to you, along the way, but nobody wants to see anybody else with them.
Which is why you can't trust most people. Like I said a couple hours ago.
But that's rooted in something. That's what I'm saying. My point about that, Hank, was that the reason we don't trust people is partially because of the propaganda, and partially because we live in a system that sort of isolates people. If we lived in a village 1,000 years ago, a person that was not doing too well in the village, everybody would get together and they would go and drop off the things that person needed, and they were trusting, and they were a community that no longer exists, and it's strategic that way. They don't want people having their own businesses. They don't want people helping their communities and being a collective unit that can survive without these corporations. That's really the case.
They don't care because that's a corporation in itself.
Well, no, not in the same sense. Like, what I mean by this is, like, okay, let's take a situation where small businesses get taken out, but the corporation is going to stay because it has the funding to stay. The average person I don't understand how you're not understanding that. But it's, never mind. This isn't my show, so.
I don't understand because it doesn't make sense.
How does that not make sense? That the common man, his goal isn't the same as like a corporation that's just like greed driven. Like the common man's business is for family, to just have a normal family and provide for them. Whereas the corporation is just like trying to, control all the resources and monopolize, what I mean? It's like two very different things, man.
Yes, where their family can benefit from it. Just like Trump.
This comment is hilarious. I don't know why this made me laugh. But yeah.
Which one are you talking about?
This the man.
I was thinking about how I got what I wanted, then it wasn't. I tried to contemplate the existence of it and what the corporations have done. Okay, dude.
Yeah. Good one, bro. But yeah.
I bet he looks like that too, his profile picture.
But yeah, essentially, yes, we've engaged in a thought exercise. Take it or leave it, folks.
Yo, Jake said you're a torso. I don't even know what that means, but all right.
Oh no.
Hey, Jake, come up and explain what that means.
I kind of agree with him. I think you are a torso. I don't know.
We got the peanut gallery. Yeah, this did happen to be a rad time spot for today, especially because lots of people were ending their show, so they decided to dump their audience into my show. So it worked out today. But last time, whoa, record low views last time, folks. I mean, I'm saying record low views. Like, man, we got like 300 clicks on that fucking video. I went hard for like 6 hours in the paint, and yeah, I couldn't get people to watch it if there was literal, I mean, what do people like?
Joe Cool came on anyways, so.
Yeah, Joe Cool came on. You damn rapscallions. I mean, so go and click on the last video under the same title, and yeah. Hold on, let me get this Jim Bob video again. This Jim Bob video's off the chain, man. It's called Made by Machine Bob.
Bim Bob.
Yeah, and we got Jim Bob to come and comment in our chat. We got one comment by Jim Bob. So we summoned the Jin, made by Jin Bob. Who's made by Jin?
Jin Bob.
That's a good pun.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Actually, it's not mine. Some of the Muslim people in his chat were calling him that. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, we're gonna keep that pun, and
Yeah.
also slimy sea lion. We're gonna keep that one too.
Yeah, let me actually write Zionism debate review. Zionism debate review. And then repost debate review. And then maybe I'll star this comment and leave it in the back so that I can keep posting this motherfucker. Because I keep stupidly just leaving this in the chat and it's just a link and nobody knows what the link is. So let me put this and then star that motherfucker.
This
And,
man guy, the man guy in the comments is so annoying, dude. That dude is unreal, bro.
that's probably Are We Not Men? I mean, in all seriousness, though, what the corporations have done, though, the things I've seen contemplating has been extremely profound, and I feel I've learned something from it. Yeah, you know, okay, buddy. Yeah, Jin Bobby. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I'm trolling on the internet. Okay, like.
Oh, we even have emoji for it.
Yeah, Jin Bob. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's spread that around. We got 5-speed, an honorable member of the community, honorable elder. Blessings, sir.
Thank you, thank you. I think we ought to
Yes.
get together and do a thought experiment sometime.
Yeah, definitely.
And maybe that thought might be, should humans outside of Christ consciousness have a financial tool that holds value to take down the house?
I would say give to God what is God's and give to Caesar's what is Caesar's.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, unseen. Yeah, I'll go with unseen. Yeah, blessings. Thank you, 5-speed. And yeah, it's interesting what he says here. You know, we're now on 47, I believe, right? And he says you know, the further one goes, the less one knows. This is kind of the whole concept I was referring to. He says knowing he says know without going abroad, name without having to see. Okay, perfect through non-action. Okay, and I've been explaining some of these things, right? And obviously the Tao Te Ching is a way of unlearning, as he explains, right? Wisdom, learning, right? Goodness, to hold external standards for those things is peril, right? Because people desire to get beyond them, right? So to have standards, externalized standards for those things that are the most valuable, right? And those things that are sought internally and not externally anyways, right? You know, through a sort of internal harmony, right? You know, so that's the whole type of thing, that there's inherent goodness. Okay, and it doesn't come from imposing external rules and standards, right? And that's why he thinks that simplicity and sincerity and virtue are actually all together, right? With what nature demands, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, blessings, the man. Yeah, it's all good, dude. I mean, we're just shell shocked from so much trolling. I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, yeah, it says, I'm in the pursuit of learning. One does more each day, going along the lines of what I was saying, right? In the pursuit of the way, one does less each day. Okay. Okay, this goes more to the non-action, right? And also giving up one's desires, And also, not all knowledge is good. We talked about this. Yeah, not all knowledge. Yeah, not all knowledge is a good thing. You know what I mean? You know, not all knowledge benefits. You know what I mean? Okay, some knowledge can be non-beneficial. Some types of learning are harmful. Okay. Now, giving up knowledge, right? Simplifying what one knows and integrating what one knows. Right? Like as Confucius says, he says, everything I've learned, I've tied together on a single string. I mean, so this idea of connecting all parts of your knowledge, not compartmentalizing knowledge. Right. And it's about relinquishing, I mean, simplicity instead of incremental gain and knowledge. Right. So, yeah, one does less and less until one does nothing, he says. Right. One does nothing, yet nothing is left undone. Right. Right. Engage all things while doing nothing. Right. And then he explains how this is possible. He says, gaining the world always is accomplished by following no activity. Okay. So this is done by obviously attending to all the things, but remaining within yourself. Right. Not letting all those different movements affect you. Right. Okay. Now he says that gaining the world always is accomplished by following no activity. I just read that as soon as one activity as soon as one actively tries, one will fall short of gaining the world, he says. Okay. Chapter 49, sages do not have constant hearts of their own. They take the people's hearts as their hearts. I'm good to those who are good. I'm also good to those who are not good. This is to be good out of virtue. I trust the trustworthy. I also trust the untrustworthy. This is to trust out of virtue. Sages blend into the world in accord with the people's hearts. The people all pay attention to their eyes and ears. The sages regard them as children, right? Loneliness in the crowd, right?
That's such an important concept, is that, you know, you don't do good just because just to your neighbor that's good, you know. You do good to those that even do evil to you. And why is that? Because it's not so much about them, it's about yourself, to the degree that it's a sickness to perpetuate evil in the world, you know what I mean, to feed into that. The same way with forgiveness. It's like, you forgive those, so you are forgiven.
And I think you said earlier as well that everything that he acquired or whatever he put together in a single string. I wonder if that string is our thought process and that consciousness outside of man's opinions. So it would seem to me that everything that I have come to realize, anything outside of that Christ consciousness, which is the natural intelligence, would seem to be, in fact, artificial intelligence and looping.
Well, in the scriptures it says something like, the wisdom of the world is foolishness to God. And now, I don't know what you mean by the term Christ consciousness, but I know that, you know, in a Christian concept, in Orthodoxy, we would say that we're
I'll
trying to
clarify
reach
that with a higher consciousness outside of your thoughts and free will.
right, like a nous, a divine revelation, right? Something higher than
The big chief.
learned knowledge. It could be learned, but it's higher than something you would read in a book or something.
But I think the actions would describe whether it was good or evil, no matter what was said.
Yeah, I agree with that. The fruit would show what it is, right?
Absolutely. You know, there's a lot of people that hide their hands behind a financial instrument and claim they're good people and they're doing it in good faith. No, I would disagree with that in many cases.
Well, Lao Tzu brings up a lot of times those that say they're good aren't truly good, and those that don't say they're good, and other people say they're good, they're usually pretty all right, you know. And if I'm not mistaken, Christ said something like, "No man is good, not one."
Again, though, that's the opinions of others. Are we following or are we leading?
Sometimes in life, especially in the case, at least from my perspective, it's like you can't always lead because you might lead yourself astray, you know?
Well, what I've come to realize is that the growth is in the consciousness and not in the bank account.
That's true. It's not what's in your pockets that makes a man, right?
Intent is everything. I'm sorry if I'm derailing. I don't intend to
No, it's fine. No worries, my friend.
Just a different perspective. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing is subconsciously, humans don't want to be wrong. So they'll fight to the death to be right. Reward with no effort loses all battles.
You ain't lying. That's why sometimes it's just pointless to even argue, because then you look like just as much as the fool you're arguing with.
That's why you don't see much of me out here. You can't have conversation. See, I look at the collaboration and the communications that we all have as how we build trust in one another and start to bring unity and build some real good communities all across the world.
Yeah. I do think that.
But everything's just ass backwards.
I think communities are a major thing. I'm living in one now. I'm recently a monk at a monastery, and we function. We follow a rule, and we all help each other, and we all do the thing. You know what I mean? There's just it's a very interesting type of lifestyle that it's spiritually edifying, and it's not only that, but it gives your faith back in humanity a little bit. You know what I mean?
Humans tend to get real defensive real quick, which shows the, let's just say, instability within their own foundations. They get angry real quick when you talk about those finances and whether they should have those finances or not. Has their actions proved them worthy in good faith that they should have a tool such as that is able to change people's lives, whether for good or for evil? Do they deserve that? I don't think so.
Yeah, our society has a hard time talking about finances outside of behind closed doors at a board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Which I've been before for like small organizations, but still, our society has a really hard time talking about finances, pricing stuff, responsibility,
Character, order, morality, balance, stability.
Well,
outside of
morality
that,
simple. It's just an opinion.
outside of that, who's fit to lead? If you don't have those qualities, who's fit to lead the people to a free world in peace and prosperity? The bank accounts, the money,
The money don't care.
right? Neither does the ego.
What's up, everybody?
Yes, the man, God made technology, just like God made everything else.
But we don't have to worship it.
Well, I don't know. God gave Adam and Eve clothing. I don't know if that would necessarily be a technology, but
He didn't give them a checkbook either. He told them a man's word is his bond.
Yeah.
And if a man's going to use that checkbook and that tool as finances to manipulate those works to act like he's doing something good when in fact he's doing something evil, well, that ain't okay either.
Yeah.
As you know, government calls that a loophole.
Yeah,
I say it's a way in for the devil to destroy the foundation of the home, the family unit. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Well,
it is.
the devil's supposed to exist, or God wouldn't have created it. So
God didn't create that.
Well, that's what they would like everybody to
the Bible
believe.
said
A lot
God
of things
created
is
it.
opinions.
Just like the Bible says God created evil.
No, it says that it means natural disaster in Hebrew. It's
But
not
if
talking
it
about
creates
moral
doubt,
evil.
that
There's a
Argue
difference
that
between
natural
moral.
disasters are evil because suffering is
No,
evil.
there's a
But if a
difference
man
between
can
moral
create doubt,
evil
he
and
instills
natural.
fear.
Steve McRae would disagree with you. So even the atheists can tell that suffering is evil, and the Bible says God created suffering.
Suffering
therefore
isn't
false.
evil. It's like saying a bitter medicine is evil.
Suffering self-inflicted.
Yeah.
Suffering's a blessing in many aspects.
I would say so. If we didn't have suffering, we wouldn't learn a lot of things. I'll tell you that.
Then you should thank God for creating evil. Then
God didn't create evil.
Well, once you gain the knowledge, what day to properly put those seeds in the ground, that suffering ended, right? Because you gained something. There was some growth somewhere. You gained something.
Yeah. Men don't tend to learn through pleasure and happiness.
You got to get up off the couch. There's no reward with no effort, people.
But yeah, this topic always comes up. This narrative that God created evil. I've had this conversation a couple times on this platform, and that if you look in the Hebrew text, that's not so. There's a word "ra" there, and
Well,
it doesn't mean the same thing that we give it today.
It's just Hank.
Like evil.
Hank has this point that he raises. He's usually raised it many times, but yeah, you guys have argued about it definitely before.
Well, I don't even think I've argued it with him. I argued with somebody else. I don't.
you argued with me before.
Yeah, you definitely have had this with Hank
you
before.
believe evil creates itself somehow magically.
It's an absence of something, Hank. It's the absence of good.
We just did the Tao, so it does not compute. Your belief system ain't compatible with the Tao now.
I would say my belief system is a fulfillment of the Tao, a full understanding of it. But you can think what you want.
Yeah, we're doing a deep dive into the Taoist texts, including now looking at a scholarly translation of the Tao Te Ching of Lao Tzu. We've studied a few translations on the show and had public discussions with an open panel about several of the topics that are raised there. We've also looked at Confucianism. And we're also going to be opening up a discussion on the Crowleyan and the other translation, Christ the Eternal Tao. And so we're going to put an occult twist and a Christian twist on the Taoist message before we move over to the Shangzu. So, we're doing all this on the show as part of a long series on Eastern philosophy, right? And why we're taking a deep look into Eastern philosophy is because we've obviously looked at how theological speculations have been transformed by philosophy in the West, right? And I think possibly to the detriment of those religious traditions. But now we're sort of turning to Eastern philosophy, right, to see if how the Eastern landscape can be melded with the technological age, which it has been happening, right? This is a development that we may be at a loss to explain, but there is a phenomenon, and what we label this phenomenon is techno-Buddhism, right? So we're looking at the development of techno-Buddhism and why the avatar or the non-self can be merged with the transhumanist self, right? So there's lots of other ideas that we're embarking on here, right? But yeah, I'm gonna end this study here. We're now on chapter 50 of the Tao Te Ching, the Phillip J. Ivanhoe translation, and I don't have that much more time, so I'm gonna take a musical break, and then we're gonna move on to Bill Joy, why the future doesn't need us, and to the ideas about technological singularity that he has proposed are very, very dangerous to consider, and actually a relinquishment of certain types of technology and a regulation on the and stopping of the development of certain forms of technology should be promoted by society abroad. We'll take a look at his opinions after this musical break. Blessings, guys. We'll be right back. Okay.
Boom, ideas fill the room with light. Soon as I write tunes of dynamite, sceneries out of sight. Shows tonight, I seal your doom tight. My platoon is right, putting bullet wounds in the mic. Once again, it's the paragraph chemist, inventors to finish. The experimentist, rock chemist, the elementor. I invent more courses, the editor with thoughts of a sorcerer bringing. Act like you want it. It isn't a man to take it from me. I hold a mic prisoner, rescues out of reach, next truths out of speech. Unless you know how to teach, retreat to the beat. I swing it better than Tarzan. Once it's in the R's hand, all they can say is all man. A mass of people in stereo. Yo, any writing MCs in the area, bring it. Bring it. Bring it on. Bring it on and on and on and on and on. Bring it on. Bring it on and on and on and on and on. Bring it. Bring it on. Bring it on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on and on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Stop it till the break is on. One. Poetry's drastic, has it when it's put on plastic. Have it get blasted if I get sarcastic. Your thoughts are short, minds go far past it. He didn't want to pass it, I took it. Believe me, it's devious. If they want to see me, it's worse than hideous. Look, I drop another rhyme, then the place gets shook. If you don't get back, react to the hook. I hook it, highly explosive, it can blow at any time. With any rhyme, without a nine, get out of line. Too late if you wait till I perform. Mics get blown out of tone, so bring it on. Bring it on. Didn't hear the original when the wild first one to ever let a rhyme flow down the Nile. Stomping, compo, flowing a similar style. Rhymes attack, now they want rap exile. Never, cause I get militant, that's why I'm stealing it. You give me a mic and I'm killing it. When it drops short tops and x-rays, give them hints, displays. I say, ate away the microchips. Instead of yapping about a gun, rapping about things they never done. You're sterile, you never come. I'm thorough since I came, I'm still coming with more. In 94, I didn't go on tour, I went to war. Whatever, I'll be right here till the next year at the mic site with a bright idea. Brothers come wrong, better split, get going. When I rip this song, they get torn. Bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on and on and on and on.
pass the time of day with me. Dukes and Maharajas pass the time of day with me. Dukes and Maharajas pass the time of day with me. This blowhole, so watch the spout sport. I'm free due to the odds of firearms. I was a specimen of near perfection in a college professor's pod. Now I'm the only thing you should be fearing for the next landing or clearing. If only time will tell, then I'll tell time no secrets like he doesn't know. I throw Vega's bullets at Bailey's ball. There'll be bullets over Broadway for all if I fall. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. I agree. People who live in glass houses don't throw stones. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, cause they risk having boulders crash down on their lovely homes. Then wind, rain, sleet, snow cones come showering through your roof. Need a fine tooth comb to find the truth. Well, my house ain't made of glass and my cherry it ain't no pumpkin. I'm not a backyard bumpkin, I'm from the concrete slab. Well, people take any and everything that they can grab. But what's so bad, it's a whole lot of grabbing. Lot of jaw jabbing, gremlins, goblins, rapping, squabbling amongst the ranks. From the punks to the drunks to the monks to the saints. Keep your eyes on your oxygen tank. Either is or you ain't, either you can or you can't. Heartbeat, start, skip, stop, off crank. You go blank, you go blank, you go blank, you go blank.
The fascination of the infinite consumes me. The fascination of the infinite consumes. The fascination of the infinite consumes me. Vitality to hurt you all in virtual reality. Actual natural plants enhance. My words are crystal clear. Deep intensified trance in a relaxed atmosphere. Features optional imagery, high-tech full color processing. Metallic existence roams through the galaxies. Trails of stardust remain. I'll crush your palace of fallacies. Warlords who swung swords now hide behind steel shields on the battlefield. Mortal weaponry stays concealed as they kneel. Once my power cosmics reveal.
I'm the Piccadilly of the carnival, the unharnessable, remarkable, the sheath that holds the arguably truest tempered sword in the Western world. I'm ahead of my time and I'm heading your way. A word of warning: the world is turning, torquing and contorting while a ball of gas is burning. Meteor shower warnings, leaving grinding grit and granite winding. The second hand towards the finding of tablets for derelicts and martyrs, puppeteers and marauders, juggernauts and argonauts, who's barking irons to butter into waters uncharted.
Now enter the labyrinth of mad child's amusement. More intense than the shining, you're in a difficult course. Feel the pressure from all angles of Prev's centrifugal force. Unremorseful sorcery, firing flames more frequent. As strength the attacker and black magic clash in sequence. My activities are extracurricular, one particular. Immaculate, masculine, muscular, rap spectacular. Coercion casting curses in articulate verses.
What do you do when there's no response to your distress signal? When your SOS is busy, is he dead or alive? Since I put my mind in overdrive, I've derived this method of meshing and molding, shaping and holding on to this golden microphone. Alone in the wilderness, skilless yet fearless, I've experienced your experiences once already. Now once you're ready, I'll redream your dreamscape, landscape, skyscrape, skydive in the Swan Lake, chasing beat breaks. We can take a cakewalk through my program and talk megabytes, gigabytes, kilohertz and electric inserts. I can povo with a lightning bolt over the wall of China and cruise by a cruise liner, trying to find a rhyme and a pie decide to sink your Lusitania. There be pandemonium, mania, drowning in my aquarium, terranium. Dukes and Maharajas pass the time of day with me. People in glass houses don't throw stones.
The fascination of the infinite consumes me.
Consumption.
All right, give me a second. Let me pull this up, folks. Yeah, blessings.
Things. So the offensive uses really have an asymmetric advantage. So these are the kind of thoughts I was thinking in 1999 and 2000, and my friends told me I was getting really depressed and they were really worried about me. to write more gloomy thoughts about this, and moved into a hotel room in New York with one room full of books on the plague and, you know, nuclear bombs exploding in New York, where I would be within the circle, and so on. And then I was there on September 11th. And I stood in the streets with everyone, and it was quite an experience to be there. I got up the next morning and walked out of the city, and there were all the sanitation trucks were parked on Houston Street, ready to go down and start taking the rubble away.
So this is one thing that we read when we read the Partisan, right? The Politics of the Partisan. I think it was Politics of the Partisan by Carl Schmitt. He talks about guerrilla warfare, okay, and about how modern technological advances increase the mobility and range of the guerrilla fighter, right? So here, let me confirm that that was the name of the work that we read, right? By Schmitt. Theory of the Partisan, I believe it's called, right? Yeah, Theory of the Partisan, 1963 book by Carl Schmitt, right? We reviewed it here on the show. But yeah. So yeah, I wonder if he's going to connect this stage of terror, right, to the technological advancements, because he's talking about capacity. I mean, he's talking about disasters that are technological in nature, right? That could pose a real danger to situation, right? I mean, a real danger to civilization. Sorry, I'm growing delirious from fasting at this point. I mean, right? But yeah, the situations that pose a real, danger to civilization, being technological, right? Which is a great paradoxical idea, because how are the situations that are technological contributing, to an existential risk to civilization, if they're the thing that's moving civilization along its, so-called progressive path, right? Okay, so the great quixotic paradox of the existential risk of technology, right? Obviously, that's a main thing that technologists are focused on, interestingly enough, right? The same people who are responsible for developing the technology, right? You think that they would not be going through this moral dilemma, so to speak, right? But they are some of the primary people that are going through the dilemma. Why? Because they see the problem firsthand. Okay, not many people who are living, okay, depending on technology, right? They don't know what furnishes their use of these technological means, right? They have no idea. They don't have a clue in the world, right? Just basic elements of where people's food comes from that we were discussing earlier. Most people have no clue, right?
And I walked down the middle up to the train station, and everything below 14th Street was closed. It was quite a compelling experience, but not really I suppose, a surprise to someone who'd had this room full of the books. It was always a surprise that it happened then and there, but it wasn't a surprise that it happened at all. And everybody then started writing about this. Thousands of people started writing about this, and I eventually abandoned the book. And Chris called me to talk at the conference, I really don't talk about this anymore, because there's enough frustrating and depressing things going on. But I agreed to come and say a few things about this. And I would say that, we can't give up the rule of law to fight an asymmetric threat, which is what we seem to be doing because of the people that are in power, because that's to give up the thing that makes civilization. And we can't fight the threat in the kind of stupid way we're doing, because $1 million act causes $1 billion of damage, causes $1 trillion response, which is largely ineffective and arguably.
So his response to existential risk is that we can't just give up, right? Well, this means that the use of technology is not optional, right? We're too late in the game to turn back. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with this. You know, maybe AI will figure out a world without emotional manipulation. I mean, we can only hope so. That is one of human beings' key problems, right? Most people don't do things based on reason, right? Most people act purely out of emotional manipulation, right?
Oh, I'm
You know,
sorry. AI is that the chatbots are extremely biased. People can easily program stuff to censor. So yeah, the chatbot AI is not going to help you. Maybe your calculator can, but not your chatbots.
ah,
Hey,
yeah, yeah,
Machine, I
exactly.
appreciate you, my bro. I'm gonna head out, man.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I'm wrapping up soon too. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I'm
Hey,
gonna
man,
play an
yeah,
old clip of us. Yeah,
you
reviewing
always do a
the
good
yeah.
job, man. You're a
Yeah, thank you.
smart cat, and hey, man, you're always in my prayers, brother. For real.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah,
Later,
yeah.
man.
Same with you, my friend. Yeah,
Later,
peace.
Hank and Red. Peace out, guys. Yeah.
See ya.
And new guy. Yeah. Later.
Yeah, technology is creating all these problems. Let's make more, right? Paradoxical. I mean, but yeah, what can we do?
Probably almost certainly has made the problem worse. So we can't fight the thing with 1,000,000 to 1 cost, 1 to 1,000,000 cost benefit ratio. So after giving up on the book, and I had the great honor to be able to join Kleiner Perkins about a year ago, and to work through venture capital on the innovator side, and to try to find some innovations that could address what I saw as some of these big problems. Things where, you know, a factor of 10 difference can make a factor of 1,000 difference in the outcome. I've been amazed in the last year at the incredible quality of and excitement of the innovations that have come across my desk. It's overwhelming at times. I'm very thankful for Google and Wikipedia, so I can understand at least a little of what people are talking about who come through the doors. But I wanted to share with you 3 areas that I'm particularly excited about and that relate.
So did you hear what he said? He said where a difference in 10 factors could cause a difference in 1,000. You know, right? He's basically talking about the exponential risks, you know, when dealing with a society that's governed by technology. Right? And he's saying that, you know, and then he's calculating everything by making it quantifiable. Right? Another element of, you know, the short-sightedness of both the problems and the solutions that are used to solve the problems.
That's just the butterfly effect. So
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, it's got a lot to do with that. Yeah.
So
Yeah, we're going to talk
pretty
about
much
that later.
Yeah, pretty much any change would be problematic. So the
Yeah.
technology or not, it's going to be an issue because that's
Yeah.
how time works.
But it's exponentially increased in terms of complex dynamic systems. All right. So yeah, true. The butterfly effect has huge implications, right? And that's why, as Ellul was saying, you know, one small technological advance has thousands of unforeseen consequences. I mean, so it's incredible that, you know, almost 50 years later, you know, Bill Joy, a prominent technologist, you know, is sitting up there just agreeing with him. Okay, we're only going to listen to a couple more minutes of this, but yeah, it's interesting, you know.
to the problems that I was talking about in the Wired article. The first is this whole area of education and really.
Yeah, the Wired article that we're reading right now, by the way, right? So yeah.
Relates to what Nicholas was talking about with a $100 computer. And that is to say that there's a lot of legs left in Moore's law. The most advanced transistors today are at 65 nanometers. And we've seen, and I've had the pleasure to invest in companies that give me great confidence that will extend Moore's law all the way down to roughly the 10 nanometer scale. Another factor of, say, 6 in dimensional reduction, which should give us about another factor of 100 in raw improvement in what the chips can do. And so to put that in practical terms, if something costs about $1,000 today, say the best personal computer you can buy, that might be its cost, I think we can have that in 2020 for $10. Okay, now just imagine what that $100 computer.
Yeah, let's play that. Yeah, start here, play it again. We could check that. That 2020 is 5 years ago.
You want me to play this part again, Hank?
Yeah, play this again. We can check that. Fact.
Okay. How far back you want me to go? Like,
there. Start.
All right. Right here.
Which should give us about another factor of 100 in raw improvement in what the chips can do. And so to put that in practical terms, if something costs about $1,000 today, say the best personal computer you can buy, that might be its cost, I think we can have that in 2020 for $10. Okay, now
so
just imagine what that $100 computer will be in 2020.
So technically, he's right and he's wrong. So on the resale market, yes. In the production, maybe. But I couldn't get you one for that price. I can. So he's right and he's wrong.
Wow. So interesting. So yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Ellul predicted pre-crime. He predicted, mass surveillance. He predicted, what were the other things he predicted? This idea of global sustainability. And a number of other things that we've seen. But yeah, Bill Joy can't make a prediction about computers like 10 years from now. I mean, no. So yeah, crazy.
Not 10 years from now, it's 5 years ago.
Yeah, 5 years ago. Yeah, so yeah, thank you for the correction, Hank. Yeah, but holy smokes. Pretty strange stuff there. To say the least. Thank you for pointing that out, Hank. I would have had that type of jargon just floats by my head. I mean, so yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I'm trained in this jargon. I literally have a degree in this, so I know what he's saying.
Yeah, I had no idea what he was talking about, to be honest. So blessings. But yeah.
He's not that far off though. So for like $30 for sure. Yeah, but not 10.
Interesting. But yeah, I think he starts talking about some science fiction type of stuff here, so it's gonna get kind of interesting. So let's read a little bit of this, and obviously in 40 minutes I have to start playing replays, but I have a killer recording for you guys. I mean, of course, I am sparing nothing but the best in terms of these recordings, and hopefully we do recollect all the recordings that I need from the brother Neuro Jack. But yeah, we'll be playing some of his panel. Where me and Unseen broke down John Mosman and Andrew Wilson debate. So that'll be a real killer combination. Later. And then I think him and Neuro have a discussion too. So yeah, we got a good recording from back in the day. Back in the day. All right. Yeah. So definitely. But shit. So yeah. So we'll get that popping soon. But yeah, in terms of Bill Joy, okay, he's talking about this idea of, nuclear, biological, and chemical, care NBC transforming to GNR, or genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics, right? And WMD, weapons of mass destruction, transforming to KMD, or knowledge enabled mass destruction, okay, which also is talked about in Kurzweil's work that is called Promise and Peril. Sorry. Took me a minute to think about what that's called. But yeah, Files from the Time Machine, exactly. Yeah, Peace to Godheart, Plasma Void, and Golden Renaissance Productions. He had a very intimate session last night with his audience. Blessings. So, yeah, but he says, I think it is no exaggeration to say we are on the cusp of the further perfection of extreme evil. Whoa. Okay, and he's talking about the development of technological means. Okay, how many times are you going to hear this? An evil whose possibility spreads well beyond that which weapons of mass destruction bequeathed. Remember, I read that last time. You got to love that word, bequeath.
TH, not F.
Bequeathed to the nation states. Yeah, you shouldn't say that if you have a gap tooth, right? On to a surprising and terrible empowerment of extreme individuals. Yeah, siddhis are techniques, but not. So in terms of technique, they have a technological aspect to them, right? But I wouldn't consider them to be the full scope of technology. In terms of the technological scope, is mainly relevant in terms of the mechanical, right? So that's the main aspect that we're talking about. We're talking about technology in terms of machines, and I think that's the element that I want to look at it at, because obviously, otherwise, nature is technology. Ideas are technology. Writing is technology. And it gets kind of muddled. What is technology, right? Whatever's a creation has a technological aspect to it, right? So it can get old, right? But yeah. So yeah. But and for people who don't know what siddhis are, they are abilities that one develops while undergoing spiritual practices in Hinduism. But yeah, it says nothing about the way I got involved with computers suggested to me that I was going to be facing these kind of issues. My life has been driven by a deep need to ask questions and find answers. Oh, really? Is that why you're in a position where your life work has led you to question, um, you know, its own progress may, why its own progress may lead to the development of a great evil? It's because you're such a deep thinker. I highly doubt it. I mean, but I'd say he's gullible person, extremely gullible person. Most of these technologists are extremely gullible people. Okay, most of these so-called futurists, they're gullible. Okay, that's the way to
They're
describe them.
either gullible or they have an agenda. Either one,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's like almost no in between with these fucking progressors. They're often always swindled in the mind. I mean, yeah, yeah,
It's the opium of technology, I guess.
yeah. That's right. Yeah, machine is where it becomes artificial. You know, anything less than machine is based on techniques that have a human element to it. But techniques abroad, you know, or man's sense of organization and reason, right, to develop external processes, right? Okay, how to behind everything, right? And maximize those means, right? And yeah, the total ensemble of means to a particular end, right, are techniques. But technique integrates the machine into human society. I strongly recommend you look at the first part of our show, for example, where we had a deep discussion on these issues, right? But yeah, blessings.
Blessings.
Yes, greetings, my friend.
Yeah, they're dangerously naive. I mean, they believe in utopia, and utopia legitimately means no place. The etymology means no place. So, where are they going? Nowhere. And they think that to fix something, you exasperate and increase its magnitude by many times. You know? So, in order to escape from it, you enhance it by magnitude and strength and, you know, every
Oh
faction.
yeah, we have a tape. Yeah, we have a clip about that. Here, give me a second. Let me play this clip. We have the Sabbateans themselves admitting.
Everyone's just in their room, in their space, and your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on a screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper capitalist fucking AI world. You know, that's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Is to like let them, give them carte blanche and let it fucking die faster.
Faster, faster.
Faster, yes. You must go faster. We must die quicker. That is the only way to live. Like this is the fucking this is their mentality. It's fucking insane, dude. It's necrophilia. They're necrophiliacs. If you really understand the true meaning of what that is, that is what they are.
The
Oh
love
well, you
of
don't want me to play.
inanimate
They're
objects.
in other words,
Yeah,
they're obsessed with
yeah. You don't
Thanatos,
want me. Yeah,
the
you don't want
death
me to play the other
instinct.
clip where that guy says on the live stream that he wants to grape dead people. So yeah,
Right.
that also happened.
Exactly.
Yeah. That also happened.
I rest my case, brother.
Yeah, we have that clip too, but we won't play it here because we don't want to get struck. We already got too
Right.
spicy earlier when you were messing with the chat. But yeah.
Yeah.
We still got another month until we're finally out of that other strike.
Yep.
You know, knock on wood.
We'll be squizzled, as I like to say. But yeah, yeah. So he's talking about trying to operate ham radios and all this shit. He's talking about reading Robert Heinlein, who's a Satanist. I mean, a Gatanist,
Yeah,
and
yeah, definitely.
and then
Definitely.
yeah, who actually did weird things with oh with L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons. You guys can look it up.
Oh
I mean,
gosh.
but yeah,
Ruh-roh.
but yeah, Asimov's iRobot. Okay, that's pretty interesting. But again, there's a Scientologist, Will Smith. So where are all these Scientology connections? So weird.
Bro,
Right?
even Crowley warned about L. Ron Hubbard, just for context.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe you know what I'm thinking? Maybe this guy, Bill Joy is a Scientologist. I don't know, I haven't looked into it, but
It
I'm
wouldn't
kind of getting
surprise
this
me.
vibe. I'm getting these vibes. But then he says, I was enchanted by the descriptions of space travel and wanted to have a telescope to look at the stars. Since I had no money to buy or make one, I checked books on telescope making out of the library and read about making them. Thursday nights, my parents went bowling and we kids stayed at home. It was the night of Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek. The program made a big impression on me. I came to accept the notion that humans had a future in space. Yeah, what about the notion of world government? Even weirder. That Gene Roddenberry seemed to promote. I mean, very strange. He
Too
didn't seem
much
to question
thinking.
that one.
Too much thinking, Mo.
Yeah, he didn't seem to question that little bitty. I mean,
Right.
but yeah, Western style and big heroes and adventure. Roddenberry's vision of centuries to come was one of the strong moral values embodied in codes like Prime Directive. You know, let me get my homie in here. Give the homie here the moderation status. Blessings. And that's the OG homie right there. Yep. Oh man, shit. Give me a second. It seemed like there's some type of. All right. So yeah, and Roddenberry obviously he had lots of interesting ideas, but and we talked about Noonien Soong, which is interesting because of two reasons, right? One, because of Han Noonien Soong, right? Who's just kidnapping white girls, I guess. He's a brown dude that's genetically superior and he's just kidnapping white women. So there's that story. I mean, shocking to the audience in the 1970s, I would presume. Some Punjabi guy that's just ostensibly just kidnapping white ladies. I mean, and forcing them to like paint portraits of him and shit. And then taking over the fucking Enterprise and shit. Yeah, so this was based on his friend, and this guy, Noonien Soong, the doctor, Noonien Soong, he was a humanist who wanted to use technology to improve humanity. Now, obviously, Gene Roddenberry didn't think that this was a very good idea because Noonien Soong is a villain who fucks everything up until the second season where he actually creates Data, right? And Data is his great triumph, a cybernetic android that wants to be human, right? You know, so this is totally different than the Borg that wants to assimilate. I mean, the humans into the machine. So yeah. So Roddenberry, yeah, I mean, he was onto some shit, man. He definitely studied the occult. He definitely studied philosophy. Um, look at the symbol of Star Trek. It's literally the Freemasonry symbol. So, and you can see it at the World's Fair. The same symbol. You know what I mean? The futuristic World Fair. I mean, people used to talk about that all the time. They buried all that shit. I mean, we need to bring that back. World Fair. That shit was crazy, man. They're showing images of that shit. Yeah.
Trump was actually talking about it.
Oh, really?
Yup.
Weird.
Yup. At his
Musk.
inauguration.
Yeah, they have the same symbol as the Space Force logo.
Hmm.
So yeah, you go and figure that out. I mean, very strange optics there.
Well, he was a Mason, and Deep Space Nine was actually in reference to the Ogdad of Egypt because it was received in a channeling session. The Nine. So the whole thing was actually predictive programming that was received from these spirits that they called the Nine. No joke. It was connected to Maria Orsic and the National Socialists.
Yeah, I was trying to tell a buddy of mine about that lady, and he started looking her up online, and he's like,
Mhm.
"Whoa, what's this?" But yeah, if you look up pictures of this lady, it's gonna be weird. I mean, she's a weird
Yeah.
looking lady to say the least. Telepathically communicated
Yep.
with the alien, with the reptilian. I excelled in mathematics in high school, he says, when I went to the University of Michigan as an undergraduate engineer. So how weird is this that Dr. Skribina, Dr. Kaczynski, um, Bill Joy, and myself, we all went to University of Michigan. What a hotspot for weird shit. I mean, honestly, I mean, yeah, shout out to University of Michigan. Um, totally weird place. Lots of um oh my god. Lots of very large-breasted Lebanese girls
Okay.
in Dearborn, Michigan as well. I mean,
Shout out to the ladies.
shout out to Dearborn, Michigan. I mean, for the Lebanese blondes. I mean, and you know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. And the za'atar bread, shit is delicious. And but yeah, solving math problems was exciting challenge when I discovered computers. I found something much more interesting, a machine into which you could program that attempted to solve a problem. I think I read all this already. Let me skip over here. He says
From all this, it was clear that I'm not a Luddite. Okay, he's talking about how he studied all this shit. I've always rather had a strong belief in the value of scientific research for truth and in the ability of great engineering to bring material progress. The Industrial Revolution has immeasurably improved everyone's life over the last 100 years. Okay, so it's kind of weird. He kind of reverses Kaczynski's statement, right? That the Industrial Revolution has been a disaster for the human race. Ray says the Industrial Revolution has immeasurably improved everyone's life. So that seems like a direct reversal, right? That seems like Kabbalistic inversion.
Yeah.
And memogrammy. Yeah, so interestingly enough, he just reversed the statement. Yeah, and he says, and I've expected my career to involve the building of worthwhile solutions to real problems, one problem at a time. I've not been disappointed. My work has had more impact than I ever hoped for, and has had more widely used than I could ever reasonably expect. I've spent the last 20 years still trying to figure out how to make computers as reliable as I want them to be. They're not nearly there yet. Okay, so computers are not reliable, but you want them to start thinking.
Yes.
Like what? How does that make sense? I mean,
yes.
And how to make them simple to use, a goal that is met with even relative success. He says, despite some progress, the problems that remain seem even more daunting. But while I was aware of the moral dilemma surrounding technology's consequences in fields like weapons research, see, they always bring it back to that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if there's consequences or if they're reliable, as long as they're easy to use effectively.
Yeah.
So as long as they're effectively unreliable and consequential and easy to use, it's good. No fucking sense. If you really listen to these people, like nothing they say makes sense, and it's not supposed to. And once you understand that, it all comes together. Like Elon Musk saying, AI could destroy the world. We're summoning the demon, but let's do it anyways because it's the only way we can survive. you know, it,
Yeah,
it
Roscoe's Basker's effect. But who says computers are unreliable when we can get them to have 99.99% uptime, depending on how we structure the network?
Yeah, it's kind of weird that he said that. I mean, it kind of struck me as counterintuitive for sure. I mean, here you are developing these things. Aren't you saying they're extremely precise and their improvement is accelerating? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, but yeah, I say that. Yeah, I say that a lot. In the chat there, I say that yeah, nature is God-made technology. The technology we make is man-made nature, second-order nature. Stealing from Dr. Scorbina there a little bit. But yeah, we talk about the metaphysics of creation. Nature obviously has creative intelligence. Nature creates, right? I believe, right? So, there's many orders of creation. I mean, there's God-made creations, right? There's obviously nature is a God-made creation. We make things from nature, but nature also makes things, right? So there's lots of things going on. I mean, so creation is a complex issue, right? And so is mind. We got to get into the philosophy of mind, and we will and have done it in the past, right? So yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, so and yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's right. That's true. This is why I said all those things, right? Because yeah, machine is made of natural parts. Of course, everything is, right? but blessings. I mean, yeah, we only got a few more minutes here. Yeah, he says, while I was aware of the moral dilemma surrounding technology's consequences in the fields like weapons research, I did not expect I would confront issues in my own field, or at least not so soon. Perhaps it is always hard to see the bigger impact while you are in the vortex of a change. Failing to understand the consequences of our inventions while we are in the rapture of discovery and innovation seems to be a common fault of scientists. Yeah. And technologists, we have long been driven by overarching desire to know that is a nature of science quest, not stopping to notice that the progress to newer and more powerful technologies can take on a life of its own. Okay, I think that's where we'll leave it there. And I think that's a powerful statement. Yeah, thank you guys for joining us. We're actually going to be playing a recording, which is very, very powerful. Review, okay, of a debate we had. I mean, a debate review that me and Unseen Warfare did of John Mosman and Andrew Wilson. I mean, but before that, I want everybody to say some things on the panel. I mean, please. I mean,
I assume we were going to end with that last statement.
well, yeah, you got anything to say to these people, Hank? Blessings.
Not today. Talk to you later.
Okay, peace out, my friend. 5-Speed, are you there, sir?
Yes, but I was on for a call there for a few minutes, so I didn't quite catch what you were getting at here, but I'm assuming you're
No
wrapping
worries.
up.
Yes, of course, of course. Yes, is there anything you'd like to share with these people before we wrap it up here, sir? Blessings.
Yeah, absolutely. I would just like to remind people that popularity without any purpose at all in advancing life forward holds no value. Much love and many blessings.
Yeah, blessings, sir. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, peace be with you. All right, and of course we got our great friend Twilight, son of Lilith. I was blessed to have a great conversation with him this morning, and many more to come.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And my bad. My friend who
Yeah, no
kept
worries.
calling ended up showing up at my door.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's what happened. So that's good.
Yeah.
That's good that happened.
I was just like,
yeah,
whoa. Yeah. Get
excellent.
money.
Well, fortuitous circumstances, blessings.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Anything you'd like to share with these people before we get out of here?
Get money. No. What do I have to say? Like, share, and subscribe, man. Much more to come. Lots in the works. Come find me.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. For real though. I don't really know. For once, really. Blessings.
Blessings, homie. Yeah, let me get up on this.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Can you come here? Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, Reddington, what you got for these people? Are you there, homie?
shit. Reddington's restreaming this. Blessings to Reddington. Thank you guys so much for being here. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Always,
I'm
bro.
gonna play. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You know, yeah, we're gonna, you know, get it together. You know, on some real shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, we did a real crazy one recently. You know what I mean? Me and Lilith that I gotta play sometime. It's Gnosticism. I mean, he did Gnostic cosmology. I mean, I was sitting there listening, so we're gonna play that one soon. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Stay tuned for that. That's one thing I can say. Stay tuned for that because we're gonna be doing another one for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so look out for that Twilight Son of Lilith. You know what I mean? Cyber Caliphate. You know what I mean? Check out this 3-hour debate review we did, me and Lilith, on the other channel, Cyber Caliphate. Zionism debate review. Yeah, we killed it there. You know, we made mincemeat out of that debate there. You know what I mean? So yeah, blessings. Yeah, so thank you, Lilith.
Special edition, exclusive. You saw it here first and only here. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah, and thank you so much to Reddington. I think
to would you say Lebanese to the Lebanese girls? Yeah.
Exactly.
Shout out to the females everywhere, for matter of fact. Love the ladies. We out.
Yeah, thank you, homies. And yeah, here's the show we did earlier. Let me try to find this episode. Oh shit, did I lose it? Oh yeah, and thank you to Flow State and JS Urban Adventures. You know, go and subscribe to their channels. You know, I'm pretty sure I put up their links earlier. You know, we got to find their links, but yeah, yeah, they great support that they gave. We're gonna go and check out their channel soon. We've been participating on Flow State. We had an argument with some Protestant characters the other day, and we got him to say in the end that he wants to burn the Quran.
What?
Wow. I mean, he got very emotional. I mean, but yeah, you know what I mean?
Wow.
Very emotional indeed, yeah. But yeah, here's some Neurojack. I mean, blessings. And yeah, we'll be back soon. Yeah, but thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. You know, I'm on the 9th hour of a sort of 12-hour fast that I've been doing here. You know, and yeah, it's Ramadan, right? And yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for joining us, man.
Hold on.
You know, the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. And the first step to blinding somebody is to get them to open their eyes, you mean? So I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends, you mean? Thank you for joining us.
Hold on.
Peace and power.
Yeah, peace, brethren. Blessings.
Or incidental that the king of Atlantis is named Atlas. So Atlantis means the realm of Atlas. That's where the name Atlantis comes from. It means the realm of Atlas because Poseidon was ruled by a king called Atlas. In fact, the kings were all called Atlas. And so I'm guessing this was a title, not a proper name of a person. And the person who was the sovereign of Atlantis was given the title in reference to the brother of Prometheus, namely the Titan Atlas, who leads the Titans in war against the gods. He's the general of the Titan army in the Titanomachia. And what do the Atlanteans do? The core of the myth of Atlantis, that Plato recounts for us in Timaeus and Critias, is that the Atlanteans lead a war against Olympus. They attempt to unify the whole earth under their naval rule and they're no longer worshiping the gods. They become totally irreverent toward the Olympians. And this is why when they're on the brink of unifying the whole earth, Zeus decides to wipe them off the face of the planet with this deluge. So Shelley, in Prometheus Unbound, depicts the destruction of Atlantis, and he makes it quite clear that this is a parallel to the biblical flood story. And he's associating Prometheus with the rebel angels, with the fallen angels, who were punished by Yahweh. And so, point being, in the modern era, you see authors like Goethe, Lord Byron, and Percy Shelley explicitly appropriate the myth of Prometheus as a positive image of Satan. Right? I mean, people often talk about Satan as an entirely negative figure that cannot be dissociated from Christianity, that's predicated on Christianity, that's parasitic on Christianity. But folks, there's a Satan before Satan, and that's Prometheus. And, one place that this becomes abundantly clear is in the modern Prometheus, right? You ask about where is Prometheus today, where is Prometheus in modern age? Well, look, the alternate title for Frankenstein, the subtitle of the book, is the modern Prometheus. So Percy's wife, Mary Shelley, pens this tale in which we have an extremely Luciferian depiction of Dr. Frankenstein as the modern Prometheus. And
we're on the verge of a new world with AI and virtual reality and all this cutting-edge technology that's really going to change everything. Like, we're right on the border of what's about to happen.
Yes, and Frankenstein was the first of these great sci-fi stories that involve transhuman technologies, and you can see the debt to Frankenstein or the modern Prometheus throughout the history of modern science fiction, up to and including Ridley Scott's Prometheus. Ridley Scott's film in 2012, Prometheus, the prequel to the Alien saga, is very much a retelling of Frankenstein in a cosmic context. So the myth of Prometheus, I would say, is very much alive.
Yeah. Well, if you combine it with myth, because we live in a legalistic age, everything we do is all sign this document, make sure that everything's lawful. Like, you have like banking systems, we have systems in place, PayPal, it's all mediators and signing on the dotted line, technology. It really is, in a spiritual sense, however you want to interpret it, the world ruled by Prometheus hyphen Mithra.
Yeah, and the point is to take back this technology, to reintegrate these capacities that we were gifted with by Prometheus for the sake of fostering human flourishing, rather than allowing ourselves to be dehumanized by this technology. Right? Prometheus brought the gift of technase man so that we could determine our own destiny, not so that we could wind up being instrumentalized into something like the Borg, not so that AI could ensconce us in such a fashion as to divest us of our humanity and leave us with a hive mind. So, right now we are at the 11th hour. We're at a key turning point in the face of technological singularity, where we have to basically retrieve the poetic power of the Prometheus myth and to understand technological science in the right way as a tool to empower our evolution, so that we can transform, like that caterpillar in the chrysalis, into the butterfly that appears at the creation of humanity in the myth of Prometheus. And so I would say that Prometheus is a figure that represents the promise of technological science. But there's also this shadow side, this Frankensteinian danger that we face, right? Approaching this technological singularity within this very century. And so it's more important than ever right now to positively reappropriate this myth and understand the power that it already has over us unconsciously. We need to take that unconscious power, that daimonic power of the Prometheus archetype over our society, and transform it into something that's more self-conscious and that can be directed in a positive manner as a force of liberation and enlightenment.
Yeah, and do you think, in the context of like, I don't know, maybe climate change, for example, like if there's some sort of threat of some disaster on Earth, Prometheus being the archetype of this, the only thing that can save us is, we have to figure out a way through technology to get ourselves right. Maybe, I don't know, go off into space or something. I don't even know what that is. But that also represents this sort of butterfly effect of like a metamorphosis of the of humanity. Like, we need to change something, or else if we keep going down this path, it's done. We're done. We're going to be wiped out, right?
Absolutely, that's right. But we also need to remember that, retreat, Ludditism, and retreat back to nature and to pre-industrial society and all this crap that's being promoted by a lot of elites today, right? The eco-friendly lifestyle. No. We can use technology to save the ecosystem. But the other thing we have to remember is that Prometheus didn't just give us the fire of the forge. The fire that he gifted mankind with is also the fountainhead of all of the arts and crafts. In other words, literature, painting, right? Drama, as per Aeschylus. So there is a unity of science and art that, is at the core of the myth of Prometheus. And we need to cultivate that aesthetic sensibility so that we use technology in ways that are poetic, in ways that are not alienating and instrumentalizing, but that are part of the expansion of the creative capacity of humanity. Because Prometheus is also the deity of the arts, of literature, of poetry. And that's something that we shouldn't lose sight of, right? As we enter this crucible of the technological singularity, we are going to need to be more artful than ever before so that we use technology as a tool for liberation and empowerment rather than allowing it to be an instrument of dehumanization.
Yeah, and I think the idea of becoming like God by copying what's in nature onto technology, we can create systems of travel or whatever that is just beyond our even capacity to think about how great we can be right now. You know?
As Shelley says, and this is a good note to end on, as Shelley says in Prometheus Unbound, we can come up with arts as of yet undreamed of, arts that haven't even been conceived by the mind of the gods. Right? And so it's not a question of copying nature, it's a question of bettering nature. We can do better than nature. Ooh. We can do better than the gods. We can improve upon nature. And so therefore you see that from a Christian perspective, right, even including a Gnostic Christian perspective, because the Gnostic doesn't want to improve this world, the Gnostic wants to escape this world. From a Christian perspective, Gnostic or otherwise, this is satanic.
Yep. Yeah.
The idea that we can do better than the gods and we can best God or nature, that is the core of the Prometheus.
It's eating the fruit of knowledge, literally. It's accepting. And by the way, it's also reflected in Persephone eating the pomegranate. It's like a mirror of that. But speaking of taking the fruit of knowledge, you have just attained true gnosis. And
Plato's noble lie isn't simply one concept or one strategy that he deploys as part of the larger edifice of his thought. Plato's entire philosophical project could be seen as a noble lie, where my thesis is essentially that Plato didn't believe in the existence of the forms, that he contrived this doctrine for the purposes of psychological and social engineering. Before he met Socrates, he was an aspiring tragic poet in the theater of Dionysus, and the story is that after he heard Socrates talk, he burned his great tragedy in an offering to Prometheus. He calls forth the god of fire and decides to become a student of Socrates, but he's coming from the background of having been a tragic poet. Dionysus is the god associated with tragedy. A case can be made that people who understood very well what Plato's esoteric project was, and people who knew how to deploy, mobilize, engineer the Abrahamic revelation, the biblical religion, as a catalyst for the transformation of society. But the catalyst was not intended to get people to become good Jews, or later good Christians, or even later good Muslims. The catalyst was intended to get people to go to the devil, instigate rebellion, give people models of challenging authority. That's very Plato. His intention was to separate the goats from the sheep. Well, it's great to get back to this. Yeah. We've been planning this talk on Plato for a really long time, and it's a difficult subject to approach. I've written 2 essays that are relevant to it, which I want to reference right up front, because as deep as we may go here, it's still only going to be scratching the surface compared to the complexity of what I've written in these essays. And the most important of them is called The Pharmakon Artist in Lovers of Sophia. So I believe it's the second essay in this book, Lovers of Sophia. It's an anthology. It's a collection of essays rather than really being a book. And these essays were actually written before Prometheus and Atlas. I think almost every piece in Lovers of Sophia preceded Prometheus and Atlas, in some cases significantly. And frankly, I have to confess that Pharmakon Artist is the oldest of them. So in that essay on Plato, you see, which is fitting because, as I quote Alfred North Whitehead at the beginning of this essay, some people have taken the view that the whole history of Western philosophy consists of a series of footnotes to Plato. That's how Whitehead put it. And so I suppose it's fitting that my own first philosophical work was my interpretation of Plato, which is an essay of almost book length. It could be a short book. And I wrote it in my 20s. And in a lot of ways, this essay, The Pharmakon Artist, can be seen as an esoteric key to my entire corpus. And by the end of our conversation, maybe I'm going to highlight a few ways in which that's the case. So that essay in Lovers of Sophia, and then there is a chapter in Prometheus and Atlas toward the end. I believe it is chapter 9 of Prometheus and Atlas. Atlas of the New Atlantis deals with Plato's quote, myth, unquote, of Atlantis. And we'll get into that as well here because I think it's very relevant to understanding what we could call Plato's unwritten doctrine, or, esoteric Plato. His knowledge concerning Atlantis is very relevant to that subject. And in that chapter, Atlas of the New Atlantis, I get into, Plato's understanding of Atlantis and how it's related to the way in which he wanted to transform Greek society. So anyway, those are the 2 references that I wanted to give up front. And I mean, do you have any preparatory remarks you'd like to make before we jump in?
Yeah, I just want to lay this out for people that we didn't plan this out as a series to begin with, but it's materializing as one now. So we started off our discussion. This is going to be a 4-part playlist on my channel for people who are watching. It's okay if this is the first video you stumbled on. You can watch this one first. You can watch them in any order, but I would prefer to start off with the Mithra video, because Mithra is such an ancient idea that has its tentacles in the Vedic world as well as the Western world. And then, so that was our first video. We introduced that, and then we went into Zoroaster. And Zoroaster, coming out of the Mithraic tradition, revolutionizes religion, theology, philosophy for the entire Western world. And so then after that video, we did Prometheism. And why that's so important to come third, because from the Prometheism video really shows that there's a divide in the world between people who are submitting to this idea of a tyrant god, the El cults, the Judeo-Christian religions, versus the Promethean religions of divine knowledge that will make that you yourself become like the gods. So there's this idea of the two, and now we're getting into Plato. And so Plato is going to be the end of all this, but also the beginning of something else. And so if you want, based on what I just said, tell us why this is so important to have Plato at the end of this.
You know, I don't want to go on about Iran again, you know, and continue to give people the impression that I'm some kind of Persian chauvinist. But there are a few points that could be made with relation to these other conversations of ours that you referenced. And one is that, of course, Plato was a member of the Pythagorean order. After the death of Socrates, Plato went to Italy and joined the Pythagorean order. And, you know, of course, Pythagoras himself had studied at length in Egypt. And so Plato kind of followed Pythagoras' footsteps and then studied in Egypt for a while, tracing, you know, some Pythagorean ideas to their source in ancient Egyptian wisdom. But as we've discussed in our previous conversations, Pythagoras also studied for over a decade in the capital of the Persian Empire. He was brought back to the capital of Iran by Cambyses II, the son of Cyrus the Great, and he studied with the Magi in Babylon, the administrative capital of, you know, Achaemenid Iran. And so, and by the way, Pythagoras only left Iran when the Persians conquered Samos.
Going for you guys tonight, it's John Mosman versus Andrew from the Crucible, Andrew Wilson. You guys all know who Andrew Wilson is. We are all going to be watching them debate Christian populism versus Christian anarchy. I know when I first heard Christian anarchy, I didn't know what it was, but John has a way of explaining it that hopefully you all understand it the way I did. Anyways, let's get this going. Bring the, oh shit, what did I do? Okay, sorry. Let's bring up the debaters of the night. Welcome, welcome. Make sure we hear you both.
Yeah.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Awesome. Perfect. So we have already decided that we're going to start with 6-minute intros. John is going to be starting off first with his intro. And then we will get this started. As soon as you want to start talking, I got the timer here for you, John.
Okay.
As soon as you start talking, we will get this started. I want to say, before we get this started, thank you both. I'm gonna be here to moderate if it gets too out of hand. But other than that, after the both 6-minute intros, we're gonna let it go for an.
Holy fuck! This dude sounds this fucking slow on fucking 1.5 minutes. Holy shit! This guy is talking slow as fuck. He's literally talking at a fucking snail's pace here. You know, how high do you, like, how much codeine do you need to talk this fucking slow? I mean, like, this is on 1.5 and he's talking like a zombie.
An hour open discussion. At the end, we'll read super chat questions or comments, and then we'll open it up for anyone that wants to call in and give a question or a pushback.
Absolutely. Cool. I just want to real quick thank you, Speakeasy, for putting this together, and I want to thank Andrew for coming off Mount Olympus and deeming to entertain us mere mortals, and I appreciate the opportunity, friend. And as a brother in Christ, I thank you for all the work you do, and with that, let the blood go. So let me start off by—
We'll see how that ages.
By a Nikolai Berdev, who says the overwhelming majority of people, including Christians, are materialists. They do not believe in the power of the spirit. They believe only in the material. It is on this principle that I look at Christian anarchism. Like a lot of people, I thought that Christian anarchism was an oxymoron. I thought they were two contradictive terminologies. But as I started to kind of read some of the more popular purveyors of this system of thought,
Did he read ellul, by the way?
Yeah, he says it here. Yeah, he says it right
okay.
here. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he actually mentions ellul. Yeah, this is why this debate is pretty fascinating, because I think 2 times Andrew Wilson got his ass whooped by ellul. You know, that was in my debate and in this debate.
You know,
Right.
I think it's just the quixotic paradoxes that ellul presents. Right.
He's more of a Gerard guy, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, really. Yeah, really. I mean, yeah, I mean,
Rodney Gilhart. That's how they say it. Pronounce
yeah,
it.
he specifically used like Nietzschean things. I mean, right? Like he's talked about objective power and
You know, Nietzsche
subversion.
says, out of chaos comes order.
Yeah,
More popular purveyors of this.
I need to learn how to do two things. Remember Nietzsche's words and then say it in an Andrew Wilson voice. That's my goal for the next week. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
System of thought, I realized something, that there's an acknowledgement here that this starts not just with a couple of guys from a couple hundred years ago. This starts even back with the words of Jesus himself, when he is talking to the people of the times, and he's talking especially to the Pharisees and the Sadducees of the times, who are trying to trap him in his words. They were trying to go after him. Christian anarchism is not about being anti-order, anti-authoritarian. While there may be some that are in anarchy that may promote such things, they do not represent what anarchism is at its core, which is about volunteerism, and it's also about cooperation. It's the idea that if we want to make any kinds of changes, we have to start from the bottom up. We have to start.
Now, I think there's some key ideas here that he's touching on in terms of, he's going to the Gospels. Obviously, there's a political order, right, of, Jews that wanted to usurp Roman power, right? And obviously, Jesus did not think that was the correct way to proceed, right? And obviously, he didn't think much of the temple sacrifices, so there's this entire thing where, give to Romans what is Romans, give to give to Caesar what is Caesar's, give to God what is God's. This whole thing. And then you have in Romans, what I wanted to point out in Romans 13, it kind of says that, you obey the authorities insofar as you want to remain free of persecution, but it's not a direct
It's not an
order.
endorsement. It's not like, oh, just bow down and suck their dick. I mean, basically.
Yeah, it's not telling you to merge with the state. It's saying the religious institutions are separate from the state. So I could kind of see what is going on there, in terms of, and in due time, I came to see this as a strength because, if you need a political order in order for your religious lifestyle to function, then how can it maintain order, right, when the state is corrupt? Right? So obviously in Jesus' time, the Sadducees and the temple authorities, they were corrupted. They were taking part in the seat of power. The Jews were part of the elite Romans. So I mean, it's got to be pretty obvious here, but
start with ourselves. Long before someone like Andrew Peterson said, clean your room, we have people who are explaining and acknowledging things like this concept of Tolstoy, who says that everyone thinks about changing the world, but they never think about changing themselves. So first and foremost, we can look at the scriptures and we can see where God is instructing us to seek out this kind of renewal of our mind, to trust in his ways, to trust in his ultimate authority. I believe in the authority of Jesus Christ. He is my king. I believe the authority of God in his word, and I believe that that authority is best preserved by acknowledging that he warns us about mixing little o orthodox truth with things that would be temptations of man in the world. The interesting thing is you would think that maybe Christian anarchism is something that comes from Americans or from some weird off corner of the world. The reality is some of the most prominent Christian anarchists come from the Catholic Church, come from the Eastern Orthodox Church, come from these places where they saw the church and they saw things where the church was lost its focus, where it had started to try to artificially go about trying to change the culture by making people do things or trying to use the force of law or try to use the shame. I would agree. Andrew has said many oftentimes that we should never think about things as a if or can or anything. It's an ought debate, and I agree with him that also that force does matter, but force also does have negative ramifications of that. And as a result, we as Christians have to be careful about how much force we advocate, because our master, our King, Jesus Christ himself, says, "Blessed are the peacemakers." I would argue that majority of where Christian anarchism starts is in actually the Beatitudes, where Jesus tells us to be meek, where he tells us to seek after righteousness and to go after him and seek after his ways first before we go about trying to do anything else. It is an easy temptation for us to see all of the degens, and I have no problem acknowledging what Andrew has said, a lot of people have said, that we have degens. Our society is degens. People who advocate for things, and I don't like the libertarian viewpoint, by the way, that says that, well, you know what, if it does no harm to me, then there is no harm. Obviously, there is harm. Anybody that doesn't believe in these types of harms are lying to themselves. The question is, can we actually truly make effective change? And can we actually win these souls to Christ if we're doing it merely on the auspice of shaming them, of using the law against them? Is this something that is going to cause this? I would say you could look at examples like in Europe, especially during the Spanish Inquisition, where the Roman Catholic Church was trying to convert Jews to Christianity, and a lot of them, it backfired on them. I think it's the first way we do is we do it in our families, we do it in our churches, we do it in our local communities. I very much like the idea of subsidiarism in this way, because I believe we start small and we build up. And I do think that it's easy to think that if we could just establish this perfect utopia of laws and nation states and culture, that we would somehow create Christianity and create and stop degeneracy. The reality is, though, that sin is existing, and the answer to it is not by using the threat of law or by trying to shame them, but to show them the love of Christ, to appeal to them by the word of God and by our vocations and all the things that God has advocated for us. I would say that overall Christian anarchism is the idea that we come together in meekness. We come together not with the threat of force of government, not with the threat of force of violence, not with the threat of anything, but to actually appeal to people in love to do the right thing. That's not always easy. It's not going to be pragmatic. I myself would not argue that anarchism in a purely pure sense should be in its own self a effective mechanism for ideology or government. I think it is merely a great way to ask questions to ensure that we have not just a good state, but that we are also remembering to do all things in the proper way in which Christ has constructed us to do and instructed us to do.
All right. With a second to spare. All right. So we'll turn it over to Andrew now. Thank you, John. And whenever you start, Andrew, I'll start up the timer.
Before we start on this part,
John, I'm a little bit confused by the opening, but I'm sure.
I just want to say, like, I kind of in general agree with John Mosman's stance. He said, I mean, I can already see how he opened himself up for attack, but hold on. Sorry. So yeah, I think I basically agree with this position, but I think I know why they chose Mosman, because he, aesthetically he looks weak, both in the position and also his appearance. I think they chose him. Like, he's allowed for that reason. I think they're trying to position that these ideas are weak in every single way, and I'm not saying that against Mosman. I'm pretty sure he's not actually a weak person, but my point is they're trying to frame everything as if this is like a weak position. I can just see already, like, that's kind of the setup from what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, somebody pointed this out, but like Andrew's very oily all the time. So I don't know what's going on there.
He must be Italian Irish. He must be Italian Irish.
Sweating a lot every time he debates. So, he's definitely a oily fellow, but the thing about this is he's saying it's not a effective ideology for governance, but it is in fact what is recommended through the message of the Gospels. Okay, so in terms of that, I totally understand his position, and he has no problem with Christian laws, right? So I mean, the kind of straw man attack that this guy sort of gives to him is that, well, if you're a Christian anarchist, you can't enforce Christian laws. And You know, I mean, those are two separate
Well,
issues. They're
well,
totally
well,
separate. Yeah.
well, it's a fundamental misrepresentation of anarchism. Anarchy has no problem with laws. It's just meaning that it's not going to be centrally enforced and stuff like that. It's actually probably more legalistic in a sense, in the fact that there's going to be competing systems of law that people are going to have to deal with, right? And I think that it's actually a much more difficult argument to position to hold, because otherwise you can just say, well, might makes right. That's a very easy position to stay to take, and so I'm going to go ahead and suspect that that's what Andrew's position is
exactly
going to
what he's
be.
going to say. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to say.
Yeah.
He's going to say, Christian anarchism leaves laws without any force to execute them, and that's it.
Which again is not really true. I mean, anarchy, you accept that there's going to be force. It just means that people are going to have to be rigorously debating about what's the proper application of force, and people that are dishonest are very quickly going to find that their positions are going to be treasonous at best, right? So we'll see. I think I'm just trying to set up from my point of view. I mean, I did learn about anarchism from a rabid atheist Aristotelian philosopher named Stefan Molyneux. So I could be deluded from that sense, but I think there's a reason why the system doesn't like Christian anarchy very much, because I think it's a strong position biblically, but most people don't realize it's been heavily suppressed for a long time. So, but we'll see. I think the might makes right argument is always interesting. And again, I get this from Stefan Molyneux, but basically, as soon as someone makes a might makes right argument, they're basically saying, well, I'll just kill you and steal your shit and subjugate you if you don't like what I'm saying. So, I mean, as soon as someone makes that argument, that's what they're saying. So basically, they're saying there is no debate. I'll basically rape and pillage my way to success. So we'll see if he makes we'll see what the argument says.
We'll get into it. Now, you seem like the type of guy who likes to have a little bit of fun. I saw your "Where's the Beef" on your channel. You tagged me, and I thought it was pretty funny. So I was going to have a little fun with my opening statement against Christian anarchy, if you don't mind, if that would be okay.
Oh, yeah, I skipped his opening statement because he does an opening statement as Jesse Ventura. So.
It's a philosophy and a critique. It's just the question of the Christian. I'm always
anarchism. I feel like it's just an instant W. I mean,
well, what can be said after that?
I feel like it's just an instant W.
And cooperation. It's the idea.
I would have literally been like, "Yeah, you want to do that opening statement again, or are we not taking this seriously, or literally."
Well, that was a as they call it in dating scene. That was a shit test to see, are you going to put up with everything else I'm about to do to you? So that's what that was.
Right. Yeah. So totally fake and gay. He does a fake and gay Jesse Ventura impression. It's totally unbearable to watch. It's second and third grade comedic venture and enterprise that simply is beyond.
Well, it's like Mean Mr. Mustache in the streets and Mr. Silly Billy in the sheets. You know what I mean? So it's like
yeah, it's definitely was a queer stance, to say the least. But yeah.
Yeah. First of all, Christian anarchists don't oppose government.
Queer, you say? So he must have been reading some Pill Eater. All right, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. He's out of the queer theory thing.
The government almost always has to use force, because anything in this world that requires you to be able to maintain things, as you've said many times, like rights or property or anything like that, requires force. So the question of the anarchist is, well, is that something that we should be concerned with? Can we do cooperation? Well, here's the thing: we know
hang on, back up. Right now, I just want kind of a simple definition that I can operate off of.
Okay. So what I would say is that in its root cause, Christian anarchism, as argued by people such as Amon Hennessy and by Jacques Ellul, it's a philosophy and a critique and an ethical understanding of how we talk about government, how we talk about the fact that government, when we try to impose or import Christian values, quote unquote, into a government system, that we lose Christianity as a process of that. We also go away from the words of Jesus himself about understanding force. There's an aspect of it that is a pacifistic. I don't myself say that that one would argue that it should be completely that way, because I think when someone personally threatens you, you have the right to defend yourself.
So right there, he's talking about force and government, right? He's incorporating it into his Christian anarchism system. He's defining it through the way that Ellul uses it, right? They're not saying that, you know, you should go away from society or any of these things. They're just saying that importing Christian values into the processes of governance, you may lose some of the meaning of the Christian message, which is sometimes pacifistic. So, I mean, I don't see any problem with that position.
Well, it's definitely. I mean, in my opinion, there's no way to avoid that. I mean, it's a necessary. It's any honest person is going to have to admit that, yeah, you're going to lose something in translation because you're trying to look for pragmatic solutions when Christianity is, you know, basically about as anti-pragmatic as you can get. I mean, so, you know, as far as I can tell, I mean, maybe I'm open to other, you know, interpretations, but as far as I understand, I mean, it's not about pragmatism whatsoever. So, you know, but so I don't know. It's interesting because I'm definitely like I'm on it. I mean, I am open to the thing of like might makes right, as far as like if you want to control a government, it's going to kind of come down to that at some point. But I mean, again, if you can't be honest that you're going to lose something in translation, then what are you selling? You know, that's the question that I would think, you know, was going to come up. And he's just kind of putting that out on the table, which might be making people nervous, I guess. You know?
Yeah, I mean, again, the Gospels kind of tell you where the action is. You know, it's in the marketplace. You know, in Galilee, in the port city. Obviously, you want to avoid Roman authorities and you want to avoid the temple authorities. You speak to the Pharisees because the Pharisees are the religious priests. So it's definitely a critique of the religious message going on at the time, against sectarianism. You know, so and it's against seeking, political power, because you have political power. You have the temple there, right? And what are those situations described as in the Gospels? Well, they're described as situations of evil, wickedness, corruption, and ultimately taking people away from religion. So
yourself, they've sacrificed that when they go on your property.
This
But
is not actually helping me. I don't
Okay.
have any better understanding of what Christian anarchism is actually saying it wants than I did when you started with the.
so the best way, one of the best ways I could argue is this. So the idea is that government cannot can instruct.
I mean, I got a lot from what he said.
Well, I can tell you what. Let me translate for everybody watching. That means I don't have a good argument against what you said. I need you to say more so I can attack that instead of what you already said. That's what. I'm going to do Debate University right here on air for free. Okay. When somebody tells you that, that means that they don't have anything to bite on. So you need to give them more to bite on so they can trash you from a different angle.
Right. Yeah, there's got to be something. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot from what he said, so, and he's referencing the Gospels, he's referencing Christian philosophers like Ellul. So, I mean, all you've done so far is do Jesse Ventura. You're not implementing force or Christian values, you're just critiquing whores on the internet. And half promoting them, right? So we gotta get the brass tacks.
Well, what he's saying is also that if I engage with what you said, it's going to destroy my position, so I can't engage with what you said. In my opinion, I mean, that's my opinion. In my opinion, I think that's what he's actually saying. He's like, tell me more, and just keep talking until I find something I can attack you on that won't destroy my position. And I think if you play that clip later, if you haven't watched that clip, definitely watch that clip I sent you. You'll find it very interesting. But about the Brian Atlas stuff. But yeah, it's let's see what it happens. I mean, I don't want to be unfair to Andrew. I mean, you know, he's never been unfair to anybody else. So let's give him a fair shake.
Moral order. Government can't. It's impossible for it to do so. And the only reason why laws,
back up. Why is it impossible for the government to impose moral order?
Well, because one, the people who are capable of having moral order, especially from a Christian worldview, they have it because of the Word of God through their relationship to Christ, through the Holy Spirit, through the church.
This is a massive. Okay, so we can start with this first point of contention. So this, I think, is a massive oversimplification.
Okay.
So do you think that if stealing was legal, that otherwise moral people who were in perhaps a desperate situation would be more or less likely to steal?
People who are in immoral, if they were desperate to steal?
No. Listen to my question.
Okay.
Let us assume for a second that the government made stealing legal. And let us assume that you had people who had the moral foundation where they didn't want to steal.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that if those same people were in some kind of dire situation, that they would be more likely or less likely to steal based on the fact that it was now legal?
I think that if they had morality that was outside of that government structure, if it was something based in something rooted like in a Christian faith, they would not do that regardless of what the rule of law was.
Hang on. Somehow I'm muted on my stream. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, okay, I think we're good now.
Yeah, you're good here.
Yeah, I think we're okay now. All right. So anyway.
So apparently he said, you know, that obviously God judges your heart, right? There's lots of examples like this, right? You know, just because people follow the law, right, or don't follow the law, that doesn't exactly make you a Christian, right? Yeah, I mean, pretty much Paul says the law is a curse. You know, righteousness is in the heart, and there's people who practice the law, but they don't even know it, you know, and those people are a law unto themselves, right? So, I mean, there's many ways one could interpret these lines, right? But it looks like he's dealing with legal restrictions, and he's saying that, you know, ultimately legal restrictions cannot get at the heart of things, you know. So the fact is that, you know, a Christian, you know, they want to enforce, you know, a type of morality that then changes people from inside out, so helps people to do things for themselves or want to do the good things on their own, you know, so that you could see if they're really good or if they're not just doing it to avoid some sort of restrictions and to judge other people. You know, obviously Paul says that there's people who have knowledge and they use that knowledge to judge others, you know, and they're obviously think that they're superior. You know, he says, he calls them super apostles. You know, they try to judge other people by standards of laws instead of trying to judge their heart and see how much they love God and whether they want to follow God or not.
Well, and what's funny is even the law takes into account intent. So that's the funny part. Even the law itself, at least as it exists now, does also take on intent.
Yeah,
as
it's
a
kind of
thing.
the gayest part because it's like, how could you really know? You know what I mean? But you know,
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you'll never truly know, but at least, you know, there is some sort of accountants, you know, that your heart does matter to whatever measure it can be measured, you know, and I guess what I'm saying is, like, so from a Christian point of view, if you're taking that out of the equation, I guess if you're putting yourself back in those days, perhaps that's the way the legal system was, but it's certainly not the way the legal system is now. So, I mean, either way, it's still like maybe a false dichotomy of the, and I wouldn't have caught this in the moment either. So I'm just pointing that out. I probably would not have caught what you're pointing out in the moment. So
Yeah, it's weird because it's like in the legal system, like all sorts of false forms, like because it's logically possible for somebody to have motive. I mean that there's all sorts of false narratives drawn out that then use this notion of intent in order to usurp the law itself. And right, so it's wild, right? Because they don't really have evidence. They're just like, all we have is pure intent and motive, and we're just gonna get this guy based on that. So I mean, in a way, it's like all that is.
well, no, that's true. I mean, that is definitely true. Where like, I mean, a lot of the court system does seem to be kind of based on like assuming intent based on circumstantial evidence and using that as the lead, which is actually totally not what the legal system is supposed to do. So, that's, I mean, there's a lot of cases that get won based on like insinuating certain things about this person's character based on, whatever they found, especially now with the internet, where like if you Googled something, therefore that means that you totally 100% endorse something or whatever. I mean, it's kind of like the Luigi thing is a good example, right? Because, they said, oh, well, he read Teddy K, therefore everything he did was because of Teddy K, which is, very dishonest because obviously he didn't comprehend very well. As far as I could tell, it didn't seem like he comprehended very well what was being said. So, yeah. But I don't know. It's just kind of interesting that the first thing he points out to is a legalistic thing about. I mean, like, here's the thing: is like, how could you ever know that? I mean, just from my point of view, what he's saying there about stealing, like, well, if you're desperate and like, let's say that your kids are going to starve if you don't steal because everybody else is just bad. Like, see, you're not taking into account the whole situation, right? Like, if everybody else around you is bad and you're moral, and then they don't want to give you food, even if you've been a good person, because they're just evil people, is God going to judge you because you've stolen from evil people? I mean, or vile people, or what? I mean, it's like, it's kind of a ridiculous moral conundrum, that, there's no way to actually judge the morality of, essentially, based on the facts that they've discussed. So, like, if he's saying that's too simplistic, well, like his analogy is also very extremely simplistic because there's just so many factors that you don't know based on what he said. So, yeah.
Way, I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened there. So, do you think they'd be less or more likely?
I can't answer that question in the way that you're framing it because I don't think that you can make a wholesale assumption about people. If they're prone to just doing whatever they can, or they have weaker morals, then,
okay, well, then
the government
why,
allowing them will allow
that's
that to happen.
a silly response. So then why have any laws at all?
Well, obviously the reason why we have laws is because we're trying to enforce some type of order.
Yeah, that's a slippery slope. I mean, just because somebody thinks that laws don't make people good necessarily doesn't mean that they all of a sudden believe that there shouldn't be any laws. So that was totally just a fake move right there. I mean, he said earlier that he acknowledges that laws have force. And but the fact is that they don't make people good people. Sure, they prevent people from doing bad things and they punish those who do bad things. This is what we all understand, that laws can sometimes accomplish and sometimes the law can be abused. But to just simply just state that because you believe that laws do not make people good, which they do not, there's many references to this in the Gospels, right? That you don't believe in laws. I mean, that's quite a slippery slope right there. I mean, I don't know what to do about that one. I mean, total logical fallacy.
Well, yeah, it's essentially like a weird reverse straw man where he tried to like basically stuff all his, stuff a position he doesn't have into his rhetoric, and then use it against them, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Welcome to debate. It's to debate university. I mean, we're gonna teach y'all. Okay? This is a slippery slope fallacy.
Oh, we're trying to enforce some type of what kind of order?
An order where we believe that it would benefit people in their interactions.
Like moral orders, like you're not allowed to kill people, you're not allowed to steal things, you're not
Well,
allowed
they
to
come
take
from
people's retirements.
they come from moral. There's a
Yeah, it
moral
sounds
aspect
like
in it.
you're imposing morality on people, and then it's just fine. And so, if you say that we need to have laws so that we have some sort of social order, what you're agreeing to is that absent those laws, people are going to be more likely to do bad behavior.
I would say that the person who is prone to doing bad things is less likely, yes, with given laws. But I don't think that people
and people who ordinarily would not do those things can still be more likely to do a bad thing if it becomes legal to do the bad thing.
Again, if they have a truly objective standard of how they are arguing on, if they come from a value system that is outside of the state, then they're not going to adhere to the state on that. In fact, they will often.
So you don't think that men who are ordinarily great people can fall to temptation?
Oh, they can fall to temptation, but it's not because of whether there's an order that's imposed on that or not.
If you remove, yeah, I think it is. I think you're wrong. And let me give you an example.
Okay,
so let's start with an alcoholic.
Okay.
Do you think that an alcoholic would remove all the alcohol from his house?
Not if he doesn't want to, no.
I'm not asking if he doesn't want to. He's an alcoholic.
Clearly. Yeah.
But do you think that they usually remove the alcohol from their house if they're an alcoholic?
No.
It's because no. If they're a recovering alcoholic, if they want to not be an alcoholic anymore, would they get rid of the alcohol?
If they didn't want to be an alcoholic, yeah, they would sustain from it.
Yeah. So why would they remove the temptation from their home?
Because when you remove temptation, you are providing yourself with a better ability to abstain from it.
So.
Yeah, I think this is a really bad justification for laws in general, right? That laws are there because sometimes good people do bad things. That's not why we have laws. Okay, laws make no how can laws determine moral character? There's so many distinctions between law and morality that are so easy to make. That are just right there in the gospel. Right? Man was not made for the Sabbath, but the Sabbath was made for man. I mean, there's so many different ideas, right, about legal justifications, right, where Christ basically says the morality outweighs the legal limitations of things, right? He says, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the Pharisees and the scribes, you will not enter the kingdom of God. And I'm not even going to get to Paul and the whole idea of the circumcision of the heart, right? But this is just a really bad. I mean, the reason we have laws is for deterrence, right? Law is for, it's for when people, it's for mistakes. It's not a standard that's used for good people, right? It's not a standard that's used for morality or moral justification whatsoever. Hey, greetings.
What's up, man?
Yeah, what's going on?
What are you doing?
Well, I reviewed this debate earlier, but then it got deleted, so I'm reviewing it again. It's kind of stupid. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. It's like hardcore stupidity, but I mean,
what are these two debating?
Yeah, I think I'm doing a better job this time. So it's Christian anarchism versus Christian nationalism, I guess.
Okay, so both are kind of off, I would say, just based on that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I think Mosman's winning this because see, essentially what he's saying is that the law can't enforce morality, right? And I think there's lots of ideas about this. Like I was saying, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the Pharisees and scribes, you will not enter the kingdom of God, right?
Right.
So I think So I think there's a lot, and then if you look at the entire Sermon on the Mount, you know, he's saying, no, you know, even if you look at a woman with lust, it's like committing adultery. So he's going beyond the legal limit, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, this is
Yeah.
essentially his teaching. You know, he's like, no, you know, it's not about just following the legal limit. You know, and besides, these laws were made, you know, not to improve people's moral character, you know, but essentially they were made to like test the very lower aspects of people's morality. You know, so you know, the standard of morality is not the law. You know, so you know, essentially Andrew Wilson is saying that the law is there because sometimes good people do bad things. And the law is there to make people good, to make good people stay in line. I'm like, no, it's not. It's just to stop bad people from doing things. What are you talking about? I mean, right up.
Yeah. So there's a heresy called like Neophytism or something like that, and it's like a 19th century like, you know, phenomenon or something. And basically, the Orthodox Church has always taught that, you know, nationalism isn't a good thing, you know, because it leads to that type of mentality, and it also leads to like chauvinistic mentality and all these other things that kind of like branch out of that, right? And then there's this overimportance of it's okay to be patriotic, right? Because that can be a good thing. But where it goes overboard is where you're like, you know, taking you think that your nation is better than every other nation or something. You know, I don't know, but I was just watching something about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not for, you know, to make America great again, you know, with Christianity, but rather, I think what Mosman is saying is that, you know, if Christians become the best type of Americans, then America will become Christian. You know what I mean? Which, you know, that makes sense to me.
Well, this is back to kind of this letter that I was reading. It like, you know, it's Father Seraphim sent a letter to Thomas Merton, and what he was talking about is, you know, that it's not the Christian's goal to transform the world, right? It's like the whole reason that Christ instituted his church was the transformation of the human soul, right? So it's not about the hierarchy of the church. It's not about our nation. It's not about the world. You know, we're supposed to be kind of dying to the world, picking up our cross and transforming our souls. And if in contrast, like the world changes along with that, so be it. But that shouldn't be our goal. So I think maybe there's a royal path between the two. You know, maybe they're both kind of going to the extremes on both of their sides, and we're supposed to sort of take a narrow path, you know. And I think that's what the scriptures are always talking about, like take the royal path or take the narrow path, because you fall into extremes on both sides, right? Like like you know, we should obey the government to a certain degree, but when the government starts become overbearing and going against the laws of God, then we can't follow that government, right? That's something like that's what surgeonism is. It's like, okay, we're going to equate the church with the joys and sorrows of the Soviet Union, and it's like you can't do that. You can't have the church be subservient to the state. The state should, you know, maybe listen to the church if it's a monarchy, you know what I'm saying, where you maybe like the church can influence the, you know, the emperor to make a good decision or something. But if it becomes reverse and you're using it like the other way around, then it's kind of flipping everything on its head. And with nationalism, you know, this is another aspect of nationalism that's really messed up, is that you know, you put too much weight in you put your identity in your nation, and your identity should be in Christ, you know. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but it's interesting. Essentially what he's saying is that that laws are not just a deterrence. Or how I always understand laws is that laws are for if something goes wrong,
Okay.
but they're not a test of excellence. I mean, they're not the moral standard. I mean, obviously, right?
Right, because we also see like situations where there's an injustice in law, right? Where like
Right.
Someone gets blamed for a murder or sent to prison for 20 years over a joint or something, so
Yeah, I can't believe he didn't say that. He's trying to be very, I think, he's trying to keep in the modern scope, and he's not trying to take away the force of laws. But I wonder why he didn't just say that the law can be corrupted. Just plain and simple.
right. I mean, how many
The
judges
law,
get paid
right.
off, and all that
Right.
stuff.
Yeah, it's like every day you hear about it.
Right, would operate in the same way as a deterrent, right? It would remove temptation from people who are already doing the right thing. So the recovering alcoholics already doing the right thing, right? They're removing the alcohol from their home.
There it is. A deterrent does not remove temptation. That's conflation of two different concepts. Right?
I agree. That's kind of like a fallacy, right?
Yeah, and besides, are you literally saying that, because he just said that, laws are for when good people fuck up. He said, you don't think that sometimes good people fuck up? And it's like, yeah, but then the law is not to sort of remove their temptation. How does that exactly work?
Yeah, I'm not seeing the connection there. I think that's just too idealistic, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's lucky he wasn't going toe to toe with me in this. I would have smoked him.
Home, so they're not tempted by the alcohol. The same exact thing can happen of moral men who are following and obeying laws. Where absent those laws, that temptation would be present. Why does that not follow?
Because I think you're missing on one key element, and that key element is people who are not inclined to want to improve their life. If they're not inclined to want to do something, the government forcing them to do something will not guarantee it will happen.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Like what? Yeah, I mean, he's making a pretty simple point. He's saying morality is different from the law. And it makes sense. Makes perfect sense in the Gospels. Makes perfect sense in Paul's letters.
I think Romans 13 talks about, subservient, like being
exactly
kind of like to the government to an extent. But even when you read that, there's commentaries on it from the saints that are basically like, yeah, that's to the extent that the government doesn't start to impede on the laws of God.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what it says. It says obey them insofar as they don't become a hindrance to your like religious practices.
Right. I wonder what's got Andrew sort of pushing Christian nationalism, and I don't know of any. Well, I'm true Orthodox, so I don't know. We don't really have that idea, and we're not taught that by our priests and bishops, like at all. If I'm not mistaken, like yesterday, Metropolitan Demetrius, he's with the GOCK, the true the largest true Orthodox church of the Greeks in America. And he talked about, neophytism yesterday and how nationalism isn't, a good thing and it's not a Christian teaching. So where is he getting this stuff? And where does he think that, comes in. But the only thing I could think is that, you know, he's a part of these sort of hierarchies that are, you know, their hierarchs are Freemasons, so they sort of want nationalism. They want you subservient to the hierarchy and to whatever the government says, you know. Even if it impedes on, you know, your beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, this is what it says. It says, "Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment." And this is where I think it's a little different from the entire zealot thing. Huh? And it says, "For the rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad." Would you have
So
no fear of the one who is in authority? Then do what is good. So again, it's distinguishing the authority from, like, you know, the religious practice. You know, and it's saying, and it's distinguishing the entire situation, you know, and I think it does that earlier too. You know, it's talking about a lot of ideas where it's essentially saying, you know, and if I could go back to this, you know, especially in 4, you know, let me go look at some of 4 here. It says, it's either 4 or 5 where he starts. No, I think it's not 5 definitely, but yeah, okay. It says, "For by works of the law no human being will be justified, but by his sight through the law comes no knowledge of sin. But now the righteousness of God has been manifested apart from the law, although the law and the prophets bear witness to it." So, I mean, there's 3 things going on, right? There's righteousness, there's the law of the prophets, and then there's the governing authorities. So I think that Paul clearly distinguishes all 3 of these things. I mean,
Yeah, he
and I
does.
think Jesus does too. So, I mean, it's kind of
Yeah,
what I
but
was saying.
it seems like they conflate it, right? And that's what the Soviets do, like the Soviet Orthodox or whatever, right? And they were like, well, it was a good thing to sort of, you know, for Sergius and the Moscow Patriarchate to follow his you know, the ways of Stalin and the communist regime. But like, here's some footnotes from like the Orthodox Study Bible on this. It says, "To defy the civil government is to defy God, for God's work in and through the governing authorities." So he works in and through the governing authorities. This principle holds true so long as the civil ordinance is not in opposition to God, but promotes good works. When civil rulers are in direct opposition to God, the believer must follow God. And that's in Acts 4:19 and 5 and 29. And then it goes to 13 and 4. It says, "Because the civil government is established by God," St. Paul calls the civil authorities God's ministers. He is responsible to protect those who are good and to execute punishment on those who practice evil. And in 15:3, it says, "Believers are not commanded to be subject to civil authorities." Believers are commanded to be subject to civil authorities not only for fear of earthly punishment because of wrath, but because they know that in obeying the authorities, they are obeying God for the conscience sake. But I think it's important to realize back to that, you know, this whole thing where it's like, this principle holds true so as long the civil ordinance is not in opposition to God. So once that happens, you can't be subservient to the government. It is, you know, you're obligated to defy the government if it's defying God, right? And I would think this kind of, where we are right now in America, it's like, yeah, we pray for our presidents and all this stuff, but the limbs sort of control the head and the way our, political system works. And that has never been true for most Orthodox nations. It's the head that controls the limbs, right? It's like, we kind of work below upwards, whereas before in a monarchy you work downwards, up downwards. So I don't know. I think that our systems have sort of been directed towards anarchy, whether we know it or not. And when you're sort of putting your nation at the forefront and saying, well, yeah, well, God is sort of directing us or whatever, it's not necessarily true, because the system's not built on that in America. At least we're kind of a Freemasonic experiment. So
Yeah, I mean, I've heard this guy say 100 times that America is like a Christian nation. But I don't know where they're getting that from. And yesterday I heard in the debate that Ireland is a Christian nation. So I said, any nation that has a parliamentary system is a Christian nation then, because parliamentary systems derived from Christian values. And he said, yeah. And I said, so Pakistan is a Christian nation. And he said, well, yeah, I guess.
yeah, that's not true.
I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what? That makes zero sense.
Well, Father Seraphim Rose said this. He said, now a government is secure in insofar as it has God for its foundation and his will for its guide. But this surely is not the description of liberal government. It is in the liberal view the people who rule and not God. God himself is a constitutional monarch, quote, whose authority has been totally delegated to the people and whose function is entirely ceremonial. The liberal believes in God with the same rhetorical fervor with which he believes in heaven. The government erected upon such a faith is very little different, in principle, from a government erected on total disbelief. And whatever is present residue of stability, it is clearly pointed in the direction of anarchy. So, according to Father Seraphim Rose, he sees our government as an anarchy. It's like heading towards anarchy. We've pushed God into his heaven, and we sort of do our own thing and just worship him on Sundays. He's the second thought, not the first, right? And so how can America be a Christian nation if it's the whole entire political structure isn't aimed towards the salvation of souls? It's just not. It's idealistically in these people's minds a Christian nation, but your ideal isn't reality. It's a nihilist rule. That's really it. Like a Christian monarchy, its government divinely established and directed ultimately to the other world. Government which teaches the Christian truth and salvation of souls as its profoundest purpose. Nihilist rule, whose most fitting name is anarchy, is government established by men and directed solely to world government which has no higher aim than earthly happiness. And I think that's definitely what we're in. We're sort of just aimed at creating, it goes back to that theistic evolution thing. This topic keeps popping up. And I think that's really what the Antichrist is going to establish, is people are going to want this earthly kingdom and think that this savior is coming, and they'll call him Christ because the world will have this peace, but it's going to be a fake peace, a fake unity like this, where it's just a feel good type of thing.
Yeah, I've been teaching the theistic evolution thing as a new world religion. I think definitely You know, it's got a lot of stuff there.
It's kind of weird that we're seeing like multiple religions sort of push that, you know, like that's kind of what the Zionists pushed, and then you have these world Orthodox people pushing that, and then you have the atheists pushing that, you know what I mean? And then you go to like those people like Dugan or whatever, who are sort of saying that all religions are true. They're pushing that. So what's going on here? Like, why are all these different people kind of sort of in agreement that they want this world that's moving towards progress, you know? Like,
Yeah, well, I talked to Nero about this earlier, you know, and I think this whole idea of Christian Nietzscheanism, right? Because I think, you know, Nietzsche combined, you know, a couple of concepts together, you know, like Heraclitus and Buddhism, you know, so I think going off of that, they want to get into a new phase of understanding where they combine Heraclitus, Buddhism, and Christianity into a sort of like Kabbalistic Christian, like Persian type of thing. All right, where it's like, you know, where I do like, I mean, you know, essentially the whole idea with Rene Girard, right, is that this whole idea of evolution could be inverted to then make the Christian message, you know, because the whole idea is that, you know, that we grow through like self-sacrificing the better versions of ourselves and then holding them as like idols.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, so that can be combined, you know, so that's where like, because they want to invert, you know, I think the Jews want to invert Christianity and then sort of use it as a, you know, like a weird thing. And I think they want to do Hinduism too, because I think Hindus and Christians, you know, they'll read like they can convince those people that Islam is the problem. You know, because when Hindus and Christians see Muslims, they basically see people who don't want freedom and they don't want technology and they live a very poor lifestyle. You know, so I feel like you know, you can convince them that they're not part of the society. You know, because yeah, because it's like you know, they just look different, and you need a scapegoat, right? So a lot of these right Christian groups, you'll notice like they'll talk about Muslims like they're Jews. You know, like it's really weird. Like they'll say like, well, Muslims are like, you know, they're doing stealth jihad on your society, trying to take it over from within. They're trying to institute Muslim laws, and they're just kind of like laying there, you know, to make that happen. And I almost know no Muslims that are doing that. I mean, right? So I think it's interesting, you know, because it's literally Jewish propaganda.
Right. Well, I mean, and who pushed that really? I mean, you know, we had America with, you know, this sort of the skull and bones president, you know, who sort of what it seemed like is like a bad deal went down behind closed doors, you know, between some people, and they were basically like, okay, well now we're just gonna make all the Muslims, you know, the scapegoat because this bad deal went down or something, you know, and turn all the American people against, you know, Muslims, with the majority of Muslims not being probably aware of what was going on, you know, with this small minority of guys that were probably associated with intelligence, and you know, they always, you know, sort of, it's come out that they were doing deals, right, with the Bush and with Bush and, you know, Osama bin Laden and all this other stuff. So then it just sort of comes into the American conscious that Muslim bad, right? And that's like just snowballed, and people still hold that belief, and we really don't know much about Muslims in America. We don't. We just know what the TV's told us about you guys, and it's not a good thing because that's how they,
Well,
made
I
us
just think
view it.
there's been a counter program, in Muslim countries, right? Essentially to blame Whitey or blame America,
right?
And then there's been a covert operation in America to blame Muslims, right? And I suspect it's the same people that are creating both of the stories.
I think so too.
Because the same people who basically started communist revolutions in Muslim countries, right, using the CIA, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the Mossad,
Mm-hmm.
right? They essentially, are the same people who then, essentially created the Christian Zionist groups in America.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like thinking like, that's
They're
interesting.
playing everybody against each other.
Like Council for National Policy. And I'm pretty sure that's the type of people who fund like Andrew Wilson and stuff. Because I've seen, like these guys have a bunch of accelerationist buddies and stuff. So that's the thing. They have Groypers and accelerationists as their buddies, right? So I think that accelerationism, the intellectual dark web, the Groyper movement, and obviously Christian nationalism is part of the same network. Where they're trying to do alternative media. It's essentially the Jews creating alternative media. And yeah, I think like Pill Eater was right. It's just Murdoch media.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a different arm of that. And that's why, Andrew Wilson's wife was on Fox News and all this type of stuff, because it's just Murdoch media again.
Right. And they all are sort of getting played, when it comes down to it. Like, I think what really exposed all that for me is when there was something that was talking about 911 or whatever, right? And it was like those guys sort of got an insurance scam going on, right, off of those buildings going down. You know what I'm saying? The Jays or whatever. And it was something like they had convinced those Muslims sort of do what they did, right? Just sort of puppet mastering the whole thing.
Yeah, did you see what those Muslim guys were doing before they did all that?
What, like flying airplanes? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were like going to clubs and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like they did a bunch of stuff. Like it was like their last day ever. Like nobody would ever see them again, right?
Uh-huh.
Like they had parties. They like took pictures. They like danced with a bunch of whores. Like they had like prostitutes and stuff. It was some crazy. They definitely did a bunch of non-Muslim stuff right before they supposedly.
So what you're saying is they weren't even,
Yeah, they didn't appear to be like Muslims at all.
I got what you're saying. That makes a lot of sense. But then you can say, okay, well, then they're the bad guys, and you take focus off of what you're doing, and you're really like the puppet master behind this whole thing, right? And you get everybody looking in one direction while you sort of steal all the cash or whatever, like run out the back door with all the money. And I'm sure, the American government were completely aware of it. Like it definitely seems like they kind of orchestrated everything. In collaboration with, the Jays, the Zionists. And then it justifies going to war and, getting oil or whatever it is. It's just like oil barons.
Well, the way you guys were describing that was very interesting. Like especially like the accelerationism, and like you said about the misinformation on both sides about, is it the Jews, is it the Muslims, is it the Christians, and turning everybody against each other. And I think specifically, I had an exact thought. I'm trying to remember exactly what I was going to say, but you guys are definitely tapping right into the exact thing that's going on, and it's a very particular type of it where, I think there's something above transhumanism going on too, but I think that transhumanism is like the easiest way to understand what's going on. But it's kind of like just get everybody fighting, but also participating in the system at the same time. So it's almost like they need you to like your participation is just as important as you. I think like the depopulation thing is kind of a red herring. Not to say that it's not part of the plan, but I think that like they much rather people like actually participate in what's going on in some way. You know what I'm saying? Like I think it's more important that you
pick a side and
exactly, yeah.
Right. And like you sort of like start screaming about, well, it's the blacks, it's these people, it's whoever, right? And you're all fighting. And as long as you're all fighting and you're kind of feeding the fire, they can do what they need to do. It's the sleight of hand game. And yeah, you just get everybody's eyes directed towards something that's not actually happening, to stuck into like an idealistic trap. And while that's going on, the resources are being distributed and gathered, and whatever.
Well, and shell gamed and everything else. And I think like when you keep saying like this KGB or this or that, like I almost feel like the way that you could say is like the whole world has become like a Freemasonic project essentially, right? Like, I think that like that might be easier for people to take a bite on, because I think that's the thing that they're trying to get us to do is like we'll say it's the Russians or it's the Jews or it's this or it's that, and like even like a lot of people that we know say like, well, not all the Freemasons are bad or this that, and I think that's like they don't need to all be bad for it to be devastating, right? Like it's more like just the belief that certain things can be done for this reason or that reason or whatever.
Know what's going on, right? The lower levels are sort of just funding the top and distributing the propaganda, so they're being fed whatever lie, and then they're feeding that to the people.
Well, and kind of also what you said about like the what'd you call it, like you said theistic evolution, right? Like I don't even know I can't remember exactly what that means, but like a lot of people I know, they just kind of have these beliefs, and then like if you start questioning it,
it's like an idea. It's like the idea that that essentially, moral systems have evolved over time, and that Christianity was basically the harbinger of universalism.
Yeah, I kind of, the way I look at theistic evolution, I think he's right about that. And this is the way I look at it. It's like, it's the goal to establish a kingdom of man, right? Instead of a kingdom of God.
Right.
And so it's like, the church and what Christ is, your goal as a Christian, as an Orthodox Christian, world Orthodoxy, your main goal is to evolve the world around you into, a Christian place. But it's really idealistic, because again, like this letter with Father Seraphim Thomas Merton goes over it.
Is it German idealistic?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's 100%. Yeah, it's 100% German idealism, because it comes from this idea from Martin Luther to dispensationalism to the ideas of Hegel, because Hegel was influenced by this guy named Joachim of Fiore, and this guy Joachim of Fiore was like a theologian, and he said there's the age of the Father, the age of the Son, and the age of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Three ages.
Yeah, 3 ages. So this basically explains the theistic evolution concept, but
now we're in like the outpouring of the Holy Spirit again,
exactly,
or something.
Yeah.
And this is what Athenagoras, the Greek patriarch, sort of taught. and they considered him a saint while he was alive. But he was a Freemason, and you know, he kind of lifted the anathemas against the Roman Catholic Church, and this led to, like, in the 60s, you know, a lot of people from the ecumenical patriarch leaving and joining ROCOR because of this stuff, like lifting the anathemas. It was working for a one world religion, really, you know, and that we're in this new outpouring of the Holy Spirit, and we're, you know, the progress will eventually lead to, like, this paradise on earth. It's just total nonsense. It's Christian communism, you know.
Yeah, and I had some more specific things to say on that, and I'm sorry I interrupted you to make that comment, but it is very curious. Like, some of the stuff is like, yeah, again, it just, I could see how, like, all these different ideas are kind of tying together, and it's extremely upsetting because, you know, it's like they take so much truth and they're just kind of remixing it over and over and over again, right? And it's like they just remix it so much that, like, it would be impossible to ever, like, come up with I mean, to have a codex to unlock all of it, right? Like, I think we're all trying to do that, but they've very successfully kind of remixed everything so much that it's, you know, it's almost impossible to get a good grip on, like, history or philosophy or any of these major topics to any degree of accuracy, really, you know, because you know, how much has just been, like, a mythos constructed for some pragmatic purpose, and I think it's almost impossible to figure that out at this point because you know, they've just remixed the ideas so much. And I mean, like, I think a lot of us probably saw through it to a large degree, for, you know, in some way, but then as time goes forward, we're like, why do they want everyone to be a Kabbalist but not be aware of it, right? Like, isn't that kind of weird, right? It's like, you know, it's pretty strange. And I think Machine got besotted or something, but he'll probably be back in a minute. But
Yeah, so I have this quote here. It says, the whole idea of a new age, of course, penetrates every fiber of the last 2 centuries with the preoccupation with progress is the key idea of the very concept of revolution. From French to Bolshevik is an idea of a modern occultism visible on the popular level in today's talk of a age of Aquarius, the astrological post-Christian age, and has owed its spread probably chiefly to Freemasonry. There's a Scottish Rite publication in America called The New Age. I resent to say that the whole philosophy is also present in the American dollar bill with its Masonic heritage and its Novo Order Seclorum and its unfinished pyramid awaiting the 13th stone on top. In Christian terms, it is the philosophy of Antichrist, the one who will turn the world upside down and change times and seasons. Indeed, even the calendar is involved. For the most thorough revolutions, the French and Bolshevik tried and failed, and had to be satisfied with the compromise of the Gregorian calendar, introducing new calendars. The Pope and Athenagoras have already expressed themselves as the new, quote, universal calendar, and the whole concept of ecumenism is, of course, preeminated with the heresy with refounding the church. So yeah, so back at the top of that sentence, he says the whole idea of the new age, of course, penetrates every fiber of the last 2 centuries with this preoccupation with progress. And that was the key concept of revolution from French to Bolshevik, you know. So that's a letter from Father Seraphim Rose in 1970. So he's seen this coming all the way back then. You know what we're talking about right now. It's pretty wild, man. But that's how, you know, these world Orthodox people kind of tie into this, is because their patriarchs are a part of this, you know, for Masonic movement that's working for the new age. And yeah, that definitely, you know, this...
so I'm going to ask a question, and then I don't know if you guys want to go back to reviewing this debate or something. I have so many ideas about this stuff that I want to get into, but because I was just playing Giorgiani before, and Giorgiani said something to the effect of like, the story of Frankenstein was basically like a Promethean, neo-Luciferian thing, and you still see it through all of sci-fi all the way up until now, where we don't want to be in a hive mind Borg. We want to use technology to free man and still retain our identity as a human. And that's extremely interesting to me because, like, how would you ever be able to measure the truth of that? Number one, and number two, seems like a very extreme gamble to play.
Well,
and I wonder,
Yeah, Percy Shelley, right?
Father Perry talks about this in his book, Orthodoxy and a Religion of the Future. He talks about Shelley and how that whole concept, is sort of it goes back to this New Age movement and the occult. So he makes that connection too. This is pretty weird that you guys are talking about.
Yeah, the guy believed in electromagnetism. Animal magnetism.
Oh, you're talking about Percy Shelley. Okay, yeah.
Percy Shelley, and he drank out of a skull.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta get the brain broth flavor in there.
And then her mom invented feminism.
Yep, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying is like, dude, so I'll give you an example. Like, I'm here in the Bay Area, right? And like every time I go out in public where there's like enough people around, there's like a lot of dogs, right? And so, like, do you remember when we were kids and people are like, the women would go up and say, "Oh, your baby's cute. What's his name? How old is he? My kid's this, that." It's always dogs. It's like dogs. Or, you know what I mean? Like, they're so proud of their dogs or their handbag. It's like they've taken that female instinct and just totally inverted it into like this weird, like, pseudo altruism towards animals. And like, if you want to get a woman to attack somebody, you just say he was mean to a dog or something, and they'll probably like, delete them or something. I mean, it's like, it's very odd because like, but anyway, I'm just saying like the feminism stuff is like really old. It's actually, I think it's ancient, but definitely that Mary Shelley's mother or whatever definitely was like the modern the modern initiator of feminism for sure. So.
Check this out. So it says the spirit of science fiction. Historians of science fiction usually trace the origins of this literary form back to the 19th century. Some prefer to see it as beginning in the short stories of Edgar Allan Poe, which combined a pervasive realism with style of a subjective matter, always tinging with the mysterious and the occult. Others see the first science fiction writer in Poe's English contemporary, Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, wife of the famous poet. Her Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, combines fantastic science with occultism in a way that is characteristic of many science fiction stories since then. This typical science fiction story, however, comes to us with the late 19th and early 20th centuries, from Jules Verne and H.G. Wells to our own days, from a largely second-rate form of literature in the American periodical pulps of the 1930s and 40s. Science fiction has come of an age and become a respectable international literary form in recent decades. In addition, a number of extremely popular motion pictures shown the spirit of science fiction has captivated the most popular imagination. The cheaper, more sensational science fiction movies of the 50s, which give way in the last decade or so to the fashionable ideas of movies like Space Odyssey, Star Wars, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. What he's going on to say here is that the spirits of science fiction is derived from an underlying philosophy or ideology, more implied that expressed in so many words, which is shared by virtually all those who create in science fiction forms. This philosophy may be summed up in the following points. Religion, in the traditional sense, is absent or else present in a very incidental or artificial way. The literary form itself is probably a product of the post-Christian age. The science fiction universe is totally secular one, although often with mystical overtones as in an occult or Eastern kind. God, if mentioned at all, is a vague and impersonal power, not a personal being. The Force in Star Wars, cosmic energy, and evil on the good or side or something. The increasing fascination of contemporary men with science fiction themes is a direct reflection of loss of traditional religious values. So that's something that's kind of interesting, is that, you know, these whole ideas that came out of these science fiction is just a loss of faith, really. And he kind of relates this with, you know, the new age idea of a Superman and all this. It's like it's the spirit of Antichrist, if you know, to summarize what he's saying, you know.
Well, and it reminds me of Mr. L. Ron Hubbard as well, and some other people like that. So, and it definitely gets more. I mean, I could get more niche for sure, but definitely, I think all that's true. I mean, you know, I kind of rewatched a couple of Mel Gibson movies, like The Young Frankenstein and stuff like that, and the more I've watched that movie, it's not like really the funniest movie that Mel Brooks did, but like, you know, they have Gene Wilder, and Machine likes to quote Gene Wilder. I do too, because a lot of those things with like Gene Wilder, Mel Brooks, like, it's obviously like very occult, you know, laden, you know, and it's very interesting. They try to use comedy. They use people like Richard Pryor and people like that to like make it funny, you know,
Yeah,
and
that's to
kind of
lull
hide
you.
what they're doing.
Yeah, it's to lull you into sort of accepting it as not a big deal, right? And I
Well, that's
rented
that.
that
Wait,
movie
wait.
as a kid from the
I just want to say
library.
that sounds very familiar to some of the people around us. Go ahead, sir.
Right. You know, I rented that movie as a kid from the library. You know, I remember, you know, you go into the library and they had DVDs or movies or something, like videotapes probably then. And you kind of pick out a slip. And I remember getting that movie as a kid. That's weird. But I think that's
Well, like,
telling it, is like kids are sort of attracted to the weirdness, you know what I mean? Like watching like Salem's Lot or an old movie like that. Like,
yep. Well,
and
you
early
know,
people kind of get drawn into it.
and Kurt Cobain is like, again, this is one reason I mean, one of many reasons I give him a lot of credit is like he kind of fused a lot of pop culture, because he was definitely like addicted to like video games and pop culture, like TV shows and stuff, and he kind of amalgamated a lot of that into his music, like in like Serve the Servants. He talked a lot about like Salem's Lot and vampires, and he was actually trying to analogize a lot of things, including like the press, for example, and media, and talking about how it's kind of like they try to like make you out to be make you out to be a vampire when they're actually the ones sucking off of you, and it's like a very weird like thing of like kind of mixing, like trying to like turn the media's portrayals of things back against them, which is something that I'm definitely trying to do, of like, you know, trying to turn that back, trying to aim that back at them, because there's a big part of media where it's like they give you an identity so they can blame you for shit that you never really believed in, but they use your fascination and imagination kind of against you in a weird way. So it's kind of a weird thing that goes on, and it's very magical in a bad sense, I would say, for the most part, you know. And yeah, I mean, if you read a lot of those weird lyrics, it's and a lot of music's that way too. I think Queens of the Stone Age is someone I like a lot of his music too, because he kind of talks very esoterically about this kind of stuff too. It's like it's kind of hard to get through, but if you kind of read his lyrics very carefully, he kind of talks about it pretty in depth, you know. And but I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah.
No, you didn't. You know, I think what's really interesting about this is, in, you know, this book that, you know, so someone we just canonized as a saint is talking about this exact same thing we just mentioned with like Shelley and all this stuff. It's like, you know, this guy was kind of tapped in. I'm talking about, you know, Saint Seraphim. He was tapped into all this, you know, because he was basically one of the beats. You know, he had met Jack Kerouac and sort of went through all that time in the 60s, and, you know, went to college where, you know, the college that was ran by, you know, Alan Watts, and sort of seen what our culture would culminate into, and went the other path into orthodoxy, true orthodoxy.
So he was like so he's like the Teddy K of orthodoxy, almost. Like he was kind of in the middle of the mix and saw everything and then kind of ran away and
right.
was like, I can't.
It would be like what Ted K would have been if he went, you know, the right direction, I think, right? You know, if he didn't sort of, you know, become so subversive to the point where he felt like the ends justified the means. So that's what I see is like if a guy like that became a monk, you know, or something.
Yeah, and I just draw the correlation just because of like going out into nature and not hiding, but you know what I'm saying, like just getting away from
like in a
things, and you know, like kind of getting a like, you know, and like honestly, I struggle with that impulse a lot, like where like, you know, a big part of me does want to run away, not run away, but you know what I'm saying, like just
get away,
you know, pull the aesthetic card and just say, yeah,
leave the city. That's what he did because he was living in California. You know, he was like right in the middle of that whole, you know, madness, you know, where you're seeing sort of Manson and all that stuff. Like he went through all that, Jonestown, and, you know, and I think that a lot of people that's what's happening right now, where a lot of people are coming into more traditional forms of religion, is because they know how like degenerate everything is around them. Like you have this adverse kind of like pushback.
Well, and
like,
I think
I don't want to go that way.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, you know, without naming any names, because I don't think it's useful to do so, but I think a big part of kind of the whole Orthodox Catholic push to like get people back into those institutions is kind of like they're going to do a bunch of stuff in the name of Orthodoxy or the name of Catholicism or even in Protestantism to a lesser degree. And then when those crimes are committed against humanity, they'll say, well, this is Christianity doing this. This is right-wing people doing this. This is people who don't like whatever. And that's kind of like my biggest problem is I think that a lot, and I think a lot of people that
you're robot.
Yeah, you're robot.
Yeah, I think back to what he's saying is it is true, is that the devil's trying to use
I think he's back.
To capt you know. Oh, is he back?
I don't know if my services, but I'm still here.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Neuro, but I gotta come back in because I'm getting a call from my wife. Give me a second, guys. I also gotta make a little link for my show, right? So I'll be right back. Yeah, hopefully Neuro will come back in. But yeah, give me a second, guys.
All right.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What happened? He said he has a phone call or something?
Yeah.
Shit. Well, if you don't mind, I want to do a little analysis of one of my videos. I'm going to save one for him specifically because there's one I need him to see that I think would be very enlightening for him in particular. So if you don't mind, I'll review a little bit of this while we're waiting for him to come back, unless you have something specific to cover, because
no, I'm cool.
All right, I'm gonna play this for a second, just while I'm about to climb up this hill, so I'm trying to give myself a little breathing time. So hold on 1 second, I'll be right back.
All right.
Deep state, it's me.
One that brought us to ecumenism was first Meletius Metataxis, and then Athenagoras, Patriarchs of Constantinople.
California is now proposing zero interest and zero down for illegal immigrants buying a home.
You were near the man I would kill you where you stand.
charging by the hour. I'm shaking like a quake, punks get devoured. I choose to abuse, misuse, confuse competitors who think that they're making up all the rules. Fools in the game, lame and insane.
What's even the point of being an American citizen anymore?
Both of them big Freemasons. So everyone, be careful. Be careful. We only have one life, and we have to get it right the first time.
Get off my bridge.
Because there's going to come a time when false Christs, false apostles are going to do miracles, and you better not believe those miracles. So someone will say, well, how do we know which ones are real? If they're in the church, the true church, if they're preaching orthodoxy, true orthodoxy, then you can believe them. But if they're not, you don't believe them.
Now, well, there will be no
Yeah,
emotion,
Gregory says a lot of
fear, rage, triumph,
like he's trying to build
the sex instinct.
elder cult around himself.
Say that again. Sorry.
I was talking about Gregory, like who you got right there, like that guy.
The priest, yeah.
Yeah, so he was in Rokor. He was a part of the True Orthodox. He was a True Orthodox Christian at one time. Well, when Rokor sort of fell, I think he left and he went to like maybe Roac or something like that. Which was an offshoot of those Rokor that didn't go with the MP, right? Well, I mean, he started causing a lot of problems or something, and then he ended up eventually just making his own church, right? A parasynagogue or like a little sect or something, right? And he made himself like an archbishop or some really high rank in the church, and he's not that, right? But a lot of the things he says, because he was in Rokor at that time, are true. And he gives you like what we actually believe as true Orthodox Christians, but then he'll just mix a little poison in with it, right? And that's why that guy's so dangerous, because he gets people to go to his sort of group, and they treat him like he's like a prophet or something. Like he's just like another elder cult, and it sucks because the guy if you go to his website, he has a lot of like great information that's useful and true, but you have to skim through it. So like in our synod or something, or like our bishops would tell us, like, we shouldn't probably even go to his site at all, and if we do, we need a blessing and for them to sort of examine what he's saying, because it's like it's just muddled with garbage, right? But yeah, like you're gonna find a lot of truth from him. But a broken clock's right, twice a day. It's one of those situations. Like what he was saying about Melotius Motekis, that's absolutely true. What he was saying about false miracles, that's absolutely true. Like I would say about 80% of the things he does say are spot on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. I lost service for a second.
I'm reading something here. It says, the future of all beings in science fiction literature are invariably seen as having outgrown the limitations of present human day humanity, in particular the limitations of, quote, personality, like the god of science fiction, man has also become strangely impersonal. In Arthur C. Clarke's Childhood End, the new race of humans has the appearance of children, but faces devoid of personality. They're about to be guided into yet another higher evolutionary transformations, on the way to becoming absorbed in the impersonal overmind. In general, the literature of science fiction, in direct contrast to Christianity, but the exact in accordance with some schools of Eastern thought, see evolutionary advancement in spirituality in terms of increased impersonality. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
Alex Jones used to talk about Childhood's End a lot, and I didn't read the book, but I did read the. I did watch the series. They had a couple series on that. I can't remember. I think I watched the sci-fi and maybe another version, and extremely disturbing, to say the least. Very accurate analogy for
Yeah, that's what I kind of think what theistic evolution is heading towards, like this impersonal God and impersonal being, sort of devoid of personality, and you know, it's like the
Well, what's interesting, a lot of the Luciferians are saying that they're in it from getting that direction, but it's like, well, what reason would you have to trust these things that you're trusting to care about human identity or whatever? So that's kind of what I was just talking about right before you jumped up too. So it's really weird you read that. So sorry to interrupt you.
no, um, yeah, I mean, these are topics that I've been kind of, I haven't had the chance to even discuss with people, but I've known about for a while, just through reading this stuff, on what Father Seraphim had to say about the religion of the future. And, it was one of the first books I read when I was getting into Orthodoxy, and it really brought me into the faith. And every now and then, like, certain topics will pop up with these conversations we're talking about. And I'll just think, like, wasn't that in Orthodoxy and the religion of the future? And it usually is. Like, what all these topics have been covered by a modern day American saint. And it's kind of like, I feel like sometimes, like, Father Seraphim's trying to get his message across a lot, right? And and I'm not being cocky about this, but I think, like, I feel like sometimes he's wanting me to sort of, like, God is wanting me to sort of talk about this stuff. And I don't know normally how, but I think these are opportunities to do that, So it's
Yep, and we only have like one or two people watching, but it does make a difference, I think, because once you start realizing that, maybe Alex Jones read Seraphim Rose 15 years ago or 20 years ago, maybe that's where he got some of the stuff. Or then it might start making a little more sense as to kind of like what's going on, because in my introductory to Orthodoxy was from like Jim Bob and Jay Dyer and these guys, and they were definitely citing that book a lot. And I don't think it's a coincidence that they need to be aware that like people are starting to see, and that how do you handle this, because I'm not going to accuse them of anything specifically because I don't know, but definitely, like, what is the Orthodox position on AI brain manipulation and shit like that, because I don't really see a good solid position on it other than it's bad. I mean, like, that's not really a position, so it's like,
No, I think that the Orthodox position on it is that this is a part of the religion of Antichrist. Like, this is a part of the spirit of Antichrist. And the scriptures talk about men will not be able to sort of, they'll wish for death and can't die. And isn't that sort of what this is heading towards, is men being immortal, but at what cost? The loss of your soul, right? So I think you'll find a lot of it being talked about, but it's more talked about in a spiritual sense rather than directly saying maybe. And this is something too, like the magazine Death to the World has talked a lot about, chasing the phantom and, the following illusions and stuff like this. What basically AI and virtual reality and all these topics, they have been covered in these kind of the punk rock Orthodox magazine, So I mean, you can find stuff on it, but yeah, I mean, a lot of
Well, and it's pretty interesting that conversation you and Bill Leader had about that, because he's pretty abreast of a lot of weird kind of like avant-garde magazines, and I was kind of surprised he knew about that because he there's definitely a lot of weirdness going on with these like kind of like you said, like like punk rock zines and stuff like that. And actually in his journals, Kurt Cobain wrote extensively about this too, so it's pretty interesting kind of tie in there.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I think that if maybe Kurt was alive during, the release of Death to the World, he might have been an Orthodox Christian. He might have went that direction because a lot of us did come out of movements like that, like the punk rock and art scenes and stuff. I know I did. That's what kind of drew me in, you know. Um, believe it or not, it's kind of like, even like the aesthetics of like icons and just the look of certain things will kind of, I think as times get darker, the church becomes more attractive for darker people because it does have a somber tone with skulls and, like etched icons and different things like that. It's very attractive in that.
Well, and it's kind of scary because it kind of attracts some people that might see it as useful, right? And I think that's the other side, that may go into it for the right reasons, but there might be people who go into it for the wrong reasons as well. So something to definitely be aware. I mean, like, look at this picture in the background here. You have Trump as the Roman Caesar. There's a lot of people who like the idea of that.
Yeah. Hold on one second. I'm posting this post real quick, and because I just found a great quote, and I'm trying to recreate my viral moment on Twitter. Oh, that looks terrible. Damn it. I'm sorry. Okay, let me see what you're talking about. Oh, the background, like, yeah. Okay, Trump is Caesar. That definitely looks like Antichrist, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw my the name of my stream in the picture, but the name of the stream is Roman Horse, and it has a picture of like Elon Musk and all these tech billionaires in a Trojan horse, and all the Christians are like, "Oh, these are our saviors." It's kind of interesting topic that we ended up covering because didn't exactly plan that. So pretty interesting.
I mean, I think that usually when we talk, like some gold kind of comes out every now and then. I mean, maybe if not everybody, it finds it interesting. I know I do, and I think there will be people that, as time goes on, get kind of start wanting to talk about these topics, and they'll have something to go, sort of latch on to, because we all of us kind of cover a lot of this stuff, man. And that's awesome, man. Like, I couldn't be happier with how things have been sort of going with conversations lately with you guys, man. Seriously.
Yeah, me too. And it's just interesting because we all came at it from a different angle, a different place in life, everything. So it's pretty amazing, honestly. Like, honestly, I got my PhD from Alex Jones, so
Dude, I mean, I used to watch him a lot, when I was younger, and like, I remember guys sort of like talking shit to me about it, like, like you're a conspiracy theorist and this shit is retarded. But now we're kind of at this time period where, most of the things he was saying back then, have come to be known as true, and it's undeniable proof for this stuff. I mean, I remember sort of being in high school talking about the bees dying out or something, and that Einstein talking about when the bees died out, and then talking about like the New World Order, and people saying I was crazy. And now it's sort of well known, and everybody sort of knows it now, and it's an accepted truth, pretty wild.
Yeah, and it's like so it makes people like us almost be like, well, we tried to warn you now, probably too little, too late, and I mean, it's kind of sad because like most of the people that made fun of me back then are now like these hippy dippy like save the earth people, and I'm like, well, I tried to warn you about this shit like 20 years ago, and you don't want to listen. So it's just very
it's vindicating, right? I feel vindicated in a lot of ways, like, because whatever, if you want to, all those guys that were sort of talking shit to me, I remember like 2 guys came up to me in high school and were like, oh, you're the guy that thinks the New World Order is real or whatever, and I had this buddy, his name was Winston Douglas, and he was like one of the coolest kids in school, because I went to like a school near the beach, right? And this kid surfed, and he was like my best friend, and we used to like smoke weed at the bus stop and shit. And like, he was like a taller guy, and like, he could fight and shit. And he kind of like stuck up for me, and he was like, oh, you guys are talking shit to my friend, kind of, and kind of gave them shit for, talking about me, because I had told somebody, like these theories about the New World Order back in high school. And they tried to like bully me or something, and my buddy sort of just like had my back in that moment, and yeah, but yeah, like back then, if you talked about those things, you would be deemed crazy, and people would sort of stay away from you. Because like I would, like, this is so crazy, I would bring my Bible to high school and like start talking to my friends, like all my pothead friends, about it, and I'm like, dude, look at this thing in Revelation where it's talking about blah blah blah, you know what I mean? So I've been thinking about this stuff for a long time. But yeah, they thought I was a complete freak for that. And I mean, maybe I am a little bit, for because it takes a kind of strange person to take these prophecies serious. You gotta kind of be a little bit crazy, but I think that's a good thing. Saint Anthony the Great said something. He was like, in the future, like, men will go mad, and then they'll see someone who's not mad and say, you're mad, you're not like us. And I think we're there.
Sorry, my hands were wet. That's why I had to stop. I couldn't jump right back in. Hold on one second. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video. I want to see if it triggers you a little bit in a good way.
Okay.
Passage. I don't want to do it. Will he dishonor his father and sever his Klingon ties forever?
What do you think the biggest dating issue is?
Peter Pan syndrome. Boys just want to go clubbing.
Guys just don't shoot their shot like ever anymore. Figure out who you are. Self-awareness, very attractive.
Some students and staff at San Francisco State University are celebrating a historic win.
2 months into me having my OnlyFans account, I had this subscriber almost since the beginning. He had spent around 2,000 Australian dollars, bought every single thing that I sent him. An account with the same username had viewed my TikTok profile, and it said, from your contacts.
Never be able to defend our family against the enemy.
We shall abolish the orgasm. There will be no loyalty except loyalty to the party. But always there will be the intoxication of power. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory.
Come on, Dorothy! Come on! Come on, Dorothy! Come on!
Boys aren't pursuing girls. Men want this, but then they also want this, and they don't want to make any sacrifice.
Like pursuing her intentionally instead of just saying, let's grab drinks that you can do with anybody.
No sending me a drink. They don't actually ask the girl out. Too basic. Or consistent effort. Girls like. No cheesy pickup lines.
Know who you want to date, like not just going off by looks.
I'm not really interested over and over and over, and they keep going for it.
Same price of $99 each. We've done that right from the beginning. So go to collecttrumpcards.com. It's really easy to buy. You just need an email address and a credit card or crypto. You
just wait for the girl to receive.
You see a girl out grocery shopping, don't be afraid to just go up and ask her, hey, you're cute, can I get your number? A lot of girls our age kind of want more of that.
And my heart just sank into my stomach, went through all of the contacts in my phone, has to be my stepdad. So I went out on a limb and messaged the account on OnlyFans, and I said, I know who this is. And he responded saying, who? Question mark, babe, you don't know.
FSU students were part of a nationwide massive protesting campaign. In May, the university even held an open negotiation session with students. Students peacefully dismantled the encampments at the end of the school year, with the goal that negotiations would continue over the summer.
Oh, they call me the crypto president. I don't know. Go to collecttrumpcards.com.
The university will divest from 4 companies that do business in Israel.
We were able to be the first university to divest from major weapons manufacturers, including Lockheed Martin, Caterpillar, Frontier, and Leonardo.
As blacks and Hispanics. Marriage rates used to be more similar across social classes, now quite a bit lower among the less educated than among those who are college graduates. That is the sort of divide, that is the fault line that has emerged in our society.
And I then hit back pretty quickly and I said, you need to tell her before.
She's got a nigga here bad unreasonable shit.
Being your mom, yeah, being my mom, and within 15 minutes,
Or a text message from my I'd say no way her nigga off that. He must go to jail.
Especially whites and women, still marry at high rates. White males with a BA degree still have increasing lifetime hazard. Interesting.
I know we at the gas station, but I need to pump my motherfucker. Great. She gotta have that thing. Never her every day. I'm in this gas station about to crash out. Let me get my ass up to the counter, bro. And again, what's she doing here with the gray Gucci mama? Nigga, get her special editions on. They gotta quit making shaggers. Them damn short leggings is toxic.
More, but the differences are getting more pronounced. Currently, the majority of blacks in the population will eventually marry, but just barely. And once again, the rates are declining. What about divorce? Divorce rates started to rise in the 50s.
She gonna have to start her own NBA. NBA first stand for nothing but ass. This ungovernable, diabolical. It's all on me. It's all on me. Oh yeah. Still all on me, Queen. We got heavy check. Nigga can't even get 89 games. 89.
To say we do not want education to be invested in the killing apparatuses of the state and global imperialism.
In a statement, the San Francisco State University Foundation says, in part, the results of this plan will strengthen the foundation's stated commitment to reflect the university's values, while also increasing transparency around.
Was the high watermark of divorce rates. And that's where the sticky figure of 50% comes from. In fact, that figure is out of date. Today, it is more like 25 to 30% of marriages ending in divorce.
The sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
Hi, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why are you flying a Hezbollah flag?
Because I support Hezbollah, Hamas, the PLL. I support China, Russia. I support North Korea. I don't support America.
Terror?
Because America is a terrorist state.
But once again, the rates differ by race and social class, with college-educated whites having declining divorce rates since the 1980s, creating a divorce divide.
And so is Israel.
Well, you can disagree with American foreign policy, but this is literally a flag of a terrorist state.
Well, Kamala and Trump.
I'm pro-Palestine,
Right,
and I would never fly that flag.
Kamala's a fascist.
The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen.
Steve Martin, a Maryland sociologist, reports currently that the white college-educated population now has a divorce rate of around 12 to 15%. That's remarkably low. For blacks and working class married couples, the rates are more than twice as high.
What do you know about Hezbollah?
They're fascist.
What do you know about Hezbollah?
They're fascist.
What do you know about
That
Hezbollah?
they kill Americans who occupy countries they shouldn't be in. So fuck America and fuck you.
It depends on you.
This is not entirely an age effect. Later marriages are now more common and they are more stable. It is not entirely a selection effect, right? Better marriages because fewer marriages. Rather, other forces are clearly at work.
Like, you just lost, lady. What do you mean you lose your holy shit?
Another observed pattern is that cohabitation has increasingly emerged as a substitute for marriage.
What the internet is going to do to society, both good and bad, is unimaginable. I think we're actually on the cusp of something exhilarating and terrifying.
It's just a tool, though, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, it's an alien life form.
When you think then about
is there life on Mars? Yes, it's just landed here.
Yeah. Fuck these niggas and send them back to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because they only spread drugs and crime all over America.
That he was sending them a prophet. And that prophet was who? Moses. But apparently, after he told that to the Jews in the Torah, he went to the Christians and he whispered behind the back of the Israelites. And he told the Israelites, he told the Jews, fuck Moses, we gonna send you Jesus.
White fucking power, nigga.
Recall. It is necessary as a reserve food supply for our people.
Our people. We live like parts of a machine. We don't know our fathers or mothers were raised in cubicles. The sick and the old are put to death.
It is.
Shit, you know what I'm saying? That's gonna be a new fresh beat, you feel me?
Because Jesus is gonna be the last true prophet. And so he sent niggas Jesus. So now you got Jews who don't respect Jesus and don't acknowledge Jesus because God told them Moses was their prophet. Then you got Christians who don't jack Moses all the way because they believe Jesus is their final prophet until the Messiah returns. Then God sucked his bitch ass over there to the Middle East and told the Arabs, hey, I told them motherfuckers over there Moses and Jesus was going to be the last prophet, but that was a lie because I'm going to send y'all a nigga named Muhammad, and Muhammad is going to be the last prophet.
That nigga really racist. Hey, yo, we gonna shoot each other outside of Popeyes. Shit, nigga, we gonna end up in the pen, you feel me? All right?
The one and only way to maintain the supreme race. Have you forgotten?
Our people have forgotten. They have been made to forget for centuries. But I have learned how it once was. Families, brothers and sisters. There was happiness. There was love.
Of what do you speak? From where have you learned such things?
I have read.
That nigga's really racist. You like that? That's the new hit beats and shit. That shit was ass. I mean, it's better than any fucking nigger shit you're gonna come up with. It's not gonna get you out of the hood anytime soon.
I have read from this book. I discovered it and kept it hidden.
Damn, that's crazy. It's crazy, right? Shit.
So God told 3 different populations of people that the prophet that they sent to them would be the last prophet.
How does it feel to know that you niggers are such disgusting savages?
Would be the last prophet. Sounds like somebody deceived the nations to me. Sounds like somebody. So God is the devil. What the fuck don't y'all understand about that? The word must.
That the Jews use you niggers as a bioweapon against the West.
Somehow it survived the flames of the Annihilators when our people were turned into mechanized slaves centuries ago.
When we return to our planet, the High Court may well sentence you to torture and death for this treason.
The High Court may judge me after we have accomplished our mission.
How does it make you feel that the Jews use you guys as a bioweapon? How do you feel about that? How does it make you feel? Where's your father?
Let me see that book. I am interested to see what sways your mind so heavily.
You may have it.
And that book is the Bible, my friends. That book is the Bible. remember that. So what did you think? That was a big clusterfuck of a video. I know, but anything
I
stand
think
out to you?
that, I think that yeah, I mean, you're a wild dude. I don't understand how you really make these videos. Like, we're all kind of blown away most of the time by them. But yeah, I think that, you know, you sort of do, like, you're kind of doing satire, I think, right? Like, trying to satirize the you know, the mind control methods by using, like, your format or something. Like, it's something like that. And that's what I'm seeing, at least.
Well, all the stuff that is in here just definitely stuck out to me, and so like I don't plan what I'm mixing together at all. So like that's why it's interesting to me to watch it, because like I'm not really like planning like I need to mix this with that. I mean, if there's something else that comes to mind that I don't have a clip of, then yeah, I'll go put it in there. But most of the time, I try purposefully not to plan what I'm gonna put together. So like, I'm not like I gotta put this clip with this clip and that clip and this clip. Like it's totally trying to not do it. But like when I rewatched, especially the end of that video, and you have like the racist white guy against the racist black guy, then you have like the other black guy saying like white people are demons and God is the devil, and then you have the other sci-fi movie where it's like the aliens come here to like control the minds of men in order to get resources for their people. And then he read the Bible and he's like, well, I read this book, the Bible, and the Bible's telling me that what we're doing is wrong. And then the other aliens are like, what? You're treasonous against your people. And he's like, what do you mean our people? He's like, we don't even have like an identity of as an individual. So like, what does our people even mean? So it's like a very weird like mix of stuff going on all at one time. So
yeah, and I just
it's
kind of
like a
talked
weird,
about the
it's like a lot of
impersonality of the spirit of science fiction, right? Like an impersonal God, an impersonal person. Like what the hell, dude? Okay, all right. Now I'm a little freaked out.
And I just picked that video, and I just picked that video out of like the next lineup of videos on my queue. So like I kind of been going through my whole collection that I put in a playlist. So like I didn't pick that video after we had the conversation. I picked it first thing this morning when I set up the stream. So
okay,
that's why it's kind of weird. We kind of just gravitate back to the same stuff that we've been talking about. So
well, I'll tell you this is like, and I'm not like, you know, I'm not being cocky about this because there's really nothing to be cocky about. It's like, you know, I finally, after 4 years of being involved with Orthodoxy, finally was, you know, baptized into the church, right? And like, I don't talk about that often. I wasn't going to tell too many people because it's a got you for some guys, right? Against me. It's like, you're not baptized into the church, right? But yet you talk about all these things, right? And the thing with it is that like, when I was going to a GOCK church, I was like a week away from being baptized, but then I moved, right? But when I moved, there wasn't a parish near me, and I wasn't willing to go to a World Orthodox church. So I was kind of stuck in limbo. I'm doing Typica, right? And like, I got in contact with Father Joseph, and I told him my situation, and then we sort of started talking, and we set up a date for me to sort of be baptized because I was already catechized pretty well, right? After 4 years, you know what I mean? So it was long overdue. I think another thing to think about is that people in early Christianity wouldn't be baptized until the end of their life, right? And it's kind of like a modern idea that people should be instantly baptized. Like St. Augustine wasn't baptized until the end of his life. Yet we consider all of his writings before that time valid, you know, and spirit filled, right? So my point about what I'm trying to say is that recently I'm baptized and chrismated, and then at the point of chrismation, you're supposed to receive the Holy Spirit, right? And I really do believe this. is that there's in some sense that God is sort of working overtime with stuff, right? And that I've been having this a lot lately. It's like I'll find something like some writing and it'll connect with something that's going on before it even happens, right? You get what I mean? And I think that's guided. I think that's the spirit guiding in a lot of ways. And I don't know how, because it's a mystery, of course. But yeah, I would say that as of recently, like things are going to probably get more intense as far as my spiritual life and maybe even like the wisdom, you know, I might have to bring to the table. And I think that everybody's being guided in some way or some form. But I'm officially a true Orthodox Christian, officially, right? Because of the baptism. So I'm ready for war, honestly. Like, and as you've seen, like, okay, like that guy Craig and like Father John Wyford. I don't know if you watched that yesterday. Did you watch it?
Sorry, no, I didn't see it, but I thought it was weird that he was doing some kind of weird stream. So
Yeah, he's doing damage control. So what's going on is that he feels insecure about how things went. So since he feels insecure, he felt like he needed to keep it going, right? And like he basically just covered a bunch of subjects on why he's not true Orthodox. And he used a bunch of just fallacies and dumb little things that, and a whole lot of untruth and a lot of you know, things that are out of context, because he knows that the majority of his audience doesn't know these things. So he's just trying to keep them, you know, sort of stuck in communion with heresy, because he's worried about what we're talking about, right? So he's got to justify himself in some way. And I think he felt like his ego was slighted by a lot of us because we weren't buying it. Like, okay, we're not going to buy you gaslighting and manipulating and trying to get, you know, Father Joseph to be silent about these things that you obviously did nefariously, you know. And yeah, that was his reaction to it. So now he has like Father Wyford on there, like basically giving polemics for why Sergianism isn't that bad or something. You know what I mean? Like, and trying to act like St. John Maximovich was a Sergianist when he wasn't, or something. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but it's a bad look either way.
yeah, no, yeah, and the thing is this, like, I don't know much about the subject, but like I'm trying to imagine like so let's just say that there was some. Let's just say that there was some sort of weird justification that they could possibly come up with. Let's just assume that there was one. Still, the fact that they treat you guys like your heart's not in the right place, that you're just doing it to be mean, that you're just, you know, bad faith. And again, like, I know they're not saying that outwardly, but like, definitely, like the little bit I saw, it does seem that they're kind of like,
No,
you
they
know,
said that we're
saying,
fake.
oh, really?
Yeah, well, what Father John, I mean, you know, Joel kind of made a video and he clips Father John basically like talking about, well, you wouldn't like accept a fake Nazarene. And it's like, why was Rocor in communion with these people that you deem fake? Right? Why did Rocor give ordinations to these people that you deem to be fake? You know, so they'll be like, well, why do you have to put true or genuine in front of your name? Well, Archbishop of Verki, who is a part of Rocor, told us that we should do that. And why should we do that is because apostates from Orthodoxy are calling themselves Orthodox. It's to distinguish us from them, right? That's why we say we're true Orthodox Christians. But you go to any one of our churches, it'll just be like, oh, you know, St. John Maximovich Orthodox Church, or St. Seraphim of Sarov Orthodox Church. It doesn't say St. Seraphim of Sarov True Orthodox Church, because we know we're just Orthodox Christians. We're just traditional Orthodox Christians. The problem is that we have to distinguish ourselves as true or genuine, because these World Orthodox churches call themselves Orthodox as well, but their hierarchs are ecumenists and Sergianists and all these things, right? They're professing heresy. So we need some distinguishing mark to separate us from them. And that's what the catacomb church did. That's what the true Orthodox of Greece and Romania and Georgia and Bulgaria and all these places, they all took that term onto themselves. But they try to use this propaganda to say that, if you go on like Reddit or something and you say, well, what is the true Orthodox Church? And they'll just be like, oh, it's basically a fake sect that calls themselves true Orthodox, but they're really just a fake sect. And that's the argument they tried to make. But it's propaganda. It's completely bull. And they even have a schismatic rule on Reddit. I don't know how they did this, but they have a blacklist where anything that's true Orthodox content cannot be posted on Reddit. Did you know that?
No, I've never really been on Reddit that much, but I'm definitely wondering, like, how would they have an in order to accomplish such a thing? Because
I have no idea.
As far as I know, Reddit is very woke. Reddit is very woke, from what I understand. So that's kind of concerning, in my opinion.
Right. So I only found this out because one day, like, I Googled death to compromise or something like that, right? Or is Father Seraphim Rose true Orthodox? I Googled that, right? And the first thing that popped up was someone talking about one of Joel's videos on his Death to Compromise channel, right? And I tried to post one of Subdeacon Nectarius's articles on Father Seraphim Rose, where he kind of like debunks the Orthodox ethos narrative about Father Seraphim Rose. And it instantly banned the comment. And then I looked at the reason for its ban, right? And there was a whole law on not posting schismatic stuff in their Orthodox form. You get what I'm saying? So they've already deemed us as schismatic, so we don't, and blacklisted us on this platform. And I didn't understand how they did that, right? But then I find out Twitter does the same thing, and that's why they limited my reach on there. So I don't even know how that recent post hit like 500 likes, right? So I mean, somehow I seeped through, even though they limited my reach. But now these larger World Orthodox Twitter accounts are starting to repost my content. And a lot of them, I don't think, know that I'm a true Orthodox Christian. And if they do, there's guys that try to like come in and be like I seen one guy, he like a father or something from a World Orthodox Church reposted something I posted. And there was a guy in the comment like, Father, this guy's a schismatic. Don't repost his stuff. You know what I'm saying? So they do stuff like that. They try to get like mass blockades going on where we can't talk. And the same way on YouTube, like, there's a reason why you don't see true Orthodox content at a high level, right? Because they've just limited our reach.
Well, do you think there's any way that these people are doing it out of ignorance, or do you think that it's most likely that it's all bad?
I think that it's because the clergy is okay, so we got to go back to the Soviets, right? The Soviets started all this propaganda against the catacomb Christians. And then you go in the 1920s, the same thing happened within the ecumenical patriarch that's funded by the government, right? So the government of Russia, the government in Greece, and the government all over the world basically started saying that these people that aren't following along with the ecumenical movement are, quote, schismatic. So that's when they started, propagandizing all these things. So they just follow the party line. So if your bishop says that the true Orthodox Christians of Greece, Russia, Romania, and Bulgaria are schismatic, you just follow along and say the same thing. And they don't look into it. It's de-individuation, repetition bias. There's all these like cognitive biases that go along with the ideology. It's that they're not looking into the subject very deeply. They're only getting a surface level understanding of these things, and they're just repeating and regurgitating what's been told to them. So they might not be knowingly doing this, right? But that's not an excuse not to look into something, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like you owe it to yourself and to God to make sure that you're not deeming somebody a heretic or schismatic that's really not, you know? And
Well, what's very fascinating, sorry to interrupt you, but what's very fascinating about this phenomenon that you're talking about is that, like mathematically, let's put it this way, like, and it's kind of been talked about, but mathematically speaking, like, you know, there are definitely a lot of these guys like Trenum, like saying, well, you know, Orthodoxy is exploding on, and people are converting at mass rates, and still, like, let's be honest, there, it's not like a huge giant wave of people, even if whatever. I mean, I think that that's mostly a perception, but let's just say that it was true, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that there's so many that all toe the same line, and they're all online, and they're all in the same places online, and they're not all in different places online. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they're all
Yes.
congregated to like Reddit, they're all congregated to like X, and to a lesser degree on YouTube. Because honestly, if you look at how many people watch these live streams, it's not a lot of people. And even out of the ones that there are a lot of people, like, there's not a lot of people commenting relative to the amount of people watching. So
Yeah.
it's just kind of weird. It's like it feels like a big circle jerk of about 1,000 quote unquote Orthodox people that are just everywhere all the time, badgering other Christians that they're not really based enough or whatever. And again, like, I'm not sitting here hating on all world Orthodox people. I mean, I think a lot of the time they're right about a lot, and you know, in a desert, you know, it can feel a little refreshing at times. But having said that, it's just weird that, I mean, these guys just go around henpecking each other like a bunch of women, and it's kind of like, let's put it this way, it almost completely turned me away from the Orthodox Church entirely because of the attitude of these
Well,
people.
that's
So
what the
you know.
goal is, right? That's what Satan's goal is. He's there to cloak himself in a torn garment of orthodoxy, presenting to people that it's this one thing, and he gets all these people to sort of follow and act like they're orthodox, and they're all built up and puffed up with all this pride. So those people that are actually looking for Christ and orthodoxy are pushed away, right? Because they're presented with something that's not the truth, but it's saying it is. So they see the fakery of this thing and say, well, obviously the Orthodox Church isn't true. But then that's why we're here, right? Because we're trying to cut through this plastic bull, modernist Orthodox ideal, and present the traditional Orthodox take to the world and show them that it's a lot deeper than what they're getting. Yeah, and it's definitely difficult because we have this thing where people were like, oh, you're an ortho bro or something like that. It's like, no, we're not. The ortho bros hate us, right? Yeah, like the diorites hate us. Why do they hate us? Because we reflect themselves back to them. We make it really known to them that they're secular and they're only faking, right? And maybe they are sincere, but it's so much fakery going on in it that it doesn't really matter if you're sincere or not. You can't be half in and half out.
Well, what's really fascinating to me is, like, as soon as you guys came into the panel verse, like you and Joel and other people, like even Sweden, like everybody's like, oh, they're the stupid ortho bros. So like their reputation preceded you guys. See what I mean? And I think that's really interesting. It's like
Yeah,
because they already taken on your identity, then now that's your identity, not your own, right? So it's pretty weird.
Sucks, right? And and then we have to sit there and kind of explain to them, like, yeah, that's not us, right? And of course, like, some people, they can hear that's not us and they don't really care. They're just going to keep calling us that just to piss.
Oh, hello, are you there? You cut out for a second.
Yeah, I guess I fell out or something.
Interesting.
Right at the moment, this moment, I was about to tell you about this. So this is a really important thing that Archbishop Averki said. Okay, so this is what he said. He says, as Archbishop Averki perceived, the overshadowing of the spiritual by the earthly in church life led to the loss of something necessary for all Christians. A quote, it says, an awareness of the distinction between what is official and what is right. In turning his attention to the other world, man seeks the quote, accepted position, what is right and good in the eyes of others, rather than to be inwardly right with God and his own conscience. To idolize and conform oneself to something because it is officially, quote, right or, quote, recognized is to ask to be deceived. For Satan can easily, especially in our times, make outward, quote, officialness coexist with inward falsity. For this reason, Archbishop Averki emphasized, one must realize and remember that orthodoxy is not only and always that which is officially called, quote, orthodox. For in our false and evil times, the appearance everywhere of pseudo-orthodoxy, which raises its head and it's established in the world, is an extremely grievous, but regrettably in an already unquestionable fact. This false orthodoxy strives fiercely to substitute itself for true orthodoxy. As in his time, Antichrist will strive to supplant and replace Christ with himself. So that's what our main thing is that people are getting false and pseudo orthodoxy and they think it's real, but it's fake. It's fake meat. It's Diet Coke. You get what I'm saying? It's just not. It's light beer. You know what I mean? I don't know how else to explain it. It's just not right. It's not what it is. And because Americans are usually converts and they weren't born into orthodoxy, right? They just accept what they think is official, quote, or has the appearance of orthodoxy. And they get puffed up once they get in their jurisdictions and they think they know what something is, but they've never really had it. So how do they know if it's real or not, right? So I mean, a lot of times they just don't, they're very low info. They haven't looked into this topic that deeply, and they just found orthodoxy and got comfortable, right? But the orthodoxy they found is what the world presents as orthodoxy. And that's why it's called world orthodoxy. And we didn't come up with that name, by the way. Alexander Sheeman, Father Alexander Sheeman, who was a world Orthodox theologian, that, you know, a seminarian that was at the St. Vladimir Academy or something like this, he came up with that name, right? And that's what he called those that are part of the, quote, official jurisdictions that are all in communion or whatever. And what it is they say, well, since we're all in communion, obviously we're the true church. But I mean, it doesn't matter if you're in communion or not, if you're all, you know, professing ecumenism on a hierarchical level. You get what I'm saying? So what good is the unity if it's not based in truth?
Enslaved by unity, it sounds like. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's just so, it's very weird, like how, like, the way that you guys describe your idea about this stuff is like so similar to like how I thought of these things as a Protestant growing up, where I was just like, this doesn't make sense. Like, cause like I was always like asking, like, what's the history of the church? And, you know, as far as I could ever find out until I, you know, really studied history, it was basically like, history started as like Jesus and then Paul and then Martin Luther, and then everything in between was kind of like, well, I don't really know. So like that was kind of like, you know what I mean? It's like that's kind of the impression that I had gotten about a lot of this stuff for a long time, because like most Protestants just don't know. Like here in America, we don't really know European history for the most part, you know.
Yeah, we just didn't
So,
inherit that tradition. We didn't inherit. We didn't inherit what it's supposed to be. You know,
and then even most Catholics, like they kind of just like either they don't know or they just don't care. So then like I don't know which is worse, but it's like, you know, the only ones who ever seemed to really know anything about it was like people like Italians. Like Italians seem to kind of know the history because like I guess they were from there or whatever. But so as far as I could tell, like it's only really the Italians that really had any clue as to like kind of what was going on. So pretty interesting, you know.
that quote I just read from is probably one of the most important quotes we have on the distinction between true and false orthodoxy. You know what I mean? It's like one of those quotes that if you can find it and you become a, you know, Orthodox Christian, that distinguishing factor would, I would hope, change your mind. You know what I mean? And it definitely changed my mind when I was looking into these things. But I'm one of these rare cases, and I'm not gloating in any way, but I found true orthodoxy before I found false orthodoxy, right?
Right.
I found it, you know, I just the very first parish I went to was a Greek Orthodox church, a true, you know, Orthodox church in the middle of nowhere in Virginia. Like I just went there one day. I don't know why. You know, I remember I'd prayed to, you know, God to sort of show me where his true church was. And the next thing I know, I find this little parish out in the middle of nowhere. I was praying about it in a hotel room. I was in a bad way, really. And, you know, I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know what really was going on with me at that time. And, you know, I found a lecture from Father Seraphim Rose. I ended up ordering his book. And then I just went to the closest parish to me, and that parish ended up being a true Orthodox church. Immediately went to, you know, the monastery and met Metropolitan Demetrius and those monks and helped them build cells and all this stuff. So I got, you know, I wouldn't say lucky. I think that God just sort of, you know, guided me directly to it. I didn't have to go through fake orthodoxy first. But even when I was involved with it, I didn't know the difference between, you know, like Paisius or something like that, or, you know, these other people, you know.
Why not?
I'll tell you why. Like the reason why is because you know, you're not really told that immediately, right? Like if I read, like I had ordered one of, you know, Saint Paisius books, and I had read it, and I was like, well, this seems like a good guy or whatever. But then I came out and found out, like, you know, I think I asked somebody at the parish like what they thought of this particular saint, because or who I thought was a saint, and then they just kind of told me, you know, what was up. But I didn't know it immediately. So I mean, I had already bought the book and sort of was venerating this guy as what I thought was a saint. But I was quickly informed, and then they give me a reason why. You know what I'm saying? I look into it, and he was sort of saying like, so there was these Roquefort monks on Mount Athos, the Zealot monks, and they get kicked out of their monastery by the Freemasonic patriarch Bartholomew. And Paisius is like, well, you know, you wouldn't give a mother with cancer somebody else's baby or something. He was basically calling them a mother with cancer, right? And I was like, what? That's a weird thing to say, because all these people are doing is rejecting this patriarch for his ecumenism because he's a heretic. So now he kicks them off the holy mountain, and this supposed saint is all for them getting kicked out of their monastery. Like something's wrong here, right? And then I found out that he said a number of prophecies that just didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like there's a few prophecies that he told, and the scriptures basically say if like someone tells you that, you know, God told them so and so, and it doesn't end up happening, you can consider them a false prophet. And that's what ended up happening, you know?
Right. And so what do you think that means as far as, you know, and maybe this is a fool's errand, but do you think there is any way to eventually kind of like show people the real truth, or do you think that most people are just going to end up rejecting it ultimately?
I don't think it's a fool's errand. I think that, you know, it's not really up to, it's like we're instruments, right? If someone's converted to Orthodoxy, it's through the Holy Spirit. It's like you only God converts people. You dig what I'm saying? It's not man. We're instruments to relay the message, but it's not that we can say or do anything that's going to change someone's mind. So if God sees it fit and they humble themselves and somehow the Spirit of God transforms them in some way, then the message will get across. But until that point, they're sort of just kind of in a darkened state.
Sorry, I got to do something. I'm going to play this video while I step away. Hold on one second.
You buy 2 bags, and you're going to get 1 free.
The unity will bring about the master race.
So go to 1775coffee.com and enter the promo code.
And I want us to win, all right?
Ask yourself why an antenna multiply on a deep space probe. Or ask how they could launch a $6 billion telescope without testing its mirror.
Master! One able to survive, or even
thrive. I'm not being sarcastic at all.
So what you're actually saying? I'm saying nothing. I'm just listening to you ask questions.
100% serious.
As long as there are differences, we will tear ourselves apart.
You know how many people have to die, so...
Fighting each other.
Sorry, I don't know.
We need one race.
Race! As they're bitching about the deep state, or like Groiper69 complaining about his buffering pornos. Like how many bombs have to drop?
Is that factory down in Mexico?
It's outside my knowledge.
It's one of 20 being built in third world countries where there's no laws to protect the air. Build where it's hot, because you like it hot.
One goal.
Goal!
One people.
And what we can learn about it to keep a coherent system. You know, the 12 districts of the Hunger Games, the 12 regions of the Federal Reserve, you know, I get it. Trust me, I get it.
If you force me to answer you, what you will be hearing is your own death sentence.
To move forward to our destiny.
The holy flag. Break them up in demographics and all that stuff. And you got to feed the people their bread and circuses and their pageantry and allow them to live out their vengeance fantasies.
That's right now, as much as you think you know, you don't know the half of it.
That's what we learned in the draft in Vietnam. Remember all the lessons we learned about force and how it has a reaction that is unpredictable, how blowback can really bite us in the ass? I consider myself part of the deep state. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Like, I subscribe to George Soros's Patreon, comedically.
Right now, you're just one little guy with a big conspiracy theory and no proof, and the world is full of them.
All these laws.
Yeah, those laws are for black men. These other races of men, they don't got no. White men naturally don't have all these morals. Look at all the fucked up shit white men did in history. White people are not a people. White people are not a people of morals.
Wow. I'd love to dress up like a Jedi and hang with that guy. He gets it.
Bro, listen, what don't you understand? What don't you understand that I am a black American? What don't you understand about that?
I'm saying, if you believe
No, and I'm saying, because like, bro,
that you pray to, right?
Listen, let me tell you something. I exist here in America. It ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it.
You like American law better than Sharia law, huh?
I was born here, dum-dum.
Right. You see, you take great care of what else you choose to learn. You're pumping out greenhouse gas. You're changing the air, temperature, the whole ecosystem.
Just finishing what this started. What would have taken you 100 years to do it to you? Just spin around your own Mars and tend to your own planet. None of you deserve it.
infinite game where he would die. That strikes people on a fundamental level where that has to be stopped. Now, I know why we have the Hunger Games. I get it. But the failure was in the media. The Jimmy Fallon guy, you know, you can't force them in the Hunger Games. They have to choose to join the Hunger Games.
Idea of many of these enlightenment principles. I reject enlightenment principles categorically, and I believe that those enlightenment principles are the direct route. Now, that's said, I also think that Bolshevik murderous Jewish communists killed the Orthodox king. They killed the Orthodox king in Russia. They did a Bolshevik takeover of the entire nation. I do think that this is part of what is considered a revolutionary spirit, and that spirit is alive and well inside the communist ethos and ideology.
Yeah, little Dick. It's rhetorically funny, but it's also a fair argument because they have to say it.
What do we know is the deep state. That creates competition. Well, then we'll grow our own food, right?
Let's get the game and get down to humping. Who's going next? I'm dying to see. Spin the bottle, baby, and give it to me.
Yeah, apparently it was based
the failure of deep state media.
Like ice cream. I know you want my body. Fat kids are so sexy. Take off all of your clothes. Come over here and get next to me. Bitch. Who's going next? I'm dying to see. Spin the bottle, baby, and give it to me. It's fun and J, baby. The wizard of the streets. Sporting your bands just to show you I'm a freak. Slide in your bed for a cotton surprise. Clown makeup smeared on your inner thighs. Man, who the bottle point on? What? Somebody better suck my dick in this motherfucker. I ain't playing no more. Who's going next? I'm dying to see. Spin the bottle, baby, and give it to me. You can call me the plumber, cause I snake your drain. But buttermilk, love nugget, that be the name. I swings to the left, cause I'm swift with my meat. And I tickle, twist your nippy nipples off with off. Who's going next? I'm dying to see. Spin the bottle, baby, and give it to me. Spin number 2. My chances looking good already. Hit 1 and now I'm going for a friend. It don't make a difference. I really don't care. The size or the shape, as long as she got net and hair. Who's going next? I'm dying to see. Spin the bottle, baby, and give it to me. No, I ain't tripping. Pink one so wet that my thing slipping. But quicker than I bat my eyes, she replied I could get better traction if I hit it from the side. Now, baby, bitch. Let me get some net. Trying to leave this nut stain on your mama.
on what it needs to be in order to not harm little Aisha. Aisha? That's what I'm saying. Very Roger. That doesn't sound awesome. Yo, Aisha! According...
Возвращайся, скажи, что я знаю, что она знает, что все будут знать.
As a Schaefer is telling Beg Bear to go on Fresh and Fit, I think it would be funny if Andrew, Elijah Schaefer, and Beg Bear and maybe one other person was on that show.
Так просто у вас не получится. Теперь не получится.
According to their doctrine, you know, they say anything's good as long as it doesn't harm the little girl. So that means Muhammad's ween. the average has to, it has to be within an inch and a half. Inch and a half.
You know, why listen to me? Guys, I want a coherent governance system. The government, the deep state, whatever the hell it is, our job is to not give you your morality or make you feel like a good person. Our job is to keep the highways open, the money, the goods, everything flowing, no one killing each other in the streets, some bitch who's upset. So we got to do our jobs better, deep state. We got to just no force and convince the people they want it, because that sucks out the venom. You know, I don't want to have the fucking Hunger Games, guys. But people are naturally, a lot of times, they get very vengeful, very shitty, very annoying, very like, they say cringe and boomer, but they don't make anything. So what do you do with those people, right? The last thing you do is give them a genuine story arc that gets, the fucking blacks in District 8 going. They'll burn this shit. Every district is broken up into strengths and weaknesses, right? So you got District 12, rural white, poor, right? It's like easy to get drunk, easy to manipulate mentally, but they're very handy and very good at survival and hunting, right? But they're not. District 8, all these fucking blacks, they'll burn down an auto zone if you don't give them some Kool-Aid. You don't want them joining up. Okay, so how do you do that? Don't give them a martyr. No force. The deep state, what have we learned over the thousands of years that we've been doing this? Set the stage, set the chess match, but don't move a piece. We just tell the story. That's why it's called his story. We tell the story. You choose. That's how everything stays coherent, and a bunch of frog people don't burn down Wegmans.
It got into, well, once you have a population, it's not like that solved. So, huge population and everyone's materialist, it still doesn't solve the problem. Now, what didn't come up, and I think it takes some historical analysis, which I don't have. Andrew certainly has it more than me, and then Jay has it probably more than most people. But tying together that capitalism produces the communism, that you start with capital, even if it's just pure labor, which Andrew pointed out. Well, what's the thing? What's the value we're really talking about here? It's people, their labor, their existence. That's the first priority, essentially. But then again, you go historically, you look at it, and it's happening now. All the largest corporations are taking a commie approach. They're taking a communist approach. It's like a luxury communist thing. I wonder what Haas, I wonder what his take on luxury automated communism, because that's the positioning of communism. It's completely buttressed by corporate interests. And they're going, well, shit, if all these people are essentially wanting all their things for free, where they're living in some sort of conveyor belt existence, where the model of paying for a membership on Facebook or on Netflix, let's say, or your Amazon, imagine that extrapolated out to you just have a subscription to your life. Christian Catholic leaning but not practicing. I want to fight these people. This is all the best things. It's trutherism. It's naming the bagel people.
Bagel.
I get to name the bagels with Sneeko.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
And then I get to, battle for the new trad utopia, the TradCon utopia. But I'm going to work with Sneeko. And he's like, no, you're not. You're going to fail. I'm describing. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No, because when it comes down to it, you have to admit who are the sort of expressions. You don't say that they're your enemies, that they're identical to evil, of course. But no, when you ask, well, okay, are you friend? Are we buddy with these people? No, that would be false distinction. You wouldn't say that. But the other people think it's the case. You work ultimately with the people. No, whether or not you can utilize their platforms, utilize their resources, does not follow that you're working with them to get toward the same goal. You're not. You're basically in the seat with a known enemy. That's how it is. That is the complexity of a distinction. That you're close to the enemy. You're close to the enemy. You don't share the goal of the enemy. You're close with the enemy, and you have these intermediate battles you could technically fight together. For instance, if I was suddenly in a community with a bunch of Muslims, and there was a vote to determine whether or not boys can wear dresses at school, in that instance, you could describe it as, okay, so collective votes in this case could take down this terrible practice in schools. Okay, but it's to what end? Okay, the question is to what end?
So I'm kind of curious what you think about that.
What exactly? I kind of missed it. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm eating.
You some bitch. No. Well, the last part, what he's saying, like, well, first of all, he talked about Muhammad's penis and
Oh yeah,
other
that was
things.
weird. I didn't like that really.
And then also he's talking about essentially saying that well, you got to be close to the enemy and you got to work with them for some things and use their resources, but it doesn't mean that you agree with them or something like that. So
what does he mean by that?
well, that's what I'm not sure. that's what I'm
Like
sure.
what enemy? Like who is he talking about?
So he's supposedly saying, like, can we work with people who are not us, like Muslims or Protestants or Catholics or anybody who's not us? And he's like, well, no, we can work with them, but it doesn't mean that we're like really on the same team, essentially.
Oh, so is he talking about the ecumenical movement, like the WCC, like working with them in that way?
Oh, that's kind of what I'm asking you about, because he doesn't specifically bring that up, but I'm just seeing, like, how does the logic apply, like.
Yeah, I think that is what he's kind of referencing, is that the quote good ecumenism, right? And well, hold on one second. If you ask any, I mean, they've said it themselves that those that are involved with the ecumenical movement aren't there to sort of convert anybody to Orthodoxy, right? And that's the whole purpose of, if we're going to have any good ecumenism, is to convert people to Orthodoxy, to tell them your faith and sort of show them why Orthodoxy is the truth. But that's not what's happening. It's sort of just gathering in this large group and saying that all these separate sects are one of the one Church of Christ, and that the involvement with it, at least with the Soviets, they saw it as an opportunity to push their political ideology and sort of fan it throughout the World Council of Churches to get things done on a political level, like whatever deals they could with the West, or whatever deals they could, you know what I mean? They just seen it as a political opportunity. So that's why they involved themselves with the ecumenical movement. It wasn't for Orthodoxy. It was for, whatever they could gain on a worldly sense. And that's what everybody involved with it looks at it as. It's whatever they can gain with being, buddy with the Catholics and the Protestants and everybody else. So this idea that you can sort of be embedded with your enemy as long as it, the ends justify the means. This is never true in a Christian sense. We cannot compromise in anything. Because the moment we do, if we give a little bit into the devil, then the whole edifice just sort of collapses, and that's just how these people are justifying themselves. They find these loopholes, or they think are loopholes, but you can't lie to God, and you can't be half Orthodox. We're either Orthodox all the time, or we're not Orthodox at all. We can't compromise. That's the whole reason why Joel's channel is called Death to Compromise, right? It's like, that's what true Orthodox stand for. It's a death to all compromises. We can't, we're not embedded with our enemies. We're not. We don't want anything to do with schismatics and heretics. We and the time is sort of past on the fact of, going into a large group of of sex and saying this is our faith and can you join it. We're past that point now, because that's not what that group is allowing us to do. They're not witnessing. They're not allowing us to witness to orthodoxy. They just want us to capitulate to their ideas, and we can't do that. We've already seen the fruits of the World Council of Churches, and it's going to lead to a one world church of Antichrist. Yeah, so he's wrong. We can't do that. And the reason he thinks we can is because that's what his hierarchy is telling him. That's what the ROCOR MP basically says, right?
Well, who are you to tell them? I mean, he's the one wearing the hat, okay? I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
No, but I mean, you're right, though. Like, okay, so somebody could say that, right? Let's just say, like, who am I to tell them that, right? Like, let's take that question serious. And I would say this.
Well, and just really quick, I'll go ahead and predict. They'll also say, how can you talk to machine lies or neurojack? He's like, basically, they're going to say, why don't you go to the desert and just hang out with the true Orthodox and stop talking to anybody who's not one of you, including them. And see, I already know that's what they're going to.
I know. Tulip Bull Orth already said that to me, right? And I told him this. I said, well, it's one thing for a person to sign a charter that says that you're a part of the World Council of Churches and that you hold to the branch theory. And it's another thing to be in, a YouTube chat discussing topics, right? And I don't think I've ever once given into anybody else's ideology, not even an inch, right? Like, there hasn't been a time that I've gone in with Machine. I was like, yeah, you know what? I think Muhammad was right. You know what I mean? I've not done that. Every chance that I've gotten, I've tried to profess my faith to the best of my ability and stay true to my tradition while also having dialogue about topics that sometimes we share the same opinion and sometimes we don't. There's a difference between an official statement that you're signing on to and paying dues to the World Council of Churches to have ecumenical dialogue and accept the branch theory and just having, normal discourse between people. You know what I mean? Like, it's a big difference. And I would say another thing is I'm not clergy. I'm a layman, right, in the church. I'm a cantor, really. Like, I'm like just a little tiny step above a layman, right? And that's just of recently. So it's basically a reader in the Western Rite. But yeah, I don't think that I've done anything to spit on my faith in any way. And so that's my answer to that.
You sound like an ecumenist to me. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I could already see what you're saying. Like, they're gonna. I mean, they already have, like you said, they're gonna continue to try to like.
Well, I think that just kind of blows up in their face because it just shows like they're grasping for straws.
Yeah. And I think Machine should be going live soon, but actually, I don't even see like a stream ready to go on this channel, so I'm not sure what's going on. So,
I mean, you want me to get out of here? I will. I don't mind.
Oh no! I'm just because I'm gonna have to go do some stuff in a few minutes. But
yeah,
I was just trying to see, like, I was gonna set it up. Straw grasping bastards, exactly. But I didn't want to like stream at the same time as him because I'm not gonna be here to like really
No, I hear you.
Whatever. I mean, I don't really care. I don't think he cares. I'm just saying, like, this, you know what? I'm gonna share this while you're here because I think this is very. Let me show you this. Hold on one second.
Oh, JG he wanted to come in, I guess, a while ago.
Alex Jones with a vengeance.
Alex Jones is the most extraordinary person I've ever met.
Welcome back to the fourth hour of the Alex Jones Show. I'm your guest host, Jay Dyer of Viz Analysis. Alex, in the earlier segments, talked about the rise of the technocratic state, the rise of AI, tracking, tracing, and control. And we have to understand that that's really what this is all about. The idea that we're automatically in the green, we're all free now because we got Trump, is going to be a very dangerous temptation. We have to understand that the elite, Davos, all the people connected to that entity, they've been planning what they've been planning for over 100 years. And so the technocracy has not gone away. It's rebranding. It's going to try to sneak in. It's going to try to figure out ways to rebrand itself as something freedom-based. And so I think not everybody's a bad person. I think it's good to see the moves that Elon's doing. People are moving in the right direction. We have to be careful with these figures, especially people like Altman, Larry Ellison, and others. And that's because these are the people who have for so long been pushing the idea of a CBDC as a solution. Now, it's great that Trump signed the executive order. That's a great sign. This is momentous. You know, in this fourth hour, going back almost 5 years now, we've been covering the CBDC. We've lectured through so many of the texts of the elite, Klaus's books, Zbigniew Brzezinski's books, Jacques Attali, H.G. Wells, Bertrand Russell, Noah Yuval Harari, Kissinger. We've gone through so many of these texts that demonstrates that they were planning this for so long. Going back again, let's take a look, just a little bit of a refresher. I forgot that Bertrand Russell described the coming technocracy as a satanic dictatorship. Now, he probably didn't actually believe in Satan, but what he says is, this is on page 198 of the Scientific Outlook, and this is one of the persons, again, responsible, along with Wells and the other Fabians, for planning out what type of a control system we would be under. He says that when the scientific dictatorship comes, it will have to eliminate all forms of human love. And in order to eliminate, for example, the family, or eliminate fatherhood or motherhood, you would have to eliminate the impulse, he says, of love. And so the scientific technocratic tyrants, and he admits they're tyrants, every now and then he'll sprinkle his writings with these sort of caveats of like, you know, this could be bad. But of course, he was all for this. And so I think that's just for PR when he kind of sprinkles it about with these so-called warnings, because he was a mass depopulation advocate, as we'll see. He says it will have to banish the notion of love, because really the only way to get rid of the family would be to get rid of that. And he seems to be discussing it in the context of chemical engineering, perhaps genetic engineering, to target the areas of the brain, to target the areas of man's genetic makeup that might be associated with emotions or with the ideas of love. And then perhaps even changing man's DNA and RNA. Russell even discussed that. He says the fact that children would be lab rats in terms of experimentation in the future technocratic dictatorship, to really, it's justified by the ends, you know, justify the means ideology. He says a man will be reduced to something sadistic, something cruel and bestial. When this is achieved, science will no longer be about discovering truth. He says even in his day, there was this notion that science is after some capital T truth, some end goal. And it's not. It's only about discovering the means of power and pragmatic control, he says. He says once science sheds metaphysical questions about God, the soul, truth, then it can become a system of mastering reality for total and pure dominance. And if you read 1984, that's exactly the way that Orwell describes O'Brien, as a figure who's really just utilizing scientific means and the technocratic dictatorship for the stomping out of humanity and the crushing of the human spirit. And it was exactly what Russell said, right? Russell's the character who says we'll have to stamp out your free will, even though he doesn't supposedly believe in free will. And you fast forward 100 years later and you find the technocrats like Noah Yuval Harari saying the exact same thing. You don't have free will. By the way, we're going to get rid of free will. There's no consciousness. But by the way, we're going to upload your consciousness to the cloud. Well, how are you going to do that when there's no consciousness? So these people really just contradict, and they're not worried about what's true, because there is no truth. The only truth, as O'Brien says, is what the party says. And so they are essentially the priests of power, and they are the gods on earth in their own mindset, in their own view. Thus, they get off on killing people. They get off on the power to dupe people, and the hatred that they have for humanity, which they believe is a satanic force that energizes them. And isn't it interesting that Bertrand Russell, who was a lifelong famed global atheist, he was the sort of atheist Reddit soy man of his day, says that when science has discarded the truth of God and metaphysics and all of this, it can be pure science, which is pure bestiality, something akin to reducing man to bestiality. I don't mean in a sexual sense, just reducing man to a bestial state. And he says pure science will be analogous to the worship of Satan and the renunciation of all forms of love. And why is that? Well, because it's just pure power dominance. That's all that exists. And so when there's babies in incubators being born as lab rats out of test tubes, when there's experimentation on large swaths of people unbeknownst to them, when you have basically the world being an island of Dr. Moreau, all of which, by the way, is described on page 126, where he says all these things clear as day. Lab rat babies, babies in incubators, emerging as goblin creatures, gulping at the side of the tanks, like Alex talks about. When that occurs, when we have Island of Dr. Moreau, why then we'll have the true scientific dictatorship. And the priest class, he says, that rules over the scientific dictatorship, they'll be kind of like the Jesuits. I'm not saying that they're actual Jesuits. He says that they're just going to have this kind of control on the model of the way that Ignatius Loyola and the Jesuit order has a structure and tier of control. He says that it will all be dominated by Malthusianism and the notion of social Darwinism, which Alex talked about a couple days ago. There's an entire chapter on Technique and Society that is about social Darwinism and Malthus. And another interesting point is that he posited a long time ago that there would be a technocratic transhumanist order that would rule, that would dole out credits. That's a CBDC. Now, he wrote his other book when he talks about the CBDC and all that social credit stuff much earlier. Or excuse me, that's the early book. And then he wrote a later book in 1951, The Impact of Science on Society, and my copy is completely demolished. And he talks about how vaccinations, diet, injection, injunction, and all that will be used to sterilize and to experiment on man. He says that dysgenics and Plato's Republic are the model. Just reminding you that this is a long-term plan. That's why we're talking about this. I know we've covered this a million times. He says it will mind control people to where they'll think that snow is black. And you think, well, that's crazy. How could that ever happen? I mean, you already see large swaths of population mind control to believe that men are women, that women are men, or that men can become women, and you can identify as these things. That's the literal equivalent of Bertrand Russell's statement that we will make people think that snow is black, and it won't matter if you try to reason with them because they will have lost and surrendered their reasoning faculties. They will be so chemically lobotomized and mind controlled that they will be the perfect cogs in the scientific dictatorship machine. And that is, there's an entire page, or excuse me, section 58, 59, talking about the scientific dictatorship of the human cogs, like Cogswell space cogs, and how humans will be essentially cogs in the system. The state will be a giant corporation. There will be one corporation in the future, and there will be the shutting down of all commerce, trade, all forms of free market enterprise, business, all that obviously has to go away. And that's because I lost my note, but I had another note that talked about all the things that they want to bring in, that they're bringing in. Precisely, here it is. Precisely what Russell talked about 100 years ago, as did H.G. Wells, as did Lord Birkenhead, as did all the other members of this society, which have the exact same plan 70, 100 years later. CBDC as the solution. When there's some form of economic problem, we need a totally trackable, traceable, controllable wallet that the guy from the BIS with 14 Chen said, you'll be shut off when you buy something or say something that we don't like. In fact, Larry Ellison just repeated that by saying that you're going to be a really good global citizen when the AI is running the social engineering, social credit system. Well, guess who talked about the social engineering, social credit system and a global brain again, almost 20 years ago in the famous book, Brief History of the Future by Jacques Attali, the Kissinger France. Well, he writes a whole section on transhumanism. He says that when we get the technocratic global brain in place, he says there will be, he calls it a hyper democracy. Now, it has nothing to do with democracy, but they're calling a literal AI controlled society a hyper democracy. And he says the transhumanists are the tip of the spear of the vanguard of the hyper democracy. He says by 2100, our goal is to have mega cities fitted into, and they'll be the capitals of the continental unions. So the old school conspiracies that you heard of, you know, John Birchers back in the day, oh, they're going to create a North American Union, they're going to create all these other continental unions. Well, that was correct. They created the European Union. It's the same people, the OSS and the CIA, who created the European Union. And there's a giant 500-page book that I've lectured through from Johan Ratu on the creation of the EU by the OSS and the CIA and the European steel coal community. That was all set up by the Europe Project, which was an OSS CIA operation on record. Now, if you continue on in the book, ATLANTIS says that in the future, we're going to have nanotech that will be able to go into your body and heal you from all the ailments that you have. And isn't this great? Because like Larry Ellison said, you have cancer floating around your blood before you actually have late stage developed cancer. And so the AI nanotech will be able to go into your blood, nanoblood, and will be able to fix you. Well, that's nothing new. In fact, ATLANTIS has a whole section where he talks about this 20 years ago. And he says that when the giant global brain is created, you will begin to lose your individuality. And that's a good thing, because when you're all linked in, you will no longer have those individual thoughts or those firewalls of being a member of a family or a nation state or a people group. That will all melt away, because you will be merged into the hive mind of the Borg. And he calls it the global brain and compares it to the collective golem. It's not me. That's his own terminology right here. This is the Kissinger France. The development will form an eventual global brain and a collective golem, and you'll all be part of a, quote, universal intelligence. So that's why this is so important to these people to control. And if you remember when Kissinger passed away, his final book, I think it was called something like World Order. The last chapter of Kissinger's last book was about whoever controls the AI and the technocracy will rule the future. But it goes further than that, because ATLANTIS says that the AI will not just run the global brain, it will actually police everyone and determine what the common good is. That's how delusional these technocrats are in terms of their utilitarian notion of economic theory, that you can find a moral calculus that will just tell you what the good is for everyone, which is complete nonsense. There's no math formula that can tell you the good. All of that's premised on the fallacy of thinking that you can get an ought from an is. You need an actual worldview with metaphysics and with values to determine values, objective truth, right and wrong, better or worse. If everything is just determined by algorithms, there's nothing that can tell you that without assuming the very thing in question. And that's going to be the good of the technocrats. So the technocrats are going to determine that, well, what's good is what benefits the technocracy and benefits global depopulation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, he goes on to say that, yeah, it's an absolute Borg system. Individuals will be supplanted by being merged into the hive mind of the global brain, the collective golem. That is the golem of Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism out of the Middle Ages, of the creation of a mudman through magic and sorcery who has no nefesh or soul. He's just really controlled by the magus or the magician. That myth has come to fruition, you could say, with the rise of these kinds of technologies that are heavily invasive. I'm not saying that they can't do some good. I have, family members that have, issues with Parkinson's. And now he goes on to say that, yeah, it's an
What do you
absolute
think?
Borg's.
That what's really interesting to me is, like, honestly, some of the stuff I can't say, talk about that I know that he's referring to yet, because I haven't done my research enough. But some of the shit that this dude is saying right now is very It's very interesting to say the least, and I agree with almost everything he said. I mean, I don't have anything to disagree with what he said, but I was just kind of curious if you had anything to add, because what he's saying is like exactly what I talked about on my stream about that latest Mission Impossible movie with Tom Cruise and the AI, and I mean, it's like almost exactly the plot of that movie in every single way. So I think that's
Yeah,
extremely
I mean, I think that those movies are sort of revealing a lot of this new age plan they got going on, and it's just kind of being blatant and mocking the public. Like, look what we're going to do, and what are you going to do about it? And for the people that are in the know, it's kind of directed at them in that way, and the people that aren't in the know, they sort of, just it desensitizes them to these type of topics and makes them kind of comfortable with it, so they don't really speak out against it. It's a way that I think intelligence agencies sort of tell you the plan, and so it like takes away the truth from the plan when it's going down or something. You know what I mean? It's something weird like that. But
right.
I think that it's like he's saying most of the time. I would say that almost everything that Dyer talks about is spot on, right? He has a little bit of a scholastic approach with some of the things he says about Orthodoxy, and that's given considering the jurisdiction he's involved with, But for the most part, he's right on. I mean, there's not too many true Orthodox people that disagree with him on a lot of these topics. Our main difference is just being too scholastic. We go to the patristics, they sort of go to the seminarians, right? So that's the difference. But yeah, I agree with him on what he's talking about here. From what I did here, because I am kind of, just moving around and doing some stuff right now. I just kind of got to where I'm at. But yeah, I don't know. I'll say this too, is that a lot of his earlier streams, I feel like at a certain point, I mean, he was really on point, but then at a certain point, I think maybe they got him or something. You know what I mean? Like they might have presented him with like a deal or something. I don't know who, but somebody did, and I think he compromised in some way. I don't know if that's true or not, but I just kind of sense that, and I don't know if I'm right about that. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that I would rather believe that than he's just doing something dishonest because he wants to. I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, to be honest with you, I think that I do keep on the table that this is like a big covert Christian plan to like re-subvert the Jews or something or whatever, but I just don't know that I can I have a hard time believing it, but I mean, I would like to believe that that's true, of course.
This is what I think it is. Okay, I really believe this. I believe it's the Soviets, right? Because remember, he's a part of the Moscow Russian Orthodox Church MP. So there is literal KGB agents that are fully a part of the hierarchy that he's involved with, and a lot of the priests are involved with them, right? So they might not be directly involved with the KGB, but they know somebody who is, and they're fanning the miasma of this ideology throughout the jurisdiction. So he's catching some of this stuff, and whether he knows it or not, he's going to be relaying a lot of that propaganda, right? The whole Putin is based propaganda, and because they got to cloak themselves as traditionalists to sort of draw people in, because they can't present themselves as, an atheistic regime. They're more subtle with it now. So it's a lulling to sleep of people to sort of accept them and say, well, they're traditionalist Orthodox Christians and they're the good guys. But really, they're not. He's a part of the surginess, whether he likes it or not. And it's telling when I sent a picture of Kirill with, the Soviet symbol behind him, he instantly blocked me. Because I told him he has his own problems because he was talking about somebody else. You know what I mean? I was like, well, you got your own problems. It's an instant block. So that tells me that he knows what's going on to some level, because why would you block me? Why wouldn't you engage it, right? You don't want people knowing that, right? And yeah, I mean, there's an interview that Joel posted of Dyer with Puffinghausen, who's a Rocor MP priest or something, right? He's one of these guys. And he asked him about the Catacomb Church, and Puffinghausen basically says, well, they kind of died out at some point, but that's not true. We still exist. You know what I mean? Like, my synod is in communion with the Russian Catacomb Church. And so, yeah, they're
Yeah, I
lying
mean,
saying we
I
don't
can think
exist.
of some fantastic some videos that could be alluding to the fact that there's a higher game going on, and I'm not going to speculate about that too much, just because like there could be good reasons and there could be extremely bad reasons for what's going on, and I think that what you're saying is the most likely, and the good reasons are less likely. But I hope that that's the case. And Machine's back. We'll see. I was looking for his stream, but I didn't see it go live. Are you about to?
I'm about to start soon. I'm just running very late, essentially because I couldn't screen record shit on my computer, and now I'm having a bunch of technical difficulties. So I'm gonna try to restart my computer and then start this again. But yeah, I'll be sending you guys the link in a minute.
All right, cool. I'll go ahead and end the stream here, just because I can't really manage it, and I don't know if I can leave my computer open for much longer. So I'll just go ahead and end this here, and then we'll pick it up on your show or something. So
Okay.
All right, Phyllis.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right,
Give
cool,
me a
guys.
second.
Hey, just send me a link, Machine.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, give
All
me
right,
one
brother.
second.
Later.
All right, bye, guys.
Choo.
pretty ugly right here. It's pretty ugly right here. It's pretty...
Yo, what the fuck are y'all thinking? Letting apathy get on a mic? That's like unleashing a fucking atomic bomb. Yo, this is self-titled, the motherfucking mother molester. Yo, apathy, rip the spines out these
niggas. Spit an incredible verse, your head'll reverse and burst. So blood chemical squirts all over medical shirts. Professional works of art spark exceptional words. Short circuit mics and cause an electrical surge. Rhymes shine like lights off of pieces of ice. My speech is precise, slice like psychokinesis and fights. Rhymes reaches heights of beacons and satellites. Where man can scan Venus and find pieces of mic. My feet is tight with genius light. Spit with the speed of light. Strike in the night, strip you of your Adidas stripe. You see this and you bite, cause you couldn't beat this hype. I'ma torture your wife while my fist squeezes the vice. Which unleashes the spikes. Race leeches and mice, right on the peaches and spice. Till she screeches with fright. The meanest to recite reaches for the weakest device. And releases to the people say, Jesus, he's nice. I'm a bad man, managed to damage an amateur. When I slap slackers and backpackers, my rap shatters your whack matter forever. Clever but still better with skill to sever your head, so bet that I'm ill. On the best records, erected and rip it and wreck it. I erupted and ruptured your rap labels, built into wreckage. Respect it, cause apathetic is magnetic, electric, effective, and known to charge negative when I said it.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. I'm electrically charged like jumper cables got attached to the mic. Jacker, you bite, I got a black gap with a sight. I sat upon a satellite last Saturday night, beefing with a space rapper till we battle for mice. I could think about you making shatter platinum and ice. You try flattery and apathy will flatten you twice. Just to obtain the fame or be half as nice, you'd have to train every day twice for half your life. Every MC I see wanna be live as me. I'm at the level of perfection that you strive to be. I got insight, don't even need my eyes to see. All knowing, nothing on earth is surprising me. I'm on some fly shit, on some old open up your eyes shit. Superhero for rap, never be the sidekick. Cats try to see in my mind like they were sidekick, but I kick the rhymes with spine shatter when I spit.
Spectacular!
Spectators are left spellbound, helpless like women rape victims being held down. I'm like a nuclear facility in meltdown, radiating physical, making your spirit hellbound. Coming from CT, rocking in 3D, throwing root beers in your fridge for trying to see me.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun.
Just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Official pistol gang. Vinny Paz, Louis Dogs. O'Drama, Bin Laden. D-Mize, D-Mize. Yo, Premier, what's up, motherfucker? DJ Clips, what up, baby? La Coca, Bill Slain, Danny Boy. Yo, Everlast, what up, cuzzo? Listen. A rebel to yell, take you through the levels of hell. Take your commissary pussy like it's settled in jail. I'm a heavyweight, Vinny, don't need to get on the scale. A man of God, but usually the devil prevail. I don't work, all your motherfuckers work for me. I love death, you motherfuckers get murked for free. I don't follow trends, I just do what work for me. I don't live on earth, the motherfucking earth in me. Louis Dogs don't relate to y'all, cause I'm a godly creature. I chop a motherfucking brick like a karate teacher. I wouldn't call what you doing sick, you just got a fever. I had my mother's heart and I have my father's features. Yeah, you know I got the hammer in the jeans and more white shit than in the Canada latrine. I go bananas for the cream. I don't have a moral fiber, Vinny, take your nana for her cream, yeah. Yo, D, where you at, baby?
You want it all, nigga.
Official pistol gang.
Official pistol gang, nigga.
We mobbing on you motherfuckers.
Hottest motherfucking mixtape, hands
down. Yo, D.
nigga. Take these motherfuckers to war, nigga. Yeah, hey yo, niggas rapping but they comical. It's logical, they overrated hands, so I cut them like a dominoes. Box a piece of fucking perpetrating, hospital with nurses racing, running niggas over in a hearse with Satan. Squash a nigga in his baby chorus. There's no collaboration with commercial rapping if you pay me for it. So fuck the BS, I'm the hardest out. Walking Philly with a Philly, selling niggas CDs, yelling garbage out. Part of me, that's just my sense of humor. Look, I'm intense, I'm making sense. You niggas senses trying to spread your rumors. Basically, I'm trying to make it happen. Scheming, I can make it rapping. Stay away from niggas who relate to acting. It's not impersonal, I take your money, spend it on your bitch. Call you a bitch and tell you pussy, try to take it from me. It's funny how a motherfucking bitch change when a bitch get changed. It's nothing if she sniff cane and turn crazy. Sell her own soul, her own baby. All over this gravy, it's all over. It's shady how the world turns. And it's all over this money. It's funny, next thing you know, you all over your money with your face out. Brains being your dame leaving with the next man. Plan A to the plane scheming on your life savings. Like praying it might save him from his life wasting. All over his wife patience. I don't like hatred, but if you could do it to me, I'ma do it to you. Give a fuck if you beautiful, what your booty could do. Your pussy tight titties, big bitch, look did he do. I got a bundle on your head to kill you and your crew. That's a must, they don't like you, mind you. Bullets fly through your head, they won't find you. Blind you with red beams, bury you cockroaches. Chicks you get it too, so baby do not approach us. I'm a sick being, stick me in a rap cypher. I'm a light lighters, hairspray and burn biters.
Yo, D. Yo, you just caught a body on these motherfuckers, cuzzo. Yo, word to Allah, this the body snatchers. This the return of the body snatchers. Official pistol gang, baby. J-Rock. All my motherfuckers. Yo, just Allah, out of space. Reef the lost cause. Birth to jerk. OG filthy rich. We punching motherfuckers in the face for breathing, baby. Body snatching, catching bodies.
Tape deck nut, got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with. While I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to shuck in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and the atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. Some pedophile labels come molest them with cells. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs. Stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't no way to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't no way to murk to. In the flesh, I stress the day-to-day vision. Go on a car dump. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination. Feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army Apparel-land. Get lost in the TV screen like Carol Ann. Scan my finger for the credit. Discount and don't forget it. There's a pair of white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm asleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leaked. This world's a commercial. I can't change